Even the uncommonly strong Red Bud Knights couldn't withstand the impact of multiple force waves hitting them simultaneously. They died as they fought, the strange energy savaging their bodies. The weaker Dark Elves endured worse casualties, with several hundred dying before they reached the innermost area. By this point, Han Shuo could determine that whatever the Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves alliance planned to do, it was a risky and daring plan. He was sure that the powerful creature was currently being restrained by the formation. In fact, it was restrained to the point where it could only reveal half its body. The Red Bud Knights could only see the upper half of the great lizard's body and the chunks of accumulated magic crystal ores scattered around it. They simply couldn't see the buried lower half of its body or the ancient magic formation. It was one thing if the goblin missiles blasted the mountain apart and killed the strange creature. However, if the creature managed to survive the blast, then the destroyed mountain would no longer able to contain it. Han Shuo was sure that once it was released from the magic formation that had imprisoned it for eons, the Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves were bound to bear the brunt of its horrifying rage. However, this wasn't something Han Shuo needed to worry about. For Han Shuo, his only purpose was to kill Celt, as well as to obtain as many magic crystal ores as possible. For the strange creature to survive would be the most ideal outcome. He mused for a bit, but was immediately struck with a wonderful idea. Calling the Earth Elite Zombie to him, the two headed for the strange creature, tunneling into the depths of the earth. Yet when Han Shuo emerged from the tunnels right outside the ancient magic formation, he was greeted by the 10-meter-long python-like tail. It was certainly impressive that the creature could accurately locate Han Shuo while its head was up above. Han Shuo swiftly dashed to a remote corner. The tail chased him until it stopped 7 meters from him, thrashing furiously but unable to reach Han Shuo at all. "Hey, I mean no harm, I just want to offer some help," Han Shuo shouted up to the 10-meter-long tail, disregarding whether it could understand him or not. "Tiny feeble presence, you will pay the price." A message sent purely via consciousness shook the space around Han Shuo, seemingly issued by the strange creature. Normally, the higher ranked a creature, the more intelligence they possessed. The Dark Dragon Gilbert or the Gold Dragon could both speak human tongue, and even the Lord of the Flames had the ability to directly communicate with its mind. Being able to communicate with humans meant that this creature was no less powerful than the Lord of the Flames. This was indeed within Han Shuo's expectations. The creature had immediately responded as soon as Han Shuo shouted. Communicating directly with one's mind was even clearer than using spoken language. "Powerful being, I'm not with those people above, I've come to help you. I can use their power to break the formation while not harming you in the slightest. I only want the magic crystal ores at the bottom of the gourd mountain. What do you think?" Han Shuo immediately put forth his proposal after learning they could communicate. "Pathetic creature, those stupid fellows would still help me blast open this gourd mountain even without your help. I fed them false information that I'm afraid of fire and missiles. Now they are acting right in accordance with my plan, helping me destroy the mountain. No one can stop this anymore. Even if you are not with them, they won't believe you if you inform them either. Your proposal holds no value." The creature laughed proudly, completely out of Han Shuo's expectations. Han Shuo's expression changed slightly as he heard the ancient creature boast. Who would have imagined that this creature was actually so cunning? It didn't appear to fear flame and missiles like Celt speculated. It had faked disadvantages in the previous battle just to create this situation. Han Shuo suddenly looked befuddled and responded, "If that's the case, why didn't you ask the lizardmen to get you out? It wouldn't be difficult for them to gather goblin missiles. Since they believe you to be their true god, they would help you even more willingly. Why use enemies to help you? I would have long since left this damned place already if they could communicate with me. They are cursed by the gods to forever be bound in their body, unable to break through their shackles. They can't use anything else other than the power of the flesh to communicate. They simply don't understand me. Those poor creatures only know the crudest of methods, and that is to remove all magical crystal ores around me. They thought it was the only way for me to leave this damned cage. The creature seemed to have been imprisoned for far too long, talking non-stop with Han Shuo. When he heard this, Han Shuo suddenly remembered that the lizardmen indeed only knew how to use their bodily strength. The power of their souls and depths of their wisdom were pathetically shallow. Maybe this was the reason why they were unable to obtain information from the enormous creature in this space, and could only call upon their determination to surmount every obstacle and remove the last bit of each magic crystal ore from the mountain. End of part 1 of the chapter. So it seemed that it was not for their self-interest that the lizardmen occupied the gourd-shaped mountain and tirelessly mined the ore, but to help release their true god from bondage. Come to think of it, they didn't even know how to forge complex weapons. How would they possibly understand the true value of magic crystal ore? From this strange creature's explanation, Han Shuo knew that it was now impossible to prevent it from escaping the ancient formation. Selt was on the verge of blowing the entire mountain sky high, and all it needed was a single damaged corner to break free from its age-old imprisonment. Thinking quickly, Han Shuo began to think of another way. Looking at the 10-meter-long, dark red tail, he remembered Arlen's words of the lizardman's true god being just a large lizard. Inspiration struck. Could this strange creature be protecting the lizardmen? Mighty presence, there are still hundreds of lizardmen who worship you trapped within this mountain. Once the invaders blow up the mountain, a mighty being as you would be able to survive, but the poor lizardmen would be wiped out to the last man. Han Shuo paused for effect. He could sense the creature's hesitation clouding the atmosphere. He continued, however, I can ensure their survival. As long as you promise me the magic crystal ores in this mine, I will lead them to a safe location before the explosion. Lowly tiny being, I, the great ancient lizard king Degasi, agree to your request. As long as you can ensure their safety, you can take as much of this ore as you can carry. After a brief silence, the ancient lizard king Degasi gave Han Shuo his promise. Han Shuo didn't linger after receiving Degasi's promise. He immediately ordered the Earth Elite Zombie to dig a tunnel to the surface. The Earth Elite Zombie complied, Earth readily parting for him. However, halfway through, the zombie sent him a message of helplessness. Han Shuo had already guessed the root of the problem and quickly shot towards the half-finished tunnel. Apart from the large space that the ancient magic formation occupied, the earth was just compacted soil from the outskirts of the mountain to ancient lizard king Degasi's enormous tail. The Earth Elite Zombie discovered that magic crystal ores harder than iron ores stood in his way as he started digging upwards. Even the Earth Elite Zombie's natural powers were useless against magic crystal ores. He stopped halfway, at a loss of how to proceed. After all, the Earth Elite Zombie was just an Earth Elite Zombie. He didn't have the power of the Metal Elite Zombie to level and ravage mountains. My poor children are dying in droves. Little human, hurry up and act. Ancient Lizard King Degasi sent a surge of urgent messages into Han Shuo's mind. Pressed for time, Han Shuo took out the peerless Demon Slayer edge. The weapon spun like a drill in his hand as he thrust it upwards. Large chunks of magic crystal ore vanished into Han Shuo's space ring before they'd even had time to touch the ground. Although his speed was a bit slower than the Earth Elite Zombie's use of his natural talents, Han Shuo was still able to drill upwards at the rate of several meters per second with the help of the Demon Slayer edge. As the ancient Lizard King hurried him on, each rotation of the Demon Slayer edge brought with it a large chunk of magic crystal ore into Han Shuo's space ring. Within a few moments, he arrived where the upper body and head of the Lizard King was located, above the magic formation. Han Shuo looked up and couldn't help but give a low exclamation. This ancient Lizard King did indeed look like an enormous lizardman, but for a few differences. A sharp horn grew from the top of his head, and a line of red, sword-like sharp spikes sprouted down its back from the horn. The ancient Lizard King was even bigger than the green dragon. He resembled a towering mountain of reddish-brown muscle. At the height of 20 meters, his body seemed to be made of thick, reddish-brown boulders. His deep red eyes shone like two lanterns high in the air. He stared down at the ant-like Han Shuo beneath him, once again sending out urgent messages. Understood, understood. I will help your children survive. Han Shuo replied to the Lizard King's impatient nagging. He quickly rushed into the complex network of caves whilst admiring the ancient Lizard King's massive form. I'm a messenger from your true God. According to his command, I am here to lead you to a place of safety. Han Shuo's shout came right when the lizardmen were desperately engaged in a rearguard action. They were fiercely resisting the Red Bud Knight's onslaught while retreating towards the ancient Lizard King. Despicable human, why are you here? The leader with the big tail suddenly panicked, crying out in an awkward version of the common tongue as he pointed at Han Shuo as if wanting to initiate attacks. I'm helping you as the messenger of your true God. You'll know if you come with me. Han Shuo explained, then immediately shouted, don't do anything unnecessary. They have laid explosives over the entire mountain. All you have to do is hurry to your god's side. Without staying back to see if the lizardmen believed him or not, Han Shuo flew straight back to the ancient Lizard King. When the retreating lizardmen heard his words, they sped up their retreat to the ancient Lizard King, possibly because they believed Han Shuo, or possibly because they were worried about the safety of their true god and didn't want to fight with the Red Bud Knights. Only when the remaining lizardmen saw that Han Shuo standing unscathed next to their true god did they somewhat believe Han Shuo. They first kowtowed to the Lizard King before the leader looked up at him and asked humbly, True God, what are we to do? The enemy has already invaded. The ancient Lizard King thrashed a bit and let loose a long howl. Sounds of explosions spread throughout the entire space and the gourd-shaped mountain began to shake violently. Human, lead them in, time is running out. The Lizard King's consciousness permeated the air, but it was a pity that the lizardmen couldn't understand the message. There is a passage here. All of you can hide inside and be safe from the explosion. Your true God said the missiles won't be able to hurt him. He will handle the rest. Han Shuo quickly shouted after seeing the Red Bud Knights enter to place the explosives in the cave. The leader glanced at Han Shuo, still safe and sound at the feet of their true God, and seemed to believe his words. The leader rapidly fired something off in the lizardman tongue to his brethren. They stopped hesitating and followed behind their leader to travel further into the ground via Han Shuo's tunnel. After all of the lizardmen had safely made their way into the tunnel, Ancient Lizard King once again filled the space with his words, Human, don't let those damnable invaders throw explosives in here. Even though I won't die from the explosion, it will still injure me. Besides, that smell is highly unpleasant. There were 7 caves leading from the mountain's depths to this area. The Red Bud's Knight and the Dark Elf invaders also seemed frightened of the mountain-like Lizard King as they hadn't charged in here. Instead, they stood at the entrance and threw down the explosives. Han Shuo summoned roughly 100 dark creatures after hearing the Lizard King. They were everywhere, throwing back every missile that was thrown in. When the Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves outside discovered that their bags of explosives had been thrown back out, they all fumed with rage. The skeletal warriors naturally couldn't understand the rage outside the caves. They only knew that they should obey Han Shuo's every command, and continued to diligently throw out the missiles. The situation of the entire area had turned somewhat comical. The remaining Yin Demon had been slowly trailing the Red Bud Knights all along. As Han Shuo observed them for a while, he suddenly sneered, Since you guys have set foot here, don't dream of escaping. Enjoy the craziness of the goblin missiles together with the mountain. Another incantation brought several bulky hate warriors into existence. They too joined the zombies and the skeletal warriors in throwing the missiles out of the cave. The hate warriors and zombies slowly moved forward, creating a blockade at the cave entrances. Once they'd sealed off the cave entrances, Han Shuo shoved some of the remaining goblin missiles into his space ring. The knights and dark elves furiously attacked the dark creatures that had suddenly appeared. They picked up the goblin missiles on the ground and prepared to throw them back down at the ancient Lizard King below, while vigorously cursing the dark creatures. These goblin missiles were intricately made. They wouldn't explode unless ignited with a fierce flame, but once lit, they turned into a veritable ocean of flame. The invaders had strategically placed explosives so that they could chain the whole explosion. The mountain would be hard-pressed to withstand such a large amount of goblin missiles going off all at once and would inevitably collapse. The ancient Lizard King was to be the main bearer of the explosion's brunt this time. Only when the explosives filled the area around him would the destructive effects be maximized. That was why the Red Bud Knights were working so tirelessly to penetrate the dark creature's blockade. After all the lizardmen had evacuated through the tunnel and the caves were blocked by the undead creatures, the ancient Lizard King became even more impatient, sending another message, "That's enough. Help me ignite a large fire and bury all these knights inside. Pleasure to be of service." Han Chuo snickered coldly, a red flame shooting out from his hand. A zombie suddenly turned its body sideways, letting the flame pass through the gap. "Fire, it's fire. Extinguish it." The Red Bud Knights, still fighting the dark creatures, suddenly lost their wits when they saw the fiery stream. Their loud screams turned into wails as they realized precisely how many goblin missiles had been placed around the mountain. They would be in dire straits if the explosion occurred before they withdrew from the gourd mountain. A few more flames flew out from Han Chuo's hand, shooting through the gaps between the zombie warriors like arrows. They landed on the knights and dark elves who had yet to catch on fire. Han Chuo's mind suddenly moved with a thought, a flame arcing directly into a goblin missile held by a hate warrior. Chapter 343 Chapter 343, Landslide. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. A loud crack followed Han Chuo's strategic retreat down the tunnel. Like a fuse, the first explosion led to a chain set of blasts. The entire mountain shook as the explosives shattered every corner, earth and rock shifting in the wake of the goblin missile detonation. As explosions ripped through the air above it, the 10-meter-long tail of the ancient Lizard King danced like a python. Its colossal body struggled intensely, trying to break the imprisonment of the ancient formation. Selt was still waiting for his subordinates outside when the blasts violently shook the mountain. Unprepared for the sudden explosion, it felt like his heart had been pounded by a gigantic mallet, even sending his breathing into chaos. When he heard the thunderous explosion and saw the gourd mountain crumbling, the pupils of the gorgeously dressed noble dark elf Arlen dilated violently. He turned to grab Selt by his lapel, roaring, "How can this be? Why did the goblin missiles explode now? Damn it, you set us up, didn't you?" Selt was even more furious than Arlen. Selt threw the latter away with such force that the dark elf stumbled. Selt's handsome visage was twisted into a ferocious grimace as he bit off, "Have you no eyes? Do you not see my people inside too?" Rumble. With one last rumble, the mountain finally collapsed in on itself. Dust wreathed around the rubble, slowly settling in the wake of the blasts. Selt and Arlen began to argue furiously, but was quickly interrupted by a series of loud cracks. Something deep within the mountain exploded upwards, throwing the gourd-shaped mountain sky-high into the distance until it smashed into the ground far away. A new cloud of dust once again settled over the region. No longer did the landscape have a silhouette of a gourd-shaped mountain, just a pile of reddish-brown rubble, a monument of ruin. The only other aftermath of the explosion was the scattered pieces of what was left of the Red Bud Knights and the Dark Elves. Selt shoved Arlen away rudely. The latter staggered back a step, staring blankly at the ruined gourd mountain, muttering, "Those were my most elite tribesmen. How could this be? How could this be?" Selt, on the other hand, was completely clear-headed. His expression was a vicious scowl as he shouted in fury, "Someone must have been stirring up trouble, otherwise that big lizard wouldn't have been able to escape the mountain and keep my knights from retreating. This matter is not that simple." A light went off in Arlen's head when he heard Selt, following up with a shout, "Indeed, there must be something wrong. Those lowly lizardmen would have been no match for my brave tribesmen by themselves." However, at that moment, the object of Selt and Arlen's suspicions, Han Chuo, stood witness to an incredible sight. Creaks echoed around the chamber as the ancient magical formation started to collapse. The explosion had finally destroyed a key component of the formation while reducing the mountain to rubble. As the ancient Lizard King thrashed like a being possessed, an enormous snap resounded. The ancient magical formation that had bound him for eons, had finally cracked open. Aouu! An unearthly howl, unlike anything unleashed before, ripped out of the ruined remnants of the mountain. The ancient Lizard King Degassi exerted every iota of his tremendous strength to further break the formation. The formation had already passed its breaking point from the goblin missiles, and the first crack spread like an errant spider web, reaching 6 of the 8 corners. The ancient Lizard King brought his massive presence crashing down on every corner of the octagonal magic formation. As each corner crumbled, Degassi's aura grew one bit stronger. There was a moment of silence when the last of the corners shattered, and Degassi erupted from underneath the thousands of pounds of rocks that had previously buried him. A mountain of corded muscle broke free from the rubble, accompanied by a roar that shook the earth and skies. The ancient Lizard King took a moment to beat his chest and stamp his feet, giving full vent to his innumerable years of accumulated resentment. Hanchuo, hiding within the tunnel, suddenly grew aghast. As each formation corner was destroyed, the presence of the ancient Lizard King had become one-notch corner. He had originally estimated the ancient Lizard King to be as powerful as the Lord of the Flames, but he had been badly mistaken. With the formation in ruins, it seemed his true ability was far more terrifying. The ancient magical formation not only confined his body, but also suppressed his power. I didn't expect this ancient Lizard King to be so powerful. It may be that only demigods could defeat him. Hanchuo was strangely terrified when he sensed the ancient Lizard King's power. The lizardmen next to him were gibbering rapidly with excitement, each with an extremely fervent expression. The lizardmen all kowtowed when they saw the ancient Lizard King's thick thighs pull free from the cracked ancient formation like towering old trees. Hanchuo no longer wanted to remain anywhere in the vicinity of this terrifying creature. He shot out from the tunnel that had been torn apart by the ancient Lizard King. At the same time, his sharp eyes caught sight of a small ground pangolin sneaking out. It was carefully avoiding the furious ancient Lizard King. Hanchuo felt something odd when he saw this incredibly small pangolin. The pangolin suddenly shape-shifted into a hawk and put on a burst of speed, clawing frantically at the air to move faster. Hanchuo instantly identified it to be Castle in disguise. Standing at the feet of the mountain-like ancient Lizard King, Hanchuo looked at the stunned invaders. He discovered that Castle was flying back to Celt's side, so he held off on dealing with him just yet. Both the two leaders of the invasion, Celt and Arlen, had oddly colored expressions on their faces. Their lips grew dry when they saw the enormous monster climb out of the ruins, at a loss of what to do next. "Human, didn't you say the creature feared flame and missiles? Why is the mountain gone, but he's still alive and well?" Arlen suddenly felt that he had been toyed with. Truth be told, if it wasn't for the Redbud Knights suffering a loss as big as his, he would have already thrown caution to the wind to attack Celt. Celt was also at a loss for words when confronted with the massive creature who was embroiled in venting its anger amidst wild howls. He weakly stammered, how would I know?" Castle flew over and shifted back to human form in a hurry. Before the two invaders could begin arguing again, he pointed at the nondescript figure that was Hanchuo, standing at the feet of the ancient Lizard King. Castle's face was black as he said, "It's him. He helped the old Lizard King escape. Otherwise, that big lizard would have definitely been finished." Only then did Celt, Arlen, and the Dark Elf matriarch Dana notice the inconspicuous Hanchuo. Celt and Dana immediately recognized Hanchuo. Their blood hatred of Hanchuo nearly sent them charging straight at him, regardless of the consequences, when they saw him. "It's him again. His name is Brian, a nobleman of the Lancelot Empire. I must personally kill him." Celt growled between gritted teeth, his eyes fixed on Hanchuo as he explained to Arlen. End of part 1 of the chapter. "I know him. He ruined our plans last time, or else we could have made the lizardmen suffer a great deal." The bewitching Dana was no different, screeching her fury as she pointed at Hanchuo. "You shameless, despicable little invaders! I'm going to rip you to shreds right now to appease my anger. The ancient lizard king finally took note of Selt and his band, causing the air to shake with his mental message. He threw his head back in a long roar to the heavens as he began to move towards them. The earth shook with each foot he stomped down with. Degasi moved several dozens of meters with each step as his colossal body moved with a speed that belied its size. He quickly caught up with the remnants of the invading army, flattening a group of heavy armor Red Bud Knights into meat paste as he made his way over to where Selt was. Degasi's 10-meter long tail writhed like it had a mind of its own. Several dozens of Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves were batted into the air like twigs with each swing. The massive body of the ancient Lizard King moved with an unparalleled presence, projecting an irresistible momentum. He made the earth tremble with each step, trampling several knights into the mud with each footfall. His tail was like a deadly weapon, snapping in the air with each step, reaping the lives of the knights and dark elves one by one. Selt and Arlen's underlings repeatedly fired magic spells at the ancient Lizard King's body. However, his huge, rock-like body seemed to possess an outstanding anti-magic effect. That level of attacks simply couldn't hurt him at all. Arrows, spears and lances couldn't pierce his durable body either. Only the two archers wielding strange bows next to Arlen could shoot out arrows possessing dark magic elements, penetrating his skin to leave a minor wound on the ancient Lizard King's body. It was a pity that that level of injury was like a mosquito bite to the ancient Lizard King. Their effects were minimal, incapable of hindering him as he ravaged their forces. More and more Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves were trampled into bits. What was even more horrifying was the ancient Lizard King's wondrous attacks. Waves and waves of strange, mental energy shot in all directions, even much more powerful now that the old ancient Lizard King was unsealed. It only took 2 of these attacks to heavily injure a Red Bud Knight, and 3 to kill one on the spot. The Dark Elves were even worse off. Each successful attack meant the death of a Dark Elf. The only exception was Arlen, who could rely on defensive magics to withstand the attacks. Retreat, we all need to retreat. Selt painfully gave a loud shout. He didn't take out his artifact Starry Sky. He knew that even if he did, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the ancient Lizard King with the power he currently possessed. That was why he decisively issued a retreat order. Needless to say, Arlen was absolutely out of his mind with terror, and just charged haphazardly. In his panic to survive, he even left Dana behind. It was a pity that Dana's strength didn't amount to much. In a moment of carelessness, she tripped when she was fleeing and saw a reddish-black mountain loom into view as she scrambled to her feet. That was the last thing she saw before she was flattened into meat paste. Following Degasi, Han Shuo happily had the Demon Slayer Edge absorb the power of the dead invaders. The Yin Demon was also closely observing Selt, waiting for the moment he lost focus to deliver a fatal blow. By this time, Cecilia had led her Dark Mantle team to the site of the battle. They had hardly reached the battle when the enormous figure of the ancient lizard revealed itself and shocked them silly. They stood at a distance, completely stunned by the turn of events. What is that thing? It's so big. The fire journeyman mage Chrissy even cheered with a look of joy and excitement. This must be the creature inside the magic crystal mine. Such strong undulations of power, it should be close to a rank 5 super rank magic creature. How could such a powerful creature appear in this lair? Cecilia couldn't help but exclaim in shock as she watched the mountainous ancient lizard king pursue Selt and Arlen. Brian, that's Brian! Emily also exclaimed. She had flown into the sky using her levitation skills, which allowed her to see further. She shouted loudly upon seeing Han Shuo next to the waist of ancient lizard king. Han Shuo had originally been near the ancient lizard king's waist. He flew up to the ancient lizard king's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Pointing at the panicked and escaping Selt and Arlen, he said, "These 2 fellows are the leaders. Kill them and you can avenge your children's deaths." Aouououou! Degasi once again let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound wave itself was like a terrifying weapon, turning the shrubs and leaves into dust. Damn it, I definitely won't forgive that despicable human. The noble dark elf Arlen had almost been injured by that sound wave, and couldn't help but curse when he heard Han Shuo egg the ancient lizard king onwards. Selt was well aware of how powerful Han Shuo was. He believed that even without the ancient lizard king in the picture, Han Shuo would have no trouble annihilating Arlen. Selt kept his mouth shut, sneering inwardly at Arlen while frantically searching for a path to escape. He just wanted to get away from this terrifying ancient lizard king as soon as possible. Degasi had killed more than 1,000 of Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves by then. Only a few hundreds were left of the invaders, and they were bolting in all directions. Not a single one dared to look back, let alone stop to catch their breath. So advised by Han Shuo, the ancient lizard king fixed his eyes on Selt and Arlen and no longer paid any heed to the small fry. His huge body seemed slow, but every step carried him dozens of meters. In addition, he was repeatedly using his presence to attack. The two fellows were being pursued miserably, as they hatefully cursed the instigator in their hearts. Their curses warmly greeted each and every one of Han Shuo's 18 generations of ancestors. It's really that brat, why is he together with that monster? Cecilia was floating next to Emily in the air using an unknown method, looking at Han Shuo sitting comfortably on the ancient lizard king's shoulder. Her heart was in turmoil and her feelings all disarray, as if jars of 5-spice powder had been upended. Cecilia actually hadn't found Han Shuo annoying in the beginning. On the contrary, she even somewhat appreciated his strength. However, Han Shuo had repeatedly gone against her, from the orc's shop in the Valley of Sunshine to this mission. He had never once let her conduct her business smoothly. This made Cecilia, having become one of the 3 heavyweights in the Dark Mantle at a young age, extremely furious. In her heart, she wanted to see Han Shuo fail. The more he failed, the happier she would feel. However, reality never pleased her. Earlier she learned from Chrissy that he had caused the loss of Selt's ear along with the green dragon. Now seeing him in high spirits with the big lizard chasing Selt, how was he failing as she'd wished? The mission to deal with Selt was originally theirs, but now that the lone Han Shuo had inserted himself, he'd interrupted their plan. He hadn't even seemed to exert himself at all, yet was able to force Selt into such a miserable state. This was an embarrassment for Cecilia, who'd spent so much time on Selt but was still helpless. Ah, it's really Brian, he is so handsome. Chrissy finally saw Han Shuo and couldn't help but yell. You little boy crazy girl, hurry up and shut your mouth. Don't lead that big lizard here. Fearing the lizard would come, Cecilia snapped at Chrissy. What one didn't want was obviously what one would get. The ancient lizard king didn't hear them, but the wicked Selt obviously did. He suddenly changed directions, leading the experts of the Red Bud Knights straight in their direction. Chapter 344. Chapter 344, Deathly Pursuit. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Not good, that blasted Selt. Everyone, be careful. Cecilia's pretty face paled when she saw Selt's sudden change in direction. Selt led the group of knights as well as Arlen and his dark elves in an about-face towards the stunned Cecilia. Master, that Brian is also a member of Dark Mantle. He won't dare to act impudently as long as we capture those women. Castle vigorously urged Selt along. The ancient lizard king's appearance and subsequent brutality had struck a deep chord of fear within him. If they're with Brian, we can use them to force him to submit. Selt responded tightly. He coldly rushed towards Cecilia as he drew Starry Sky from his space ring. From his position atop the old lizard king's shoulder, Han Shuo quickly identified Emily from afar. Since the Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves had made such a flashy mess of things, it was impossible to keep Dark Mantle in the dark. Their appearance at this juncture was well within Han Shuo's expectations. You can't let those ones leave alive, otherwise you can definitely expect this place to turn into a war zone in the near future. Han Shuo whispered urgently in the old lizard king's ear. His eyes were fixed on the two leaders, a murderous glint flashing through his eyes. I don't need you to remind me. The ancient Lizard King didn't bother with audible speech, letting his voice echo within Han Shuo's mind. At this point, the ancient Lizard King had left the corpses of more than 1,000 knights and dark elves in his wake as he rampaged through the combined army. The lucky survivors bolted in every direction, doing their damnedest to put as much distance as they could between them and the ferocious figure of the Lizard King. Suddenly, russet-colored light shone over the massive body of the ancient Lizard King. Astonishingly, his enormous body began to shrink, the light folding inwards. Still atop the Lizard King's shoulder, Han Shuo had front-row seats to witness this transformation. A quick mental message from the old Lizard King assuaged his worries. The Lizard King was simply transforming into his human form. Han Shuo leaped off his perch, hovering in the air. Dagaci's colossal body rapidly shrunk under the russet-colored light. The 20-meter-tall form of the prehistoric apex predator was replaced with a 170-centimeter-tall old man within 10 breaths. His face was flushed, and the only remnant of his previous form was a lizardman's tail extending from his spine. A red robe appeared out of nowhere, casually draping itself over him. Dagaci's transformation had actually resulted in such an earth-shattering change to his features. Nowhere could one see the behemoth that had slaughtered knights and elves like swatting flies in this small, normal-looking old man. He looked up to see Han Shuo hovering in the sky above him. He stretched, shouting in the human tongue, "Get your friends somewhere safe, I'm going to exact my blood price from those invaders." The old Lizard King had foregone mental transmission, instead using the common tongue. It seemed that the ancient magical formation that bound him had also sealed his ability to freely transform. Now that he could shift into a human form, he'd regained the ability to use the common human tongue. As he spoke, he lifted himself haltingly off the ground. His actions seemed a bit out of practice, seemingly searching for that familiarity he once had in the air, the sense he'd lost from being sealed underground for so long. Dagaci's reminder broke Han Shuo's fascination with the Lizard King's transformation. He looked up to see Selt and his group almost at Cecilia and her group's heels. Castle had taken the opportunity to shapeshift into his favorite great earthen bear, causing the ground to crack beneath his charge as he charged Cecilia. The noble dark elf Arlen gazed dumbstruck, eyes wide, at Castle's transformation. Turning his head, he caught sight of Starry Sky in Selt's hands. Apprehension grew in his heart as he remembered how arrogant he'd been in front of them earlier. He broke out in a cold sweat. Arlen had been rudely woken to the fact that his men's strength paled in comparison to that of the Redbud Knights during the ancient Lizard King's rampage earlier. With Starry Sky, he could admit that he was no longer Selt's match. Now that this druid subordinate had revealed a transformation skill that allowed him to turn into a great earthen bear, Arlen realized that if he'd really come to blows with Selt, he really would have been defeated miserably. While Arlen's heart trembled with fear, a different sort of emotion was rousing within Cecilia's heart. She cursed vehemently inside as she hovered in the air, shouting, "Move! Don't just stand there, Selt is coming!" Even in his current state, Selt was renowned as the leader of the Redbud Knights, one of the top 10 knight troops, across the profound continent. The loss of his green dragon didn't cause noticeable drop in his strength when he wielded Starry Sky. Cecilia may be one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, but she didn't specialize in combat. With little experience to draw on, seeing Selt and his band form a charge immediately caused her to panic. "Annoying women, don't expect to leave here alive today!" Selt shouted. Starry Sky started to emit a blinding light as his charge turned into a full assault. It was like the stars had descended on the entire underground world. Off to the side, the great earthen bear Castle also mounted his own assault to pressure Cecilia and her band. In the face of this twin onslaught, a crimson light suddenly streaked through the sky. Even as it sped through the sky, its point rapidly coalesced into a dense orb of bloodlust. The blood-colored orb of light began to rapidly spin, as its slivers began to rattle in warning. The enormous ball of prickly, crimson light shook as it continued to rapidly rotate in midair. Han Shuo had finally unleashed the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts. The wails of weeping ghosts and howling wolves accompanied the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts as it shot out from the demon slayer edge. It careened through the air towards Castle's great earthen bear form. He was on the verge of lashing out in a powerful blow against Emily when he sensed the dense aura of killing intent locking onto him from behind. Quick as thought, Castle changed targets, skidding to a stop as he turned to face the scarlet orb that was screaming through the air towards him. Emily was no slouch. She quickly harnessed her levitation skills to throw herself out of harm's way. Her dark hair danced in the wind as she chanted under her breath, magic staff in hand. Two massive hands of death appeared in mid-air, swiping at Castle's transformed feet. Castle has zeroed in on Han Chuo's Demon Slayer edge as the biggest threat, and didn't expect Emily to launch a counterattack mid-retreat. Both of his feet were firmly grabbed by her two hands of death. There was no time left to try and pry himself loose. Castle could only grit his teeth and use his front claws to catch the spinning scarlet orb. The crimson light rotated madly in the bear's claws, fiery sparks shooting out from its palms as the bear stamped his feet in agony. After depleting 30% of its energy reserves in that one attack against Castle, the Demon Slayer edge once again turned into a streak of red light and returned to Han Chuo, leaving behind the wailing Castle with his two mangled bear arms. Emily suddenly decided to not pursue Celt and Dark Elf Arlen either as she sped further away. Boom! A strong force smashed down from the sky, abruptly trampling the 10 meters tall bear into the ground. Dozens of attacking force waves simultaneously invaded Castle's body. He bled profusely from his nose and mouth, his body shrinking back into human form. The one who'd attacked Castle from above was indeed the ancient lizard king Degassi, who descended from a red dot in the middle of the sky to land next to Castle. "You are one of the main perpetrators, how could I let you escape?" Degassi was still using the form of a ruddy old man, so he stomped right on Castle's head. Castle's skull shattered like a rotten watermelon with a crunching sound. End of part 1 of the chapter. On the other side, Cecilia and the Dark Mantle members were desperately trying to evade Celt and Arlen's pursuit. The latter two were obviously unaware of Han Chuo and Cecilia's dubious relationship. The only reason Han Chuo had rushed over was to rescue Emily. He didn't care for the rest, and he watched Cecilia's group fleeing without offering a helping hand. Only when he saw the fire journeyman mage Chrissy almost caught by a Red Bud Knight's killing move did Han Chuo make a move, blocking the attack for her. He shouted from afar, "Chrissy, come over to my side. I will keep you safe. Brian, hurry and help Mistress Cecilia. Hurry." Chrissy seemed to care very much for Cecilia. She didn't run to Han Chuo, instead disregarding her own safety to ask him to save Cecilia. Emily was not too far away from Han Chuo at this moment. Knowing the grudge between him and Cecilia, her elegant black brows furrowed. She didn't say anything to persuade him, flying directly to Cecilia instead. Standing proudly in the air, Han Chuo saw Emily flying to Cecilia without another word. He couldn't help but let out a low curse before rushing after her. He couldn't care less whether Cecilia lived or died. Emily, however, was his woman. He absolutely didn't want anything to happen to her. In actuality, Emily was secretly paying attention to Han Chuo's actions. A sweet feeling surged in her heart when she saw him fly after her. She knew Han Chuo had only followed to ensure her safety. He still wouldn't interfere even if Cecilia was in grave danger. Celt was busily pursuing Cecilia, but Arlen saw Emily fly over. He immediately gave an order to the two dark elven archers behind him. The archers raised their bows and aimed at Emily, magical fluctuations coming into existence around the arrowheads. The black magic scepter in Arlen's hand waved once as he chanted a spell in the dark elven tongue. An enormous black python formed from dark elements slithered out from the magic scepter. It shook its head and tail and sprang towards Emily, its blood maw gaping open. "You want to die?" Han Chuo roared, the demon slayer edge flying out of his right hand. Bloody light exploded out right in the middle of the enormous python. The demon slayer edge was like a bloody mire, a terrifying suction force devouring everything around it. Even the air was no exception as the vacuum force began to increase. The black python was helpless in the face of such a power and was sucked in whole. The two archers next to Arlen couldn't resist either. They shrieked, but simply couldn't control their bodies and were involuntarily sucked into the mire. The archers, along with the surrounding gravel and plants, whirled into the air, heading straight onto the mire created by the demon slayer edge. Arlen's soul seemed to have fled his body in his fright. He decisively stabbed the black magic scepter into the ground, tightly holding onto it with one hand. He took out a dark magic scroll with another hand. He quickly drew something on the scroll, and a mass of black mist rose from it to wrap around his body. Many gas beings that resembled Arlen formed from the black mist, sent flying with the slightest gust of wind. These gaseous beings twisted like leaves in the wind, but they didn't seem affected by the demon slayer edge's suction force. Soon, they were drifting further and further away, about to vanish into the distance. However, Arlen had obviously forgotten about the existence of the old lizard king Degasi. He'd been observing the changes in the scene without making a move. All of a sudden, he shot dozens of force waves underground. A mournful cry came from the depths of the earth. When he heard it was indeed Arlen's scream, Degasi cackled and murmured, "You despicable dark elves still dare to try and flee in my presence. Degasi, what are you just standing there for? Killing them was your responsibility, when did it shift to me?" Han Chuo had long seen that the ancient lizard king had taken the position of a bystander, watching with an eye of interest. He couldn't help but yell loudly when he sensed Arlen being killed underground. "Funny little human fellow, you alone seem capable of handling them. I'll just act as your assistant." Degasi had suddenly developed an interest in Han Chuo, continuing, "I've lived for countless years, but this is the first time I'm coming across something like your combat style. This cultivation method of yours seems rather special, so I'm waiting to see how many more miraculous areas there are to you." Degasi was very powerful, and naturally his eyesight was rather sharp. He only needed a little bit of time to realize that Han Chuo's magic cultivation didn't resemble fighting aura nor follow the tenets of magical elements. He'd never seen anything like it in his life. As a result, Degasi was immediately interested in Han Chuo, and decided to see what depths this human had. This was why he hadn't hurried to go on the offensive. Hearing his words, Han Chuo snorted coldly, "If so, then just watch." Han Chuo moved like lightning to Emily's side as his words fell on Degasi's ears, grabbing her waist and stopping her from flying. He then shouted to Salt, "Salt, chasing those people is useless. I don't care if they die. If you don't run away, you'll be dead without a doubt. Are you crazy?" Salt, who was diligently chasing Cecilia and her team, almost vomited blood in anger upon hearing Han Chuo's words. He looked back and saw no trace of Arlen, just Han Chuo standing there with a mocking look. Han Chuo appeared to have no intention of saving those people. He obviously wasn't joking. "Damned castle, giving me false information." Salt spat out a low curse. He took a moment to think, and quit chasing Cecilia. He gathered the remnants of his Redbud Knights and forged a path deep into the bushes. "Emily, how did that Cecilia become one of the Dark Mantle's 3 heavyweights? Her strength can't compare with Candide or your brother Ami's." Han Chuo asked Emily in surprise when he saw that Cecilia only knew how to duck and weave. Han Chuo's jeering had forced Salt to give up on chasing Cecilia. Emily struggled out of his embrace in embarrassment when she saw Cecilia was safe and sound. She timidly looked around, slowly floating down before finally replying to Han Chuo, who was still closely following her. "Sister Cecilia doesn't specialize in fighting. Moreover, her grandfather is one of the oldest veterans of Dark Mantle, and is also the only sacred magus of the Empire. You've even met him before." Han Chuo was stunned by her words. He exclaimed, "No wonder. I thought her power was too weak for her to hold this position at such a young age. She has so many strange magic artifacts, so it's all thanks to her sacred magus grandfather." "Oh right, I don't remember meeting any sacred magus, where have I met him? You aren't kidding me, are you? Of course not, but I can't tell you who he is since it's a rule. Anyway, you'll definitely meet him after you reach a certain rank in Dark Mantle. Emily smiled delicately and said, seemingly amused at Han Chuo's confused expression. Her grandfather, I have met him. Han Chuo's thoughts raced. When he came up empty-handed after a moment, he no longer spared effort thinking about it. You little brat, you're definitely a scoundrel of the first degree, making an old man like me take action myself. The old Lizard King's voice rolled in waves from behind. Han Chuo then saw a red shadow shoot through the air in Celt's direction. Right, Celt has an artifact and a space ring, we still need to take a look. Han Chuo suddenly remembered the wealth that Celt carried. He hurriedly pulled Emily along and flew towards the two. The Earth Elite zombie was still deep underground, following Han Chuo's orders. It tunneled towards Arlen's corpse, ready to strip him bare of his valuables. As for Castle, whose head had been crushed by Degassi, Han Chuo couldn't care less. The druids worshipped nature and didn't like to collect wealth. The traitor Castle hadn't had any opportunities to collect magic crystal ores, and Han Chuo hadn't seen a space ring on his hands either. Obviously, he wasn't a generous sort. Chapter 345. Chapter 345, Rank 5 Demigod Existence. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. The power of ancient Lizard King Degassi was indeed horrifying. By the time Han Chuo and Emily arrived, he was kicking Celt around like a ball. Celt's thick armor was far more durable and solid than ordinary armor. However, under Degassi's blows, they dented like scrap metal. The sounds of bones cracking echoed from Celt's body. The Redbud Knights were extremely loyal to Celt. They fearlessly went up against Degassi, launching an offensive to buy enough time for Celt to escape. Unfortunately, the power gap was too large. Degassi didn't even need to use that much force to disembowel more than a dozen knights with explosions, killing them on the spot. The fighting aura from their swords and spears simply weren't enough to cause the ancient Lizard King any harm. Maybe if Celt had been one rank higher, combining the strength of a divine knight and his artifact Starry Sky, he might have been able to pose a threat to Degassi. However, it appeared he would never have this opportunity. His body had just crumpled to the ground when it was firmly stepped on by Degassi. A crunching sound resounded, and one last footprint was now imprinted on his chest. His internal organs splattered open with the impact, blood overflowing from the footprint. Celt's eyes rolled upwards as he lost all signs of life. The cosmic light imbuing the starry sky dulled after Celt's death. The weapon lay quietly amongst the bushes. It didn't have any of the characteristics of a divine artifact. Flying over with Emily, Han Chuo's eyes were shining as he stared at Starry Sky, and he shot forward without a word. However, before he could lay hands on it, the artifact lying in the bush suddenly flew into Degassi's hand. What? You want this thing? Degassi looked at Han Chuo and asked, shaking the Starry Sky in his hand a bit. Han Chuo nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He gave a dry laugh. I do want it. I see the weapon in your hand is even more ferocious than this one, aren't you a little greedy? The transformed Degassi wasn't a monster without emotion anymore. On the contrary, he was very human as he spoke to Han Chuo with a teasing tone. I don't need that sword, but I have a very good friend. If they can use that sword, their strength will improve by a lot. Han Chuo relaxed, squinting at the joking Degassi. Humph, it's for that chit Phoebe, isn't it? Han Chuo had been anxious to get to Starry Sky earlier, so he'd shot ahead and left Emily behind. She used her levitation skills and floated to his side, her delicate face obviously expressing some anger. Hearing Emily's words and seeing her jealous appearance, Han Chuo didn't know what to say and just stood there, smiling dryly. This sword is indeed not bad, but I killed Celt, so it should belong to me. The ancient Lizard King Degassi looked at Han Chuo with a smile on his face. He only continued when he saw the latter nod his head, but this sword is of no use to me. If you really want it, I can give it to you. As long as you agree to some of my conditions, I will also give you that human space ring as well." Hearing that there was still room for negotiation in the ancient Lizard King's words, Han Chuo was startled as he asked, "Tell me about the conditions first." Degasi was in no rush to speak. He swished his tail towards Selt, and the latter's space ring flew into his hand. Degasi glanced at the ring caught in his hand, and waves of strange energy surged into the ring. With a snapping sound, the ring's magical boundary was forcibly destroyed. Degasi explored Selt's ring a little, then squinted and laughed cheerfully at Han Chuo. "Lots of good stuff inside, HMM. An estimated value of at least 1,000,000 gold coins. This fellow was quite the money maker." Han Chuo's heart itched with greed when he heard Degasi's words. However, the latter still hadn't stated his conditions, so Han Chuo also wasn't in a hurry to ask. He stared at Degasi as he waited, knowing the latter would definitely bring up his conditions in a moment. "All of the magic crystal ores below the Gourd Mountain, plus this priceless divine artifact and the wealth inside this space ring, they can all belong to you if you promise me a few things." After taking a deep breath, Degasi stated his conditions to Han Chuo. "Name it." Han Chuo said simply. "First, protect the lizardmen in my stead as long as you're alive. Moreover, if we have the chance to meet again, I hope you will agree to one more condition. I will not say what it is for the time being, but you have to agree to it." Degasi looked at Han Chuo and said solemnly. "With you here, who would dare to touch the lizardmen? As long as you are willing to spend some time in the underground world, this layer can easily be dominated by the lizardmen. Why would you need my help then?" Surprised, Han Chuo couldn't help but give voice to his doubts. Shaking his head, the ancient Lizard King heaved a long sigh and said, "I cannot stay in the underground world. Otherwise, it may directly lead to the genocide of my children. There are some things you can't understand now. Maybe the next time you meet, you'll understand. Wait for me to talk to my children, then I will leave to take revenge on the one who imprisoned me. Perhaps we will never have the chance to meet again, as I'm likely to face death. However, if we do meet a next time, I think your strength would far surpass now. By then, if I haven't yet died, you may be able to help me." The power of ancient Lizard King was even greater than that of the Lord of the Flames. Han Chuo couldn't even imagine the kind of people or creatures that could kill him. Degasi seemed ready for death, and Han Chuo didn't know how his future self could help him. However, for Han Chuo, the immediate benefits at hand significantly outweighed his future worries. Therefore, he only hesitated a little, then nodded readily in agreement. "I will help you take care of the lizardmen as long as I'm alive. However, my ability is limited, and I can only try my best. On the other hand, next time we meet, I hope your condition won't be too difficult to achieve." "Haha, good, very good." The ancient Lizard King laughed loudly. He didn't make Han Chuo swear a solemn vow to the gods. He readily threw Starry Sky and Selt's space ring to Han Chuo, saying, "I believe you. Let's go, I'll help you get the magic crystal ores and settle matters with my children." Han Chuo held the space ring and checked it with his consciousness. He was immediately dazzled by the wealth inside. There were all kinds of translucent, sparkling crystals of different colors and piles of gold, silver and beautiful jade. Selt must have plundered them from the Golden Dragon or the underground world. Aside from that, there were weapons and equipment that had the distinct aura of magic elements. They must have been forged by a great alchemist and were items of priceless value. There were also 3 ownerless crystal cards of 100,000 gold coins. Anyone could directly withdraw money from these cards. Just as Degasi had said, the total value of Selt's space ring was at least 1,000,000 gold coins. If Phoebe sold this large number of crystals, gold, silver, and jade, they'd possibly be worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins. "All right, I'll go with you," Han Chuo said. However, he hesitated a little upon seeing the dead bodies littered over the ground, the weapons and armor of the dead Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves are very good. They may even have more gold coins in their pockets. If you don't mind, can I loot them all before we leave? A deep laugh bubbled out of Degassi. He was about to agree when his eyes brightened suddenly. He said, "Those armors aren't suitable for my children because of their body structures, but the weapons can be used. How about the armor and the other items to you, but the weapons to my children? What do you say?" "No problem." Han Chuo readily agreed, then laughed, and said, "Wait a moment, I'll collect these things quickly." Han Chuo took out the bone staff when he finished speaking, chanting a spell. Rows of white skeletal warriors walked out from thin air, scattering out like snowflakes and collecting the equipment and valuables on Han Chuo's orders. While Han Chuo took out the bone staff, the ancient lizard king Degassi suddenly shot forward like lightning, screeching to a halt in front of Han Chuo, his eyes fixed on the bone staff. His expression was in absolute contrast to the relaxed one he had on before. Han Chuo was scared stiff by this drastic change. Seeing the old ancient lizard king staring strangely at his bone staff, he hurriedly withdrew it. Taking a step back while feeling somewhat guilty, he asked, "What's the matter?" After Han Chuo put away the bone staff, all of Degassi's surprise and attention refocused on him instead. Han Chuo felt a bit uneasy by that shocked look, not knowing what was running through Degassi's mind. The old ancient lizard king finally broke the tense silence with a loud laugh. "Little fellow, it seems we do have some shared fortune. Do you know the origin of that bone staff?" Han Chuo was dumbfounded. He looked at the ancient lizard king in shock, gingerly asking, "Could it be that you know?" "Heh, looks like you don't know anything about it. That bone staff belonged to my previous master. Do you want to know its secrets?" The ancient lizard king asked Han Chuo, looking somewhat excited. "Your previous master?" Han Chuo was shocked, then exclaimed, "You're from the Calamity Church." "Calamity Church? What kind of organization is that? I've never heard of it." The ancient lizard king replied with a frown, then sighed, "Since the bone staff is now in your hands, my master is either dead, or not on this plane. I wonder where the master is now, ai." When he heard that Degassi didn't know anything about the Calamity Church, Han Chuo thought for a bit then asked, "Just what realm are you? How long have you lived?" "I was already following master when I was just a mutated lizard. I'm currently a rank 5 super rank magic creature. As for how long I have lived, even I myself don't remember clearly. I only know that I have been sealed here for about 5,000 years." Degassi explained to Han Chuo with a smile. His attitude toward the latter was even more cordial than before. "An old monster indeed!" Han Chuo secretly exclaimed. No wonder he didn't know about the Calamity Church. The Calamity Church had less than 1,000 years of history. It wouldn't be strange for the ancient lizard king to not know of them. It appeared the origin of this bone staff was even more ancient than the Calamity Church knew, and had deeper connections than just the Calamity Church. "Can you tell me about the abilities of the bone staff as well as its origin?" When it came to the secrets of the bone staff, Han Chuo could only hope to slowly uncover the fog that surrounded it. He very much wanted to learn what secrets it held. "Heh, when you figure out all the mysteries of the bone staff, you will naturally come to understand the matter of 5,000 years ago. Whether Master died on this plane or has already left it, Master has definitely left an explanation of everything inside the bone staff. As long as you completely grasp the staff, it will tell you everything you want to know. Me telling you is useless, and what I know can't be as detailed as what Master has left inside the staff. You should figure it out on your own." Just like that necromancy archmage wolf, the ancient lizard king didn't directly tell Han Chuo the secrets of the bone staff. He only left some clues for Han Chuo to use in digging out the truth on his own. "You've reached the strength of a 5th rank creature. Isn't that the same as a demigod? Who else in this world could be more powerful than you?" While inwardly criticizing the ancient lizard king for not straight out telling him everything, Han Chuo suddenly remembered the ancient lizard king's words earlier. I may seem powerful in the profound continent, but I can tell you, this continent is not as simple as you see it to be. Here, there's no lack of beings like me. If the powerful existences from 5,000 years ago are still around in the profound continent, then even more terrifying beings than me definitely exist. You should take precautions. Degasi looked deeply at Hanchuo, reminding him carefully. Hanchuo was once again shocked by these words. The most powerful presences in the various human countries only stood at the sacred rank. Hanchuo had never heard of any existences surpassing the demigods. If he hadn't met Degasi here, he would never have known that his continent had a rank 5 super rank magic creature on par with demigods. As far as Hanchuo knew, Degasi's level of power allowed him the freedom to do whatever he wished on the profound continent. But, his words didn't have a trace of arrogance. Far from it, in fact, it actually seemed to hold a hint of trepidation when talking about those existences more powerful than him on the profound continent. If Degasi was already a rank 5 super rank magic creature with power equivalent to a demigod, then those that were even more powerful than him, how shockingly terrifying would they be? Were they gods? This was something Hanchuo simply couldn't imagine at his level. His mind was a mess thanks to Degasi's words. When the bunch of skeletal warriors finished collecting the spoils of battle, he cast the issue to the back of his mind and said, "Who cares about those powerful beings? I just need to do my job well. I'm only a small character. Heh, I won't get in any conflict with them. It's not up to you to decide anymore since you hold the bone staff." Degasi sighed in his heart, but he didn't speak it out. He looked at Hanchuo with emotion, as if looking as his master. He hadn't known of his master's fate for the thousands of years they'd been apart. A strange light sparkled in his eyes. "Brian, should I go with you?" Emily had listened for a while and was similarly perplexed. When she saw Cecilia and the others who had escaped Celt slowly approach, she hurriedly maintained a distance from Hanchuo to avoid raising any suspicion. This time, Hanchuo also saw Cecilia and the others walk over. They were obviously afraid of the ancient lizard king Degasi's existence. Their postures were as unassuming as they could be, fearing the latter's displeasure. Chapter 346 Chapter 346, Collecting the Spoils of War. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Hanchuo was in no rush to leave. When Emily saw Cecilia and the Dark Mantle members slowly making their way over, she felt like she needed to be a bit cautious, maintaining an appropriate distance from Hanchuo to avoid rousing suspicion. After all, Emily was the daughter-in-law of the Betteridge family. No matter what she felt towards Hanchuo in private, they couldn't let outsiders know of it. Be it Emily or Hanchuo, that particular bit of information would only bring them unnecessary troubles in the foreseeable future. After he saw the bone staff in Hanchuo's hand, ancient lizard king Degasi's attitude towards the latter had grown considerably better. His long years of life had also seemingly forged an incredible level of patience. His expression remained unchanged as he watched Cecilia and the others slowly inch their way over. "I can just take care of these people if you think they're in the way, it won't take me too long," Degasi casually remarked. A wicked grin crossed his face as he saw their timid approach. Degasi's attitude towards Cecilia and the others could only be described as extreme contempt. He wasn't afraid to let them overhear his conversation with Hanchuo. For a demigod existence like himself, Cecilia's group were no different than ants, an eyesore that only needed a flick of a limb to eradicate. Cecilia and her team had only approached the group because they saw Hanchuo and Emily getting along well with the ancient lizard king. Cecilia's face blanched when she heard Degasi's offer. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and stare nervously at Hanchuo. "No need, they are my colleagues." Hanchuo's answer allowed Cecilia to heave a sigh of relief. But only when she saw the ancient lizard king nod at Hanchuo did she slowly walk over to their side. She first nodded at Emily and then spoke to Degasi, "Powerful being, I am of the Lancelot Empire and in charge of dealing with the enemy this time. I I have no interest in your words. Degassi interrupted before Cecilia could make much headway, let alone finish. Puny human girl, those who dared to invade lie dead. Whatever happens in this area is under my control, and the underground world is not a place for you humans to set foot in. I won't kill you since you are his colleagues, but if you value this temporary amnesty, I hope you leave this world as quickly as possible. Cecilia was about to say more, but was quickly stopped by Emily. All right, little sister Cecilia, as far as I can see, we've successfully completed our mission. Even if it wasn't exactly due to our actions, the name of the Redbud Knights will no longer be spoken on this continent. We should definitely leave. We've accomplished a great deed here. Emily desperately winked to signal Cecilia while saying this. Cecilia was no fool, she caught Emily's signal and nodded. She then turned to Han Chuo and said bitterly, I know you spent a lot of effort on this, and I will report it in detail to the higher UPS. However, our private grudge isn't over. Shrugging, Han Chuo smiled blandly, whatever you want. Han Chuo didn't care, but the Lizard King immediately rolled his eyes upon hearing that they had a private grudge. A mass of energy as weighty as a mountain emanated from his body, rapidly spreading out. The ancient Lizard King didn't even need to transform into his massive appearance to bring pressure down on Cecilia and her group. I think I'll still help you kill them. She and you seem to have some grudges. If they never leave the underground world, your words will simply become truth. Then, all your problems will be solved. How about that? The Lizard King loudly laughed and looked at Han Chuo as he offered his help once again. His powerful presence alone made Cecilia feel great discomfort. Han Chuo felt no goodwill towards Cecilia, however it wasn't to the point of wanting to take her life. Moreover, the relationship between Emily and Cecilia was very good, so Han Chuo couldn't kill her in front of Emily. Therefore, he again shook his head, they're my colleagues. Although there are some misunderstandings, we are not enemies. Just let them leave. As Degassi took back his aura, the sweating Cecilia and her team were able to resume their regular breathing. This time, Cecilia didn't wait for Emily's wink before she turned around without another word. As she left, she glanced back at Han Chuo and whispered a sentence, "Thank you." Cecilia understood in her heart that if Han Chuo hadn't stopped him, Degassi, who had killed enough Redbud Knights and Dark Elves to form a river of blood, would definitely have exterminated them all with a single gesture. Although she still had some negative opinions about Han Chuo, he'd definitely saved her life this time. Even if she didn't want to thank her in the depths of her heart, she still had to. Unconsciously, Cecilia's resentment for Han Chuo had dissolved a bit. Her heart was full of doubt. She didn't understand how Han Chuo could forge a relationship with such a powerful creature, or how he could make the ancient Lizard King listen to his words so easily. Her mind flashed as she suddenly remembered something else. As she left with Emily, Cecilia pulled on Emily's arm when no one was next to them and asked in a low, suspicious voice, "Are you with that Brian?" Emily's heart pounded, her cheeks uncontrollably flared with red. She pretended to calmly tell off Cecilia, "What nonsense are you sprouting? I only worked with him on a couple of occasions and developed a friendship." "Is that so?" Cecilia stared at Emily, puzzled. "It feels odder the more I think about it. Brian's relationship with me is selfish and unfriendly. He shouldn't have helped us last time Castle pursued us. I only discovered later that it was because of you, big sister. It's the same this time. He went to the underground world, going through Chrissy just to look for you. He protected only you in the fight before, even that big lizard didn't target you with his murderous intent. I know that Brian is no saint. I kept wondering what kind of relationship you two have to make him so concerned about you. I think he only did so because he loves you, isn't that right, big sister Emily?" "Of course not. What are you guessing madly for? It's just that he wasn't as powerful before and I saved his life once. That's why he's helping me now. You can stop spouting random nonsense now." Emily strongly denied everything with all her might. She knew that she had to deny things no matter what, or the outcome wouldn't be good for either Han Shuo or her. Big sister Emily, look at yourself, why do you still not admit to things? Cecilia stared at Emily in surprise. Her hand rose, holding a small mirror in front of the latter's face. In the mirror, Emily's face was embarrassed and red with a secret delight, an unconscious response to when Cecilia said Han Shuo only did what he did because he loved her. Emily couldn't help the feelings in her heart from showing on her face. Looking at this bashful and flushing appearance, no one would believe her if she said she had nothing to do with Han Shuo. Seeing that Cecilia's face showed absolute confidence in her theory of Emily and Han Shuo's intimate relationship, Emily softly sighed and said, "Little sister Cecilia, I do have some goodwill towards him. However, you know my situation. I'm the widow of the Betteridge family, and my age is greater than his. Even if I harbor affection for him, he won't bother with me. My identity dooms me to be forever avoided by men, I. Emily heaved and sighed pitifully. Hearing her explain, Cecilia was stunned and came to a sudden realization. To think her big sister Emily's love for Brian was one-sided. Her thoughts spun to a close, and seeing Emily's desolate expression, she hastily spoke, "Big sister Emily, I'm sure this Brian is far from ordinary. With his strength, sooner or later he will grasp immense power. You know that as long as he has enough power, nothing is impossible for him in the Lancelot Empire, rest assured. By then we will also have my grandpa, he can help you too." Emily was genuinely touched upon hearing Cecilia's words, and the last sentence in particular made her heart rejoice. Cecilia's grandfather held a distinguished identity in the Lancelot Empire. If she and Han Shuo were determined to be together in the future, things would go a lot smoother with the old man's help. "Really? If Brian and I can be together, you'll ask your grandfather to help me?" Emily asked, feeling happy in her heart. "Of course, Grandpa dotes on me the most. If I'm willing to help you, he'll help too," Cecilia proudly replied. "Then I'll have to thank you in advance." Emily was overjoyed. "Hee, us sisters shouldn't be so polite. Right, tell me about how you saved that cocky brat previously. Now I'm very interested in his matters." Cecilia snickered. While the two women leading the Dark Mantle members away, Han Shuo also crammed all the weapons, armor, and money bags that had been sorted out by the skeletal warriors into his space ring. His space ring could only hold a part of them, the rest was stuffed into Celt's space ring. Han Shuo remembered the space ring of the Fire Grand Magus Marceau in the end. He conveniently asked the old Lizard King Degassi to break its magical enchantment brand and harvested roughly 300,000 gold coins from it. There were also some valuable magical equipment, the most precious of which being a strange tent. The tent looked as if it could only accommodate 2 or 3 people, however, when Han Shuo actually went inside, he discovered that the space was much wider than he'd imagined. It was divided into 3 levels, with 100 rooms of various sizes. Each room was clean and brightly decorated, luxurious carpets covering the floor. There were several magic laboratories containing magical equipment on the top level, along with a library on fire magic. There were even 2 storage rooms with a number of fire-attributed magical items. This should be the place where Marceau normally carried out magic experiments. The unassuming tent had turned out to be a valuable space treasure, the area inside no smaller than Han Shuo's residence in the city of Brettel. This magical tent was definitely created by the combined effort of a space sacred magister and a grand alchemist. The accommodations of this tent was even much larger than that of the space ring. More importantly, when used for traveling in the wilderness, hundreds of adventurers could stay in it when this tent was set up. For mercenaries who often went out for missions, this kind of space treasure was of a value that was comparable to a divine artifact. This thing is no artifact, but its practical value is even greater than one. If you want, it can sell for at least 300,000 gold coins. The ancient Lizard King told Han Shuo after understanding the tent's marvelous ability. "Such a magical treasure comparable to a divine artifact, I won't be selling it. It's better to keep for my own use. Han Shuo replied to the ancient lizard king. After stripping all the dead knights and dark elves of their valuables, Han Shuo and the ancient lizard king Degasi returned to the ruins of the gourd-shaped mountain. Thanks to the Earth Elite Zombie, a tunnel leading out of the underground space had been dug, and all of the lizardmen filed out through it. Where is our great true god? The leader with the longest tail anxiously asked as soon as Han Shuo and the old lizard king Degasi arrived. Pointing at Degasi in human form, his long tail swishing through the air, Han Shuo smiled and explained, "Isn't that him?" Hearing Han Shuo's words, the lizardmen appeared somewhat horrified as they looked at the ancient lizard king. Only when they felt a familiar presence from him did they feel relief and submit. Under the orders of their leader, the lizardmen kowtowed towards Degasi, their mouths rapidly speaking in lizardman tongue. The old lizard king was no longer bound by the ancient magical formation in his human form. He also rumbled forth in gibberish, conversing with the lizardmen in gratification. Han Shuo didn't understand a thing, but refrained from speaking. He just stood there with a dry look. The Earth Elite Zombie stood there for a while after leading the lizardman out and watched the bunch while crudely touching its head. It was even somewhat frightened of the ancient lizard king. Sensing the latter's powerful presence, it silently went to Han Shuo's side, pulling the corner of his clothes as it sent him a message, "Is there anything else, ah? If not, let me go back." Han Shuo was dumbfounded as he looked at the Earth Elite Zombie who'd just sent a message to him. He had yet to open his mouth to speak when on the other side, the ancient lizard king's attention had been caught by the Earth Elite Zombie. He was stupefied, and asked in disbelief, Did this zombie warrior just communicate with you?" I think so." Han Shuo replied. He was also inwardly a little shocked. The Earth Elite Zombie could originally communicate with him, but only in the form of listening and obeying orders. The messages had also been simple reports of the fights, unlike now when it expressed its own opinion. It appeared that, unwittingly, the Earth Elite Zombie was gradually developing an autonomy like the little skeleton. This also showed that it was getting stronger and stronger, otherwise it couldn't have developed its own ideas so quickly. If I didn't hear wrong, he wanted to take the initiative to return to the necromancy dimension. He is your summoned creature, but also has his own consciousness. The ancient lizard king couldn't suppress his wonder. He could also sense the message sent by the Earth Elite Zombie to Han Shuo. He is different from other ordinary undead creatures. You've also seen it, he can utilize the power of Earth to move freely underground and create tunnels. Hehe, this has to do with my magical cultivation. I can use this art to alter the summoned undead. It not only gives them higher intellect, but also more power and even the ability to evolve. For some unknown reason, Han Shuo had a favorable impression of the Lizard King. He could feel the latter's passion and trust in him and understood in his heart that he wouldn't harm Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo answered without concealing anything. Unbelievable. Unbelievable indeed. Even my master couldn't bestow undead creatures with intelligence and the ability to evolve. It seemed your techniques are even more incredible than I'd imagined. Degasi exclaimed. Hehe, I also think this art is amazing. I believe that once I break through again, I may possess power on par with yours. Han Shuo confidently said. He remembered that Chu Kenglan earlier could traverse the moon at the Nine Changes realm. He also understood that the carnal realm would definitely increase his power tenfold, or even 100-fold. Very good. I look forward to our next meeting. If I'm still alive then, we will definitely have the chance to meet. Maybe you really can help me at that time. Degasi said contentedly. He turned back to the lizardman and resumed his quick gibberish. After the lizardman leader listened to Degasi's words, he turned to Han Shuo and said respectfully, From now on, us lizardmen of the underground world will follow your instructions. Chapter 347. Chapter 347, Becoming a Dark Sun Envoy. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo stayed deep in the underground for several days. With the help of ancient lizard king Degasi, he collected the magic crystal ores deep within the underground. Han Shuo exited the Gourd Mountain ruins when his space ring couldn't hold any more. This trip to the underground world had bestowed him with rich harvest. Not only was Selt dead, but Han Shuo had even won the friendship of the lizardmen. Han Shuo's space ring was also filled to the brim. He'd looted the Red Bud Knights thoroughly, as well as the wealth that Selt had accumulated over many years, and some of Arlen's magic equipment as well. The total harvest, if converted to gold coins, would amount to more than 2 million. Alright, I will nave the underground world for now and collect the rest of the ores next time I come back. I'll also bring more weapons for you in my next visit, so you can resist the Dark Elves' invasion. Han Shuo said to the lizardman leader. Next time you come, I should already have left this underground world. I hope for the chance for us to meet again. I also hope you can take care of them for me. Degasi reminded as he looked at Han Shuo about to leave. Rest assured, I will help you take care of them. Han Shuo agreed with a vow. In the past couple of days, Degasi had been like a kind elder, imparting Han Shuo with many interesting things. Han Shuo had unconsciously developed favorable impression of Degasi. Now as he was about to leave, he actually felt somewhat reluctant. From Degasi words, Han Shuo knew that this time the old lizard didn't simply intend on leaving the underground world, he seemed to want to depart the plane containing the profound continent. Degasi only glossed over some of the deeper secrets and didn't tell Han Shuo much. Han Shuo couldn't understand the thoughts of the demigods, so he didn't pursue things to the end by asking too many questions. He only faintly understood that the power of Degasi's enemy was just as much terrifying. Han Shuo's farewell to Degasi was cool, calm and didn't drag on. He didn't remain in the underground world after leaving the area. Ge followed the old road back to the surface by using his astounding memory. Han Shuo didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary along the way. He occasionally met a few attempts of others' races wanting to rob him and used heavy-handed methods to kill them instead. He easily made his way back to the dark forest. Having stayed in the underground world for more than 10 days, Han Shuo felt a comfortable sensation as if he was being reborn when he saw the sun shining above his head. The warm sunlight shone down, lifting his mood into an extremely happy state. The dark forest was rich with lush green trees mixed with exotic plants. Fragrance overflowed in the warm spring light and permeated the heart with a peacefulness that refreshed the mind. Han Shuo luxuriated in this warm and comfortable feeling that was a far cry from the gloomy, humid, underground world, heading for the direction of the Cemetery of Death. When he was back in the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo didn't linger and went directly to Brettle City. Rich harvest in hand, he immediately set up a small meeting with little fatty Jack, Dorcas as well as Falk and Chester. You were gone all of a sudden for more than 10 days, where did you go? Jack had the closest relationship with Han Shuo, so he started peppering the latter with questions immediately. Hehe, I made a trip to the dark forest. Have things been quiet in Brettle City recently? Han Shuo smiled slightly and didn't hide his trip to the dark forest. Only the existence of the Cemetery of Death remained under wraps. The Red Bud Knights and Dark Elves had suffered heavy losses in the underground world. However, a small number of them had still escaped. News of Han Shuo's actions in the underground world must have spread already. Dick, the local Dark Mantle liaison, bowed respectfully towards Han Shuo and said, My lord, I would like to report some information alone. This is all our own people here. There is no need to hide anything, you can speak directly. Han Shuo knew Dick must have gathered some information from his higher UPS. Jack, Dorcas, Falk, and Chester were all his trusted people. Since Falk had been sent here by Lawrence, the latter must have mentioned Han Shuo's identity as a Dark Mantle member to Falk already. Han Shuo had nothing to hide in front of him. Jack and Dorcas had spent much time with Dick lately, so they more or less knew of his identity. The existence of Dark Mantle in the Lancelot Empire wasn't much of a secret. Although people didn't talk about it openly, they all knew about it in their minds. Master Candide relayed that your deeds in the underground world are highly appreciated. The Dark Forest is on the edge of the border of our empire. For the Red Bud Knights to suffer heavy losses, even though the Brute Business Alliance will likely be extremely indignant, they presumably won't make any radical responses. Master Candide told you to be at ease. Dick started his report when he saw Han Chuo was nonchalant about his privacy. Nodding his head, Han Chuo smiled, "You may carry on." Dorcas, Jack, and Fawk listened but couldn't understand anything. However, Fawk and Dorcas knew that Candide was one of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle. From Dick's words, they knew Han Chuo's relationship with Candide wasn't superficial. They were inwardly amazed. "Master Candide said this time you achieved a great deed this time. His Majesty has approved that you will be a one-star Dark Sun envoy from now on. You only need to visit the Dark Mantle headquarters to upgrade your badge. Congratulations to you, my lord." Dick's face was full of worship as he grew excited himself. "Dark Sun envoy, hee, it seems that Cecilia didn't conceal any of my credit. This woman knows what to do." Han Chuo smiled contentedly and murmured to himself. Going from star to moon was one level, from moon to sun was another. Becoming a Dark Sun envoy meant that from now on, Han Chuo was officially a high-ranked member of the Dark Mantle and was now able to enjoy even more special treatment. He could recruit his own subordinates and redistribute the organization's members in a location. "My lord, Dark Sun envoys have the rights to assign missions to Dark Star members, and can directly bestow credit on them and raise their level." Chester looked excitedly at Han Chuo and stated a reminder. "Rest assured, now that I'm a Dark Sun envoy, you will naturally receive some benefits." Han Chuo laughed as he responded, then turned to Dick, "Anything else apart from this?" "Master Candide said you don't have to worry about anything else, he will help deal with the detrimental remarks against you, you only need to take good care of Brettle City." Dick hesitated a little before answering this time. Nodding his head, Han Chuo appeared to understand it completely. He was aware that Cecilia had reported everything correctly, even last time's matter when he stopped her from acting against the forest trolls. "All right, I understand." Han Chuo looked at Dorcas and Fawk, asked, "How is the situation in Brettle City recently? Have the mountain people come down from the mountain? Any action from the 7 Grand Duchies?" "A total of 20,000 people have come down the mountain and are currently residing in Brettle City. The 5 chiefs of the mountain people are actively cooperating, so the process is going smoothly." The fighting in the 7 Grand Duchies had slowly subsided, only Helentina of Helen Duchy has been struggling with the rebels within her land. However, it's drawing close to an end now. Dorcas replied. Ever since Dorcas joined the army, he had gradually replaced Fawk's position due to his own efforts and Han Chuo's deliberate arrangements. Dorcas was a military man through and had never hidden this desire to fight. Due of many years of formal military education, he was much more adept in leading operations than Fawk, who had originally a knight. Fawk also understood in his heart that Dorcas was superior to him in this aspect. Coupled with the fact that the latter had won Han Chuo's trust, Fawk was powerless against this gradual shift in power. Fortunately, Han Chuo didn't mistreat him, letting Fawk form his team of trusted confidants and strongest soldiers in Brettle into a brigade of 1,000 knights. Han Chuo provided this knight brigade with the most luxurious equipment. Their armor, weapons, and equipment were all the most expensive in Brettle City. Han Chuo had poured a great deal of resources into this brigade as it was equipped with the best goods currently in the market. Currently, his investment stood at 300,000 gold coins. Except for a lack of horses, just based on the equipment alone, this brigade was no inferior to the official royal knights of the empire. Of course, when compared to the top 10 knights associations in the profound continent, this brigade was far inferior in whether fighting power or equipment. However, in Brettle City or even in the 7 Grand Duchies, this fledgling brigade couldn't be underestimated. As a pure knight, nothing moved his heart so much as commanding an official knight brigade, so Fawk didn't feel too much unpleasantness at the loss in military power. On the contrary, he poured his heart into training the brigade. So for the time being, the 7 Grand Duchies seem to have not enough power to deal with us. Han Shuo asked with a smile. Nodding his head, Dorcas confirmed, the 7 Grand Duchies won't do anything for at least a month. But when they start to act again, it won't be just one duchy coming alone. News of the 4 great bandit regiments suffering heavy losses has spread all over the 7 Grand Duchies. Even if each duchy puts all their strength behind an attack, their power still can't compare to the combined force of the 4 great bandit regiments. With the bandits' defeat as a lesson, they definitely won't act rashly before they are completely confident. Dorcas continued after a short pause, in other words, the 7 Grand Duchies won't act now, but once they do, I'm afraid Brettle City would face a hard battle. Humph! The 7 Grand Duchies want Brettle City to be their hunting ground. I think it's time to change this perspective of theirs. Only when we kill each and every one that comes, will they commit this to their memories for the rest of their lives. Han Shuo said with a cold face. He was silent for a while after, then suddenly spoke to Dorcas and Falk. Make good use of this time period when Brettle is still safe to train your soldiers. Make the bandits that have invaded Brettle in recent years your target. I know that beside the 4 great bandit groups, there are also 7 or 8 smaller bandit groups. All of you can think of ways to make them spit out everything they looted from us. Dorcas' eyes sparkled with a fierce light after he heard these words. He immediately replied, My lord, rest assured, I know what to do. Hehe, from my trip to the underground world this time, I suddenly realized that in order for Brettle City to quickly become powerful, the fastest way is to plunder the resources from others. Train our soldiers on one hand, plunder others on the other. We get the best of both worlds in this world. Han Shuo made a fortune on dirty money in the underground world. He finally understood why there were so many bandits in the 7 Grand Duchies. Even one of the top 10 knight troops of the mainland, the Red Bud Knights, didn't mind traveling thousands of miles all the way to the dark forest. My lord, I have some interesting news. Dick put on a creepy smile as he spoke to Han Shuo with a smile. When he saw Dick smile despicably, Han Shuo knew the words about to come out from his mouth were definitely nothing serious. He wasn't angry, however. What interesting news? I can't help but want to beat you after seeing that smile. Hehe, the Narsen Duchy was originally friendly with the Helen Duchy, but they seem to have been extremely unhappy with each other lately. Grand Duke Benedict of the Narsen Duchy didn't even help Helentina with her internal strife. Do you know why, my lord? Dick looked at Han Shuo with an evil cackle. Furrowing his brows, Han Shuo said, Why? It's to your credit, my lord. Now all the 7 Grand Duchies know that you've had Helentina. Benedict, an ardent pursuer for many years, also knows. He has been pursuing Helentina for so long in vain, but my lord was able to have her after having just arrived at Brettle City a few months ago. For Benedict, a used woman has naturally lost her flavor. His attitude towards the Helen Duchy also changed greatly. He only stood on the sidelines to watch when Helentina faced her enemies. Dick explained while laughing, then he sighed, My lord is very far-sighted, easily splitting up the 2 most solid allies. Indeed, my lord has great vision. We are lack his charisma and definitely have to learn from my lord. Chester had the same look of admiration on his face as he nodded and sighed emotionally. Han Shuo's expression darkened. He looked at these innately dirty fellows and grunted, So you spread this news, I didn't think you would be so despicable. Chester and Dick laughed awkwardly without a word, while Jack was full of interest and said with envy, Brian, I heard that woman is very beautiful, you are really blessed. It appeared these fellows wouldn't believe his explanation, so Han Shuo didn't try to explain himself anymore. He took out Celt's space ring with all the armor from the Red Bud Knights, along with an enormous amount of magic crystal ore, and said to Jack, This ring is loaded with armor from the Red Bud Knights and magic crystal ore. You go put them in the warehouse and keep the ring. You are giving this space ring to me. Jack looked with surprise at Han Shuo handing over the space ring, his voice high. This ring originally belonged to the Redbud Knights leader Selt. The space inside is enough for you to transport goods. Han Chuo smiled at Jack, then took out Fire Grand Magus Marceau's space ring and handed it over as well. There are a number of crystals, jade, and a variety of jewelry inside, worth nearly 1 million gold coins. They are to be used as the capital for Brettle's operations. You have full control over them. Jack sensed Selt's space ring and discovered the massive amount of armor and magic crystal ore inside. He smiled excitedly at Fok. Fok, you can have even better armor now. The magic crystal ore inside is also enough for our magic crystal cannons to use for a while. Very good, his lordship took one trip outside and truly really rich harvest. Fok let out a happy cry hearing Jack's words. There were the harvested ore, armor from the dead Redbud Knights, plus the crystal, jade, and gold coins that Selt had plundered from the underground world in Selt and Marceau's space rings. Han Chuo had stored some magical equipment, the starry sky and the magical space tent in his own space ring. The things he gave Jack were all related to money as they didn't provide any practical uses for Han Chuo. Brettle City was currently his greatest asset. What he cared about the most was to make Brettle more powerful. These gold coins would fully demonstrate their value in Jack's hands. Good, I'm counting on you to make good use of these things. Han Chuo said to Jack and the bunch. With these things, he knew that Brettle City would become even more powerful. Chapter 348. Chapter 348, Demon Rearing. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. 5 days passed, and Fabian arrived at Brettle City, followed by a group of merchants. They had brought far more goods this time than their previous trip. The enthusiasm of the merchants who had tasted an untapped market far exceeded Han Chuo's expectations. Every merchant had brought along a caravan this time. Each had carriages pulled by earth dragons, laden with bags of various sizes. Inside the various pouches were goblin missiles and sacks full of crossbows and arrows. The goods on the carriages at the rear were wrapped tightly in canvas. Although, from the look of the bulky packages, it didn't take a genius to figure out that each carriage held ammunition, and lots of it. 2 large and slow-moving earth dragons pulled a carriage, each 5 meters wide and 10 meters long. Each of these gigantic carriages were large enough to accommodate 10 battle wagons or catapults. The carriages being pulled by the dragons contained at least 20 battle wagons, while the 27 smaller carriages behind them were pulled by war horses. Although these 27 carriages weren't as large as the ones pulled by the earth dragons, each was large enough to accommodate 3 battle wagons apiece. Located even farther back were cloud-mound beasts. Extraordinarily, these creatures were just as strong as the earth dragons, but also just as slow. They were twice as large as war horses, each long leg as large as elephants. They carried sacks full of food and daily necessities. These should be able to replenish Brettle City's warehouses. The number of merchants had doubled, compared to last time, each wearing a smile that only grew wider as they drew closer to the city. They all wore casual expressions, each talking about their soon-to-be profits. They hadn't encountered a single corpse on the road from Sea Mist City to Brettle City, nor did they see hide nor hair of bandits. After Dorcas' extermination campaign, all the bandits had been eradicated. Those who cooperated had been conscripted as hard-working janitors, working to keep the roads free of detritus. When they noticed these subtle details, the merchants began to gradually relax. When they reached the city, Jack, Brettle City's finance minister, paid the merchants in one lump sum after completing an inventory of the delivered goods. The merchants who had come such a long distance were utterly delighted to receive their money. They didn't immediately leave Brettle City, but nagged Jack to allow them to open a store in Brettle City. Jack, the Booze Merchant Guild also plans to open a branch here, help us prepare a suitable location, Fabian said to Jack. Understood. The branch of the Booze Merchant Guild will be the first to be arranged, Jack promised, smiling. Despite the objections of the nearby merchants, he covertly brought Fabian aside, sneakily asking, these merchants have finally come to their senses and want to set up shop in Brettle City. Ever since the 4 great bandit groups had been defeated, Brettle City has become known as a merchant's wonderland after our painstaking marketing campaign. To be frank, the mines surrounding Brettle City are rich in resources. As long as we have enough smiths, Brettle City will certainly be able to use these resources to create weapons. Brettle City is also the closest juncture to the 7 Grand Duchies. As far as the nobility of the 7 Grand Duchies were concerned, the Lancelot Empire's ornate clothing and porcelain were luxury products that they were willing to spend large quantities of money on. On the other hand, the hardy horses, furs, and jewels produced by the 7 Grand Duchies are also very much in demand by the Lancelot Empire. If it wasn't for the fact that Brettle City's safety could not be guaranteed, the ideal location of this city would have propelled this city to becoming the place to be for merchants. Now that word of the 4 bandit groups' defeat is spreading, along with the guarantee of safe passage, many merchants will start to willingly seek out Bo's Merchant Guild to sell their wares here. Just wait and see, this is only the first wave. As long as Brettle City can give the merchants a sense of safety, more and more merchants will come flocking. At that time, we'd be hard-pressed to even try stopping activity. Fabian explained to Jack. It seems that our choice was a wise one. The little fatty smiled until his small eyes were nearly creases upon hearing Fabian's words. Guess what? Brian made a trip to the underground world a while ago. Do you know how many valuable things he brought back? Haha, I now have 2 million gold coins at my disposal. If we include the crystals and other valuables, then the money at my disposal reaches 3 million. I would never have thought that I would be able to one day control so much money. Fabian was visibly shocked upon hearing Jack say these words, then sighed, "Follow Brian well, you little brat. The very fact that he's given you so much money to look after is proof of his trust. As long as you work hard, becoming a noble is only a matter of time. Rest assured, uncle, I know what to do. The crystals, gold, silver, jewels and other valuables have to be sold through the merchant guilds. Brettle City is an iron stronghold as long as we have enough money," Jack replied. "There are a couple of merchants here who probably have an interest in your products. You should find them and negotiate directly." Fabian laughed, and said, "We're off to see Brian. Phoebe asked me to bring him a few things. Go on in. He's waiting for you." Jack replied. Fabian soon found Han Chuo's room after leaving Jack. Han Chuo was waiting impatiently, as he already knew that Fabian was coming. Han Chuo welcomed Fabian in as soon as the latter's footsteps sounded. Smiling, he said, "Mr. Fabian. Did Phoebe ask you to bring me anything?" "Of course. This space ring contains what you need." Fabian laughed, handing Han Chuo the space ring. Han Chuo focused his mental strength into the space ring and immediately joined Fabian in laughter. "Take this sword to Phoebe for me. Be careful, and make sure that nothing happens along the way." Taking out the divine weapon Starry Sky, Han Chuo handed it over to Fabian with a warning, "This is the divine weapon, Starry Sky, formerly of the leader of the Red Bud Knights, Selt. You should know its value." Fabian's expression immediately grew serious as he realized what he was holding. He stored Starry Sky into his own space ring, saying, "Rest assured, I will definitely bring this sword to Miss Phoebe. Tell Phoebe to continue collecting the things on this list." Han Chuo once again took out a list and handed it to Fabian. "Understood, I know what to do." Fabian tucked the letter away, continuing to reassure Han Chuo. After Fabian took his leave, Han Chuo found Chester and gave him some instructions, then returned to the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death was immersed in the aura of death all year round. A large, oval hole had appeared amongst the white bones. The hole was surrounded by 12 colorful banners, each around 10 meters tall and still managing to flutter despite the complete lack of wind. Each banner was emblazoned with an exotic symbol. The oval pit was filled with large bone spikes, all sticking upwards. Some of these bones had been pulled from the green dragon's corpse by Han Chuo, while the others came from the taboo land from last time. All of the bones were from deceased powerful magic creatures. Han Shuo dumped buckets of black and shimmering violet liquid into the oval pit. Bucket after bucket were dumped in, Han Shuo seemingly having an endless supply from his space ring. All of it went inside the pit. This liquid was either metallic-smelling blood or juices of a much more gruesome nature. It came in many colors, and the smell was far from flattering. After tens of buckets had been dumped into the pit, Han Shuo took out a dagger and shallowly slit his wrist. He held it over the hole as drops of fresh blood dripped from his arm. As Han Shuo's fresh blood splashed into the hole, the liquid began to emit red smoke. Surprisingly, the drops of Han Shuo's blood didn't diffuse, instead swimming around like red agates. The tranquil liquid began to bubble, catalyzed by Han Shuo's blood, as crackling filled the air. Han Shuo tilted his head up and whistled, a long low dragon's cry that promised of sinister things to come. The demon slayer edge shot out from the nape of Han Shuo's neck, bringing with it the ghosts of the fallen. The silently flailing and screaming ghosts resembled a nest of snakes as they were drawn into the 12 banners. After hundreds of ghosts were absorbed by the banners, a killing aura began to drift out from the banner, slowly rising to the skies. The killing aura seemed to be attracted to the liquid in the hole, arcing down into the hole at a speed visible to the eye. With the help of this killing aura, Han Shuo's originally emulsified blood gradually dissolved into the liquid contained within the hole, soon vanishing without a trace. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo circulated his magical yuan towards the wound on his wrist, watching as the cut made by his dagger rapidly healed. Taking out the skeletal staff, Han Shuo began to rapidly chant an incantation. 3-horsed evil knights suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. He pointed his staff at the hole in the ground. The contract-bound evil knights didn't hesitate, jumping in one after the other into the hole. When the first evil knight and his horse landed in the pit, the previously silent knight and horse suddenly threw their heads back in a soundless roar. Not a sound came out of the pit as the two wailed, the knight's bronze-colored armor and horse sizzling as they came in contact with the liquid. Both of them gave off clouds of smoke, which rose high into the air. The evil knight and his mount appeared as if they were suffering the worst pain imaginable. The evil knight, who normally would not dare violate the contract, suddenly attempted to break the power of the contract, trying to leave the hole that caused him so much suffering, his body twisting and thrashing in his agony. The evil knight wasn't a lowly existence like the skeleton warriors. These strong fighters had their own version of intelligence in their dimension. Although their prodigious strength was restricted by the magical contract, the harrowing pain that exceeded that of death forced him to instinctively struggle against the contract. Han Shuo cursed under his breath as he held the skeletal staff. How can you be reborn if you don't suffer this kind of pain? You don't know what's good for you. You'll know what this pain has brought you after you've been tempered and your body reforged. Just the materials required for this 12 demon rearing fragments formation costs at least 100,000 gold coins. Stop struggling. As Han Shuo cursed, he used his consciousness to suppress the evil knight's struggles and force the other two evil knights into the pit as well. Just like the first evil knight, the other two evil knights who were forced into the pit also began resisting due to the overwhelming pain, attempting to break the contract Han Shuo held over them. Han Shuo could easily deal with a single evil knight's rebellion. However, if 3 evil knights and their steeds resisted as a group, then even he would have trouble dealing with them. Han Shuo was forced to use all of his available mental strength to firmly suppress their combined assault on the magical contract. 9 cycles of demon reincarnation, scattered souls return to your positions, reduce. Even as Han Shuo used his mental strength to yank the evil knights back under control, he still had to split some effort out to manipulate the spell. After he spat out the words, the killing aura drifting out of the 12 banners began to thicken. The mysterious patterns that the banners were inscribed with began to form faces. Under the infusion of the ghost's power, 12 sinister demon faces gradually appeared. Although each demon's face was unique, they had one frightening similarity. They struck fear into the hearts of men and women alike. These 12 demon faces were identical to the demon heads that had entered Han Chuo's body when he advanced to the separate demon realm. After the 12 grimacing demon faces had all appeared on the banners, 12 demon heads slowly emerged from Han Chuo's body, floating in front of their respective faces. After the 12 demon heads had returned to the banners from Han Chuo's body, the killing aura exuded by the banners suddenly swirled into a vortex, gathering in the center of the central pit. The 3 knights and their mounts felt like their souls had suddenly been set afire. Their pain had doubled, and they began to struggle even more fiercely against the contract that bound them. Han Chuo froze in place, barely managing to put the skeletal staff away. He sat in place in front of the pit, using every iota of his formidable mental strength to suppress the evil knights and their steeds. In the pit, the evil knights swung their bone lances wildly, as if wishing to decapitate Han Chuo that very instant. Chapter 349. Chapter 349, The Dignity of the Little Skeleton in the Other Dimension. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Despite the complete absence of wind, 12 large banners fluttered vigorously in the wind. Baleful aura swirled around, flowing like mercury towards the pit in the middle. Inside the pit, the liquid boiled like fire oil, searing the 3 evil knights and their mounts and sending smoke billowing into the air. Han Chuo closed his eyes as he sat, facing 3 evil knights. His mental strength flowed like an unstoppable river, holding the 3 evil knights true to their contract. As the mounts of the evil knights were weaker, they gradually lost the strength to continue struggling fruitlessly. 3 enormous bone spurs continued to madly thrust at Han Chuo. A millisecond of relaxation, and the evil knights would ruthlessly exploit the advantage to pierce right through Han Chuo's head. Han Chuo was fully focused on his task, iron-willed to the end. Inextricable patterns of mental strength weaved into a formless net in the sky, grinding away at the mountain of resistance that was the will of the 3 evil knights. The cemetery of death wasn't touched by either the sun or moon, eternally shrouded in faint, dim light. Hence, one could never sense the passage of time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the 3 bone lances struggling to reach Han Chuo slowly lost their strength. Like the bodies of the evil knights, they listlessly fell back into the pit. Han Chuo's whole body looked like it had been carved from stone, not a single sign of life from his cross-legged position. The 12 banners still absorbed ghosts and radiated killing aura that converged on the pit. After what felt like a few days, the bodies of the 3 evil knights completely dissolved into the liquid, with not a trace left behind. At long last, Han Chuo moved, a gasp of air escaping his lips as his eyes opened. His voice was haggard with exhaustion, that was so damn tiring. It had only been 3 evil knights and their mounts, but the process of reforming their bodies had already caused Han Chuo this much trouble. It seemed that Han Chuo's initial hypotheses were true. It was impossible to use demonic arts to reform every undead creature's body. For one, this kind of refining used overly complex and highly precious ingredients. If the countless skeleton warriors and zombie warriors under Han Chuo's command were to all be refined, even his prodigious savings wouldn't be enough to support it. Just refining these 3 evil knights already cost at least 100,000 gold. Refining every skeleton warrior and zombie warrior would drive him to bankruptcy and beyond. Even then, he still wouldn't be done. Also, refining undead creatures in this manner took too much of his time and energy, with very little benefits to such an enormous undertaking. After all, skeleton warriors and zombie warriors were essentially cannon fodder. Even he rendered them immune to light magic's corrosive effect, their usage was limited. As such, Han Chuo wasn't willing to waste mountains of gold on them. Evil knights were currently the strongest undead creatures that Han Chuo could summon. Even within undead creatures, they were considered high level. They had great utility and flexibility once their fire-breathing steeds could take the field with them. Their monstrous innate strength could be combined with hardy armor to produce a combatant that was tougher than a human knight. Han Chuo had already had to use all of his mental strength to suppress the fierce resistance of 3 evil knights and their war horses. While Han Chuo could summon bone demons and old fey zombies, he definitely couldn't refine 3 of them at one go. This was because the resistance from the bone devils and old corpse demons would definitely be stronger. Standing up from his cross-legged position, Han Chuo summoned the 12 demon heads from the banners with a thought. Howling, they reluctantly returned into Han Chuo's body. Since the bodies of the 3 evil knights were already merged into the pit, Han Chuo didn't need to suppress the matrix with his magical yuan any longer. The 12 demon heads had formed when Han Chuo had reached the separate demon stage, using the large baleful aura within the Valley of Sunshine as a catalyst. These 12 demon heads innately contained vicious killing intent. Every demon head formed from the last vicious obsession of many hateful souls. It was the best ingredient to refine the mystical demons that were one level above the yin demons. Of the 3 previously refined yin demons, there was currently only usable one left. Han Chuo was convinced that one yin demon was far from adequate to maintain his battlefield advantage. When he'd advanced to the separate demon realm back at the Valley of Sunshine, Han Chuo had deliberately saved the boundless murderous aura, coagulating it into the 12 demon heads. When the ingredients needed to refine mystical demons were gathered, the 12 demon heads would be used as the base ingredient for the mystical demons. After making sure the area would operate without supervision, Han Chuo headed for the specialized area for refining original demons and yin demons. He first summoned the Earth Elite Zombie, commanding it to modify the layout of the yin demon cave, molding it into a cave suitable for cultivation mystical demons. When the modifications were complete, Han Chuo took out the ingredients he needed, and placed them in the centers of the formation eyes around the cave. Once he had completed all the preparations, Han Chuo dismissed the Earth Elite Zombie and placed 12 drops of his own essence blood into the mystical demon cave. The blood essence began to revolve in mid-air within the mystical demon cave. The 12 demon heads emerged from Han Chuo's body at his command, each swallowing a drop of blood essence. As if at some unknown signal, the cave's enormous energy began to activate. Han Chuo then summoned a few hundred wraiths and tossed in a few spirits from the Demon Slayer Edge to act as fodder for the mystical demon's evolution. Han Chuo then dug deep into his magical yuan reserves, pouring the remnants into the mystical demon cave to maintain its normal operations. When the 12 demon heads began to howl and rip at the wraiths and spirits in the matrix, the exhausted Han Chuo returned to the center of the cemetery of death. The 2 matrices had now resumed normal operations. Han Chuo had not only expended a large amount of mental strength, but also used significant amounts of magical yuan and blood essence. This was even more exhausting than when he'd fought against Kos at Brettle City. At that time, he had the little skeleton, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the Fire Elite Zombie assisting him. But something like this refining process was something only he could handle. As a result, he was bone-deep exhausted. Sitting on the ground in the cemetery of death, Han Chuo pondered for a moment and took out the skeletal staff, meticulously examining the tricolored skeletal staff. He wanted to make use of this interlude to examine the secrets of the skeletal staff. Calamity Church's necromancer Archmage Wolf as well as ancient lizard king Degassi had seemed to know traces of the skeletal staff's origin. This skeletal staff, which had transformed from the Eye of Darkness, was the key to opening the cemetery of death. It definitely held many hidden secrets. Han Chuo hadn't possessed the skeletal staff for a long time. His understanding of the skeletal staff only went as far as seeing that it enhanced his necromancy magic. If not for the necromancer Archmage Wolf using the skeletal staff's power to rejuvenate his life, Han Chuo would perhaps never have guessed that the skeletal staff could have such an effect. Skeleton staff, oh skeletal staff! How many secrets are you hiding? Han Chuo mumbled to himself as he stroked the 3-colored skulls. The exhausted Han Chuo fell unconscious. He semi-consciously felt like he'd been shrouded by the Thi-colored light from the skeletal staff, spinning him around. Colorful lights streamed quickly past his body. It felt like he was falling from a great height into an endless abyss. Just when Han Chuo felt nauseous from the dizzy feeling, he suddenly sensed a familiar smell intrude on his consciousness. This smell seemed to come from an area of the abyss he'd fallen into. Han Chuo's groggy consciousness latched firmly onto the familiar smell, gradually sinking back into unconsciousness. There was an infinite black void in the distance. The surroundings seemed to have been forever shrouded in torpid grey, and grey and black cloud constantly rolled over the horizon. The whole area was filled with the smell of death, desolation, and wilderness. Swamps and tree husks that were void of branches and leaves dotted the landscape closer to him. A variety of undead creatures stumbled across the wilderness, aimlessly wandering in the desolate space. There was no cycle of day and night in this desolate place, nor any sense of time. There was only loneliness and despair, deathly stillness, and desolation. For a moment, Han Shuo thought he was still within the cemetery of death. It was too similar to the cemetery of death's everlasting dusk. But when a pack of gargoyles soared over his head, followed by a horde of skeletons and zombies on the ground, Han Shuo was suddenly struck by the very real fact it wasn't indeed the cemetery of death. He clearly remembered that he hadn't summoned these low-level undead creatures in the cemetery of death. Han Shuo suddenly felt like he was in a dream. Only when he followed this line of thought to its end did he realize he didn't have a body, existing as just pure awareness. However, as soon as Han Shuo thought about his body, his exhausted mental strength slowly filled the area of his consciousness. An identical copy of his body rapidly coalesced into being. His left hand touched his right, both hands obviously making contact. However, Han Shuo didn't feel any contact between his skin, everything felt so strange. But he felt a sense of intimacy towards the surroundings. As for what felt intimate, he couldn't quite place his finger on it. The dense horde of undead creatures suddenly charged down from a bare mountain. These undead creatures were arranged neatly in order. Right at the front were skeleton warriors and zombie warriors, behind them were skeleton archers and rows of gargoyles. Even further back were 2 evil knights. These undead creatures actually numbered 3,000 or 4,000. However, the majority of them were skeleton warriors, zombie warriors, and ghouls, only a small portion were hate warriors and evil knights. Charging down from the towering mountain, they flocked towards a steep canyon. Han Shuo's body and consciousness slowly floated into the canyon. Only when he reached the canyon did Han Shuo realize that the interior of the canyon was similarly flooded with undead creatures. Right down the center of the canyon was a pitched melee of undead creatures. Claws and teeth were used to their fullest potential as they wrestled and tore at each other, incapable of feeling pain and knowing retreat. It was a magnificent yet chilling scene. When weak undead creatures such as skeleton warriors and zombie were completely destroyed, those low-level souls would immediately disperse. But from hate warriors onwards, their souls wouldn't immediately disperse upon elimination. The undead creatures around them would fight to claim a part of that soul power, devouring it to strengthen themselves. From the middle of the struggle rose a 5-meter-tall, enormous mummy lord. Wrapped in strips of corroded white cloth which exuded a deathly aura, he slowly rose from deep within the ground of the canyon. This mummy lord seemed to be the leader of the undead creatures within the canyon. When he rose up from deep within the ground, his whole body unleashed an incomparable storm of death. When the undead creatures charging down from the mountain came into contact with the death storm, they immediately turned into ashes. The strips of cloth around his body danced like weapons, cutting apart any hostile creature unfortunate enough to be caught in its path. Only an evil knight that descended was able to block the attack with his bone spear, driving his fire-breathing warhorse to retreat to the side. In the hierarchy of undead creatures, mummy lords ranked higher than evil knights. As such, in skirmishes between undead creatures, a difference in level usually meant a foregone conclusion. Unless there were 10 evil knights attacking the mummy lord, this battle had no suspense in its outcome. End of Part 1 of the chapter. When the mummy lord emerged from the ground, the surrounding undead creatures that had charged down from the bald mountain were ground to dust by the death storm. More than 700 undead creatures turned into ashes in moments. The being who's holding up on high ground, accept this challenge from the mummy lord pharaoh. That mountain is not a height that can be held by someone as weak as you, so hand over the territory to me. Mummy Lord Pharaoh roared at the towering mountain as a large amount of mental strength swept through the whole area. My Lord Majesty, How can you tolerate the transgressions of that lowly mummy? The evil knight that had retreated on his fire-breathing warhorse hissed sternly. The sounds of rocks shifting suddenly sounded from around the canyon. The incomparably familiar wood and fire elite zombies separately rode out on fire-breathing warhorses, dashing in from both sides of the valley. An enormous shadow dived down from the tops of the mountain, the incredible undead porcupine full of bone spurs. The little skeleton was wielding a bone dagger that had transformed into a spear 3 meters long. The 7 bone spurs stood upright from his spine. His grand aura covered the scene as he landed. Humble mummy lord, my territory is not a place where you can just casually trespass. Now, not only do I desire your soul's dissipation, but from today forth, the north side of the mummy lord's territory is also under my control. The little skeleton's thoughts exploded out like a raging flood, completely disproportionate to its tiny figure high in the sky. My lord majesty, you must unite and rule the darkness. The evil knight that had previously spoken dismounted, going down on one knee in front of the gallant figure of the little skeleton flying high above the battlefield. His face was filled with solemn worship. This was the first time the mummy Lord Pharaoh had set eyes on the rumored superb mutated skeleton. The aura exploding from the little skeleton's figure instantly terrified Pharaoh. There was also the flaming fire elite zombie, seemingly tossing 2 fireballs from hand to hand while sitting on the back of the warhorse. The scorchingly high temperature caused the cold-loving mummy Lord Pharaoh to feel extremely uncomfortable. Pharaoh suddenly felt like he'd fallen for a trap this time. He'd survived in this world for an extremely long time now, he wasn't like the typical trudging undead creatures around. He'd long since gained true intelligence. That bad feeling he had solidified his decision to leave, and he attempted to return underground. However, the previously soft earth had suddenly become as hard as diamonds. Just as the mummy Lord Pharaoh started to panic, the simple-minded earth elite zombie slowly emerged from the earth. Grinning at Pharaoh, it naively said, "You can't escape, right?" The previously awe-inspiring mummy Lord Pharaoh suddenly realized all his escape paths had been cut off. He howled furiously, "Despicable being, you are too sinister." The little skeleton didn't respond. The undead creature beneath him suddenly dove at Pharaoh. The little skeleton lifted the 3-meter-long bone spear, the baleful aura in the surroundings surging into the bone spear. The bone spear absorbed a large amount of deathly aura, becoming as heavy as a mountain. As it pierced towards Pharaoh, the mummy lord threw back his head in a roar of defiance. The strips of cloth on Pharaoh's body danced as it crushed everyone within its range. But when the little skeleton's bone spear descended, it tore straight through the strips wrapped around his body, piercing through to his chest in one strike, pinning him to the ground. "Submit, or die!" The little skeleton coldly shouted as his huge aura fiercely bombarded every inch of the mummy lord pinned by the bone spear. Unable to struggle loose, Pharaoh yielded to the little skeleton's viciousness after a mournful howl. He docilely bent his head to the little skeleton and said, "I, mummy Lord Pharaoh, submit to my lord." The little skeleton wasn't in a hurry to remove the bone spear from the mummy lord's body. He drew a contract mark in the dusky air with his free left hand, making the mummy lord hand over some of his soul to brand the contract. Only then did he remove the bone spear without concern for the mummy lord's pain, turning around and saying, "Return to the mountain." The mummy lord didn't have any chance to resist now that the one-sided master and servant contract was formed. He struggled to his feet, lumbering off with slow steps behind the earth and wood elite zombies, his goal clearly the towering mountain. Han Shuo had seen everything clearly and was filled with surprise. He finally knew where he was at this time. This was the other dimension in which the undead creatures lived. Han Shuo never would have imagined that the little skeleton and earth zombie would actually have an enormous troop in the other dimension. It even looked like they were getting on rather well. No wonder the earth elite zombie had asked to return last time if there wasn't anything for him. Looking at this battle, it seemed that the little skeleton had brought along the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies, and was conducting a mighty invasion in the other dimension. A high-level undead creature like the Mummy Lord could only be summoned by a necromancer archmage, similar to the bone demons. Yet the little skeleton had handled the Mummy Lord with a single strike. This fully proved that the little skeleton's level was higher than the Mummy Lord. This was something that Han Shuo never would have thought of. When the Mummy Lord was subdued by the little skeleton, Han Shuo suddenly panicked. He suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to return to the profound continent. There weren't any people or things that Han Shuo was familiar with in this eternally desolate and still space. If he could only remain in this foreign netherworld in his consciousness, it would be complete torture to Han Shuo. At present, even his body was formed by his consciousness, so not only could Han Shuo not control anything, he couldn't cast any magic either. This was an extremely unfavorable situation for Han Shuo. Looking at the little skeleton fly towards the towering bald mountain, Han Shuo repeatedly screamed mentally in an attempt to contact the little skeleton. In the midst of that, a sharp pain suddenly spread across Han Shuo's whole body. This kind of agony was unbearable even to Han Shuo's tough nerves. As a result, his consciousness gradually dissipated. The little skeleton, who was traveling towards the towering mountain with the elite zombies, suddenly paused, looking towards the area where Han Shuo's consciousness vanished. He suddenly turned the flying undead creature and flew towards the area where Han Shuo's consciousness had just been. The purple demon eye sparkled, filled with uncertainty. The earth, wood, and fire elite zombies all spurred their fire-breathing war horses to pass through the ranks of the undead army to stand next to the little skeleton. The earth elite zombie asked innocently, "What's wrong?" "Father was here." The little skeleton, who only had 2 holes for a nose, moved with a crunching noise and responded to the 3 special undead creatures. "How can Father be here? This is our world." The earth zombie looked naively at the little skeleton, trying to understand. "I don't know, but I just felt the connection between Father and myself. He was just here." The little skeleton swung the 3-meter bone lance in his hand, the tip of the bone lance stopping at the area where Han Shuo's consciousness previously stayed, saying, "Right here, if you sniff carefully, you can still smell Father's scent." With this sentence from the little skeleton, the 3 undead creatures all drew close to the area. Among them, the wood and fire elite zombies shook their heads, having yet to fully develop their own consciousness. They currently could only rely on the little skeleton to think. Only the earth zombie deeply breathed in a few breaths of air, as if really smelling Han Shuo's scent. It replied while shaking its head, "Yes. Father has truly been here. Let's return to the mountain, Father has already left. We still need to take over Pharaoh's territories later," said the little skeleton, and then spurred the undead creature into the sky, howling as he made his way to the towering mountain. Han Shuo shot to his feet as if his head had been struck by lightning. When he landed on the ground, he was covered in a cold sweat, his heart still palpitating with fear. The skeletal staff that was in his hand fell to the ground at this moment. It rattled as it bounced on the smooth hard ground of the cemetery of death. There weren't any changes to the skeletal staff that was now quietly lying on the ground. However, Han Shuo knew that the skeletal staff had just brought him to another place. Traveling to the desolate and still dimension had given Han Shuo a scare. What Han Shuo was afraid of wasn't the existence of an war in the other dimension. Instead, he was scared that he couldn't return to the profound continent. He had existed only as a consciousness in that paradise for necromancy, but his body had remained on the profound continent. The effect on a necromancer like Han Shuo was obvious. He was unable to use much of his power there. If he was stuck eternally in that area, facing desolate and deathly undead creatures for the rest of his life would be akin to torture to Han Shuo. Being used to the riotous colors of this world, Han Shuo couldn't easily adapt to the monochromatic other dimension. Besides, this world still had Han Shuo's close friends, who were made of flesh and blood like Han Shuo, unlike the creatures in the other dimension. That was close. This skeletal staff is really odd, luckily it finally sent me back. If not, my life would have been destroyed. Han Shuo spoke to himself for a while. Only then did he look at the skeletal staff again. His mind was thinking furiously as to how he had passed through the various layered planes, with his consciousness landing in that space. Unfortunately, even after pondering for a long while, Han Chuo still didn't know how he'd done so. Shaking his head, Han Chuo didn't carry on thinking about this question. He instead recalled the little skeleton's amazing performance in that space. Han Chuo wanted to immediately use the skeletal staff to summon the little skeleton over, but had a lingering fear of the skeletal staff's previous changes. He temporarily gave up on the thought of immediately summoning the little skeleton. Who knew the little skeleton was actually so well established? He looks even more awesome than me in the profound continent. When did this fellow become so formidable, Han Chuo couldn't resist sighing. When he remembered the scene where the little skeleton had landed, and the looks of fear from a few of the low-level creatures, he finally understood what was going on. Chapter 350. Chapter 350, The Excited Dark Dragon. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo, who'd just returned from the necromancer's dimension, spent the next couple of days recovering. After he was fully rested, he went to the dark forest and caught a few magic beasts, continuing to practice the trembling soul magic. After a few days of practice, Han Chuo was finally able to manipulate his mental strength at will. When a trembling soul spell was fired, a wild beast would simply fall down, blood flowing from its nose and mouth. When Han Chuo could control trembling soul as he would, he began studying spells that higher-ranked necromancers should be proficient in. The most important matters were the summoning spells for bone demons, old fey zombies and mummy lords. As necromancers progressed, not only would the level of their summoned creatures grow higher, but they would also be able to summon other kinds of creatures. Necromancy archmages like Han Chuo should be able to call forth bone demons, old fey zombies, and mummy lords. In reality, apart from a few differences in the incantations, there weren't many differences between summoning the three. Even though their soul brands were different, the strength required to summon any one of them were roughly the same. As long as Han Chuo mastered summoning bone demons, he would then be able to summon the other two undead creatures just by slightly modifying the incantation. Although, just like the trembling soul spell, the farther a necromancer progressed, the harder the advanced spells would become to master. Han Chuo's understanding of necromancy magic from the deceased archmage Clayton was now useless. Starting from this realm, Han Chuo would have to carefully study necromancy magic by himself. Luckily, the Cemetery of Death had many books that Han Chuo could peruse. The number of references concerning the essence of necromancy were too many to count. As the 3 evil knights and 12 mystical demons were still being refined, Han Chuo used this time to study more advanced necromancy magic. The days flew by. One day, Han Chuo suddenly sensed a familiar presence outside the Cemetery of Death whilst chanting his incantations. Suddenly awakening from his deep contemplation, Han Chuo held the skeleton staff as he walked out of the Cemetery of Death, running into Dark Dragon Gilbert wandering outside. "What are you doing here? Esteemed master, I felt your presence, and it just so happened that I was in the Valley of Sunshine. Hence I came over to find you." Dark Dragon Gilbert cheered up when he saw Han Chuo appear. Gilbert hadn't seemed to have undergone any great changes. However, Han Chuo could feel from Gilbert's body that his aura seemed to have strengthened a little. After Gilbert walked into the Cemetery of Death, he immediately began chattering, reporting on what had happened in the Valley of Sunshine. Han Chuo gradually came to understand the situation in Valley of Sunshine from Gilbert's stories. Ever since Han Chuo had previously schemed against the various powers that had converged on the hidden valley with the mithril mine, the 4 great powers had formed a temporary truce. Instead, they focused all their attention on crusading against the culprit behind the scenes. Lord Eaton had previously said that whichever faction was the first to find the culprit behind the scenes would hold power in the Valley of Sunshine. So, all the powers, large or small, were trying to find the culprit behind the scenes. However, even after so many months, there was still no results. Trunks understood that the real culprit, Han Chuo, had long since left the valley. Towards this issue, he pretended to express concern, but also silently expanded the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Unwittingly, the silent and unknown Soul Destroyers had gradually become the fifth great power in Valley of Sunshine thanks to its abundant funds and Trunks' prestige. Having consumed one of Han Shuo's rebirth pills, Trunks' strength had advanced from Sword Master to Great Sword Master. Out of all the different factions in the Valley of Sunshine, only Loreden, who could go thrice berserk, could beat him. Florida and Adam Mello were both inferior to Trunks. This period of time was the Soul Destroyers' chance to rise. As they shot through the ranks of their peers, they absorbed even more outstanding experts. Trunks' previous ruthlessness now had an added edge of insidiousness to it. He wasn't in a hurry to immediately deal with Florida, intending to slowly torment him a bit at a time. Gilbert took on some missions with Trunks, completing every operation perfectly. In this process, Gilbert frequently visited many brothels, using the skills that Han Shuo taught him to secretly absorb some yin energy. Thus, his strength also rapidly improved. After he finished listening to Gilbert narrate the situation in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo was actually slightly worried. Currently, Trunks' Soul Destroyers were the fifth greatest power in the Valley of Sunshine. This also meant that Soul Destroyers had the right to participate in the fight for the leadership over the Valley of Sunshine. Previously, when the Soul Destroyers didn't have this level of strength, only Florida would spare no effort in suppressing him. Now that the Soul Destroyers truly had such strength, the other three sides naturally would place more attention on Trunks. Even the Berserker warriors Loreden would unfortunately not be as friendly to Trunks as he previously was. After all, Trunks possessed the strength to threaten his Cairo mercenary band. There were no friends who were forever in this world. Once there was a clear conflict of interest, it was very possible that some dirty things would happen. Han Shuo contemplated for a while, understanding in his heart that Trunks and the rest would perhaps find it more difficult to develop in the future. However, Han Shuo believed in Trunks' ability and didn't care too much about this. After thinking for a while, he smiled slightly and said to Dark Dragon Gilbert, "I have something for you." "What is it?" After Gilbert explained the details of the situation in the Valley of Sunshine to Han Shuo, he was surprised by Han Shuo's response. Han Shuo took the Green Dragon's magical core from his space ring, lustrous green energy whirling within. The massive amount of energy contained within immediately caused Gilbert to go mad with joy, loudly screaming with delight, "A supreme magical core! That's right! This is a Green Dragon's magical core, I believe this magical core should be useful to you." Han Shuo grinned at Gilbert and asked. Unable to stop nodding his head like a chicken pecking rice, Gilbert was tremendously excited, his right hand already holding up the Green Dragon's magical core in his palm, laughing boisterously, "Useful! Too useful! I can feel the enormous energy contained within. With this Green Dragon magical core that's of a higher rank than me, I can definitely evolve to the second level." "That's good, swallow it immediately and just evolve in the cemetery of death." This Green Dragon's magical core had obviously been specially prepared by Han Shuo for Gilbert. Seeing Gilbert looking surprised and excited to the point of madness, he smiled. Apart from his lewdness, Gilbert could also be considered a loyal follower. Previously in the Taboo Land deep within the dark forest, he'd displayed loyalty that had touched Han Shuo. If not, Han Shuo, who was berserk at that time, perhaps would have been lost forever. "Thank you, Master. Master, you are too great. Your loyal servant praises you from the bottom of his heart." Gilbert sang unceasing praises as he clutched the Green Dragon's magical core. Gilbert had interacted with humans for a long period of time during this time. His bootlicking skills had greatly improved, and he almost didn't repeat a single sentence. All right. Just swallow the Green Dragon's magical core for me. Less of that nonsense." Han Shuo interrupted Gilbert's funning, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Gilbert stopped his nonsense this time, animatedly nodding his head and speaking to Han Shuo, "Master, I need to transform to my original form, which might be inconvenient in the cemetery of death. I'll just proceed outside. Go, but you need to be careful. Don't mess up the formation I set up. Han Chuo frantically reminded him as Gilbert rushed excitedly for the entrance of the cemetery of death, the green dragon's magical core in hand. Be at ease, master. I know what I should be doing. Gilbert replied, greatly avoiding the two large formations Han Chuo had set up. He only swallowed the green dragon's magical core after reaching another area. It looked like Gilbert would be able to become a level 2 super magical beast in the near future, Han Chuo mused. He decided to continue studying necromancy and practice incantations in the cemetery of death. A few days passed when Han Chuo suddenly thought of the dwarves in the valley. Thinking of the dwarves' skills in forging weapons and remembering his promise to ancient lizard king Degasi, he departed the cemetery of death, traveling to the valley where the dwarves resided. Winter had passed, and the dwarves' valley was filled with the fresh smell of flora. The dwarves guarding the valley all recognized Han Chuo. Han Chuo smoothly entered the dwarf village, seeing a few dwarves brewing fruit wine. When the dwarves that were brewing wine saw Han Chuo appear, all of them cheered endlessly, regardless of adults or children. Encouraged by a woman, a dwarf child less than a meter tall walked towards Han Chuo with a glass filled with fruity-smelling wine. Uncle Han, this is for you, it's very delicious. This dwarf child stood on his tiptoes, handing over the glass filled with wine to Han Chuo. Kneeling down, Han Chuo rubbed the little dwarf child's head and received the glass with a smile. Thank you. The dwarf child's smiling face blushed, as he shyly ran to his mother's side and said, Uncle Han thanked me. The honest dwarves, no matter young or old, all roared with laughter. The village was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. It looked like the dwarves had been living pretty well during this period of time. When Bennett, who had heard the news and saw that Han Chuo had arrived, he shouted from afar, Yo, Han! It's been a long time since you've came. He'd been forging weapons just now and was naked from the waist up. His face was covered in soot and he was holding a large mallet in his left hand. Hee hee. I've been a bit busy recently. Have you all been well recently? Han Chuo asked smilingly. Of course, spring has arrived. We haven't even finished the food you provided us for the winter. There's still a lot of bacon. We've mined some ore and I was just instructing the youngsters in the dwarf weapon forging skills. Life is much better than it was previously. Bennett chuckled as he replied, looking visibly refreshed. Where's the village chief? I've come to discuss a large deal with you all. Han, the gates to the dwarf village are forever open for you. To forge weapons for you is an honor for the dwarves and doesn't count as business. Chief Calvin leaned on a cane as he stroked his braided beard with a beaming smile, walking out from a distant stone house. Calvin looked visibly older, and his body was getting weaker. When one reached a specific age, struggles with walking were inevitable. Calvin's beard was fully silver now and he had to rely on a cane. It looked like he similarly couldn't resist the effects of aging. However, Calvin was in high spirits, and his chuckling look made him seem full of benevolence. When two young dwarves saw Calvin appearing, they took the initiative to go up and support the chief. Bennett asked, Elder, why have you come out? Han is here, of course I have to come visit. Bennett, I'm not as old as you think, don't you see I walked over on my own? Hat. Calvin laughed and bowed towards Han Chuo. The dwarves in this village will forever thank you for your favor. There's no business between friends. We will forge all the weapons you need, this is our attitude towards friends. When he'd come over this time, Han Chuo had primarily wanted the dwarves to help forge some weapons for the lizardmen in the underground world. Han Chuo promised ancient lizard king Degasi to help look after the lizardmen. Although the lizardmen had obtained some weapons from the corpses of the Red Bud Knights, those weapons were far from enough for their use. In addition, lizardmen were built differently than normal humans. Han Chuo wanted to ask the dwarves to forge them some weapons tailored for their use. Of course, Brettle City's city guards also needed the dwarven forged weapons. This was because the weapons forged by the dwarves were much more outstanding than normal weapons. Calvin listened carefully to Han Shuo's descriptions. When Han Shuo finished, Calvin smiled as he said, "Don't worry. The children are coincidentally very free recently. We still have enough food currently and don't need to hunt. I will make arrangements for them to forge the weapons you need." "Many thanks, Elder." Han Shuo sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Haha, there's no need for such polite words between friends. It's rare for you to have come, do try out our freshly brewed fruit wine," Calvin proudly said, pulling Han Shuo towards the women brewing wine. Chapter 351. Chapter 351, Father? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. In the blink of an eye, over a month had flown by. One day, 12 consecutive rumbling sounds rang out in the sinister cemetery of death. 12 enormous banners unfurled in the explosions. Han Shuo sat cross-legged right in the center, his eyes fixed on the 12 flags in the middle of the pit. The liquid inside the pit had turned into a pitch-black pool, bubbles of various sizes rising to the surface. Black mist churned and coiled out of it, drifting around the cemetery of death without dispersing. As the bubbles popped and crackled, that pitch-black pool of liquid was gradually absorbed by the 3 evil knights and their fire war horses. The evil knights had originally been submerged deep in the liquid in the pit. Now they were sucking in the black liquid like they were dying of thirst. Finally, the 3 evil knights and their mounts had fully absorbed the liquid, revealing their figures. They were now inky black from head to toe, with the eyes of both the riders and the mounts glinting faintly red with the light of eternal flames. Apart from the vicious deathly aura drifting around them, there was now another baleful presence swirling around them. Feeling the enormous changes occurring within their bodies, the 3 silently threw back their heads and howled to the heavens, the bone spears in their hands dancing madly. Because they could no longer bear the deep agony in their souls, the 3 evil knights once again tried to attack the power of the contract as their bodies came clear of the liquid in the pit. They wanted to escape from Han Shuo and from the slavery. Humph! High-rank undead creatures are indeed a little annoying. At least you understand the concept of resistance. Han Shuo coldly snorted, abruptly standing up from his cross-legged sitting posture. He then sent his mental strength crashing down on the 3 evil knights, forcing obedience on them while revolving the secret arts of demonic magic. The 3 evil knights' mournful, miserable howls were abruptly cut short. As both riders and horses looked at Han Shuo in horror, the flames in their eyes became weak and feeble, like a candle in the midst of a tempest. Their bodies and souls seemed ready to dissipate at the slightest provocation. The liquid inside the cave that enhanced their bodies had contained Han Shuo's blood essence. Since the 3 evil knights and their fire war horses had completely absorbed it, Han Shuo's blood essence now flowed within their bodies. This meant that he was completely capable of turning them into dust without leaving behind the slightest trace. Therefore, when Han Shuo punished and tortured the 3 evil knights and their steeds using his own blood essence, the fear that struck them was the most primal of them. The 3 evil knights had been ready to exert their everything to break away from Han Shuo's contract, but now all of them were crawling on the ground, their entire beings trembling. Han Shuo could sense the feeling of fear and awe from the depths of the 3 evil knights' souls. He snorted coldly, stepping in front of the 3 evil knights who no longer dared to resist, and placed 3 dark seals on each of them. With this magic, he could directly summon them from the other dimension. If Han Shuo hadn't imprinted the dark seals onto them, he wouldn't be able to call upon them in his next summons once he sent them back to the other dimension. Without an identifying brand on their bodies, the next summons would have chosen a random set of evil knights. In the vast, boundlessness of the other dimension, there was a countless amount of these low-level existences. It would take a miracle to summon the same set once again. However, as long as a dark seal was stamped onto their bodies, Han Shuo could find them anywhere in the other dimension through the brands. From there, he could bring the refined evil knights directly to this plane. After branding the evil knights and their fire war horses one by one, Han Shuo intended to send them back to the other dimension, However, he suddenly recalled how he'd seen undead creatures including the little skeleton, earth, fire and wood elite zombies thrive in that haven of necromancy during his trip last time. Han Chuo understood that the little skeleton and the crew were vigorously carrying out an invasion in that dimension. As their strength was improving constantly, Han Chuo was well aware of the strong undead creatures in the other dimension, and how the Mummy Lord wasn't the strongest creature in the other dimension either. When he reached the rank of Grand Magus Necromancer, Han Chuo could call upon undead creatures such as the Mummy Lords, Bone Demons and Old Fey Zombies. However, there were races beyond the undead creatures, above the Mummy Lords. Those super high-rank undead creatures included creatures like Bone Dragons, Skeleton Kings, and Zombie Kings. Only necromancers at the rank of Sacred Magus were able to summon them. According to legend, necromancers beyond the rank of Sacred Magus could even summon undead creatures that wielded the strength of demigods from the strange world. How mighty were these undead creatures? What kind of form did they appear in? Even Han Chuo wasn't sure. In the endlessly vast other dimension, Han Chuo didn't know whether or not undead creatures with the power of demigods existed. The little skeleton's strength was constantly being enhanced, but Han Chuo was still somewhat worried about him. This was why he wanted the little skeleton to take the three evil knights back to the other dimension, thereby increasing his strength again. When his thoughts reached this point, Han Chuo took out the skeletal staff and started chanting an incantation. Since he'd last accidentally entered the other dimension, there had been a period of time when Han Chuo had had some apprehension towards this magic staff. However, after a few days studying it, he didn't find any differences when he started using it in chanting incantations again. Han Chuo didn't know how the previous matter actually occurred, and so decided not to care too much about it. A black light flashed from the void. The little skeleton landed, still atop the spiky undead creature. When they arrived, the three evil knights instantly sensed the familiar air of death from this dimension. When they saw clearly that it was just a little skeleton commanding them, the three evil knights emitted the might of a high-rank undead creature, as if wanting to terrify the little skeleton. The little skeleton swept a glance over the three evil knights, his purple eye socket flashing with light. He lightly tapped the 3-meter-long bone spur on the spiky undead creature. The latter suddenly turned to the three evil knights and let out a silent roar. A billowing surge of murderous intent abruptly rolled out. The three evil knights, who had planned on showing off their strength in front of the little skeleton, suddenly felt the powerful might of that odd undead creature. They suddenly jolted in shock, their instinctive fear of higher-level undead creatures causing them to retreat a few steps. Father! After scaring off the three evil knights, the little skeleton leapt off from his undead creature. He ran straight to Han Chuo, joyously transmitting this message. Han Chuo was shocked. He looked at the little skeleton who'd lived with him ever since the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The little skeleton had secretly helped him throw out garbage in the middle of the night. Now that Han Chuo heard the little skeleton call him like this, he was at a sudden loss of words. Father, you have been to my hometown, right? The little skeleton stuck the 3-meter-long bone spear into the ground as he walked up in front of Han Chuo. He looked up, blinking his purple eye socket at Han Chuo to transmit this message. The word father that the little skeleton called him stunned Han Chuo. He suddenly found himself increasingly unable to see through the little skeleton. From simple communication to a conversation, this change had happened in only 2 years. Looking at the little skeleton in front of him with a sparkling purple eye socket, Han Chuo was shaken to the extreme. He finally snapped out his shock after a while, nodding, "That's right. I visited the other dimension last time." Pausing for a bit, Han Chuo asked with some hesitation, "Do you finally have your own complete consciousness? Why do you call me father? What's going on? You created me. Your blood runs within my body, and you've also always considered me your child. You are my father." The little skeleton blinked his purple eye and continued to send messages, "Father, not only do I have a complete consciousness, I also have some miraculous powers. These were all given by you." Han Shuo had originally seen the tiny little skeleton as a little child. The latter's display of childish behavior had always reinforced this illusion, especially after leaving the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Perhaps that was why Han Shuo subconsciously considered the little skeleton his child. As for the little skeleton, he could feel the deep feeling of love through the spirit connection with Han Shuo and gradually took Han Shuo as his father. Han Shuo's mind was a bit chaotic after the little skeleton's sudden thunderous call of father. His heart was full of questions, but Han Shuo didn't know where to start. He fell silent for a while before saying, "I've enhanced the 3 evil knights so their power has increased quite a bit. Take them with you, they should be of help." "Thank you, father. I will discipline them well," the little skeleton exclaimed in delight. He didn't have the arrogance in front of Han Shuo that let him look down on the world like he had in the other dimension. Instead, he acted more like a naughty child. The little skeleton pulled the 3-meter-long bone spur from the ground before walking towards the 3 evil knights. The closer he drew to them, the more violently the air of death around him surged. All of the deadly air from the cemetery of death seemed to churn like a whirlpool, the little skeleton firmly in the eye of the hurricane as he strode forward. The 3 evil knights suddenly trembled. The flames in their eyes flashed as they stared at the little skeleton with 7 spurs behind his back. They seemed to have figured out the little skeleton's extraordinary origin. High-level undead creatures possessed a might that any undead creature of lower ranks was simply incapable of resisting. The little skeleton walked proudly up to the 3 evil knights, tapping his huge bone spur on each one, fire war horses included, seemingly issuing an order. The bone spur rang out clearly as it tapped on the riders and mounts. The flames in their eyes flickered intensely as their postures turned submissive. It seemed they had all yielded to the little skeleton's might. Han Shuo watched the little skeleton tame the 3 evil knights smoothly, feeling quite incredulous. Even Han Shuo himself had to use his blood essence to subdue the 3 evil knights when he dealt with them. He didn't expect the little skeleton to have no need of anything. He'd used his identity as a higher rank creature to the point where they didn't dare to lift their heads. Whether it was because of different refining methods, or because the little skeleton, earth, wood and fire elite zombies had all started off at a low level, they had all readily accepted Han Shuo without any resistance during the demonic magic's refining process. When he'd refined the little skeleton, Han Shuo had felt their souls interconnect. He dared to say so because the latter had inherited a portion of his memory in addition to some of his power. Otherwise, it'd be absolutely impossible for the little skeleton to skillfully display the law of activating magic using the 7 bone spurs on his back. As for the fire, wood, and earth elite zombies, they had been refined via the secret zombie refining process. In addition to Han Shuo painstakingly collecting the materials, they'd also absorbed the 5 extreme elements from the extreme places of their respective elements. Who knew how much power had been stored up in those locations? The enormity and rarity of that power was immeasurable. Perhaps it was due to those reasons that the 4 undead creatures, the little skeleton, earth, wood, and fire elite zombies, could directly communicate with Han Shuo through their minds. They had extraordinary abilities to begin with, as well as the surprising ability to evolve. On the contrary, for those 3 evil knights or even higher rank undead creatures, Han Shuo could only give them orders, not communicate mentally with them. End of part 1 of the chapter. They likewise lacked the fortuitous chances of the little skeleton, and a part of Han Shuo's memories. Neither had they absorbed an enormous amount of elements from the heavens and earth like the other 3 zombie fellows. Moreover, because their starting rank was already much higher than the zombies and skeletons, they'd even tried to resist Han Shuo's effort to improve their physical bodies. Perhaps due to these reasons that despite being strong, they were still a far cry from the 4 of little skeleton inner circle, the undead creatures who Han Shuo had tempered first. "Father, they will listen obediently from now on." The little skeleton pointed at the 3 trembling evil knights, saying to the silently pondering Han Shuo, "Heh, you can take them back. My mind is a bit of a mess right now." Han Shuo smiled with the little skeleton. Then, when he was about to cast the spell, Han Shuo suddenly looked at the undead creature that was the little skeleton steed and asked, "Right, what is this strange fellow? Why have I never seen it before?" "Oh, he was originally a bone demon. Father found me lots of good bones last time. I dismantled this bone demon and used some of those fine bones to create its wings, so it turned out looking like this." "Father, did I make it ugly?" After answering, the little skeleton asked Han Shuo, somewhat embarrassed. "No, it looks very nice," Han Shuo replied, before sending the little skeleton and the three evil knights back to the strange world. With his connection with the little skeleton, Han Shuo sent the three evil knights to the little skeleton's territory. From now on, those three were destined to become its underlings, to be its vanguard in battle. "When did you have the ability to refine undead creatures?" After the little skeleton and three evil knights disappeared, Han Shuo muttered with a heart filled with shock. Although the little skeleton's enhancement on that bone demon was a simple dismantling and reassembly of the bones, Han Shuo could see from this action that the little skeleton was simply incredible. He was sure that the little skeleton had received that enhancement method from his memory. Otherwise, the little skeleton certainly wouldn't have had this ability. That the little skeleton had unconsciously grown into this existence was a big, pleasant surprise for Han Shuo. For someone who had personally created this miracle, the little skeleton's rapid development had astounded Han Shuo in the beginning. Now it had transformed to excitement and ecstasy. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he was of his masterpiece. Deep down in his heart, Han Shuo had truly regarded the little skeleton as his child, so he was supremely excited when the latter had called him father. He had some difficulties adapting at first, but after the little skeleton had left for the other dimension, Han Shuo felt a kind of longing. Han Shuo suddenly realized that he'd seen the little skeleton as his child from very long ago. His doting and worries for the latter were indeed the behavior of a father for his child. Child! I finally have a child! A while after the little skeleton left, inside the cemetery of death, Han Shuo threw back his head and let out an insane laugh to the heavens. His laughter was full of joy and excitement. The three evil knights had emerged, but the 12 mystical demons still needed some more time to take shape. The evil knights only needed to absorb some energy, so this process naturally didn't take much time. However, the 12 yin demons were an evolution to another form. This process was much more complicated than a simple energy absorption. Accordingly, the time taken was longer. After Dark Dragon Gilbert swallowed the magic core of the Green Dragon, he nested in the cemetery of death and fell into hibernation. His huge body curled up into a ball, his scales and skin sometimes overflowing with stinky liquid, and some lights began to flash deep within his body. Gilbert's evolution might take quite a while, and Han Shuo didn't continue studying Archmage Necromancer rank magic anymore. Seeing that everything was proceeding in a good direction in the cemetery of death, he once again returned to Brettle City. Having left Brettle City for some time, Han Shuo was surprised to see life had suddenly become more bustling than when he had left it. The streets were pathetically deserted in the past, and it was practically impossible to see anyone walking back and forth. However, when Han Shuo released the Yin Demon to make a quick scouting trip upon his return, he suddenly saw many changes had occurred unknowingly in Brettle City. As City Lord, these changes greatly pleased him. Because the mountain people on the surrounding mountains had migrated into Brettle City, the city's population had increased. In addition, the merchants outside had flooded the city in pursuit of profit. Not only did they bring various daily necessities, some of the bold merchants had even opened up shops in Brettle City. After the demand for food was met, those merchants started to sell luxurious clothes along with daily necessities. The population of Brettle City wasn't high, but the young men who joined the city guard had earned a good monthly salary. Every month, the honest young men in the city all received gold coins which were used to improve the originally poor life of their families. As long as each family had a young man at the right age, the entire family could live in style in Brettle City. Enthusiasm for enlisting in the military was unprecedented. Some young men in Sea Mist City even took the risk to come here to enlist as their life's last chance. Unknowingly, the number of city guards had increased from the original 3,000 to 5,000. With the war-crazy Dorcas stationed there, Jack didn't need to spend gold coins to forge equipment for the soldiers. Dorcas was pushing his men to compete with Fox elite knights, seeing who did the best in punishing the bandits around Brettle City. Dorcas and Fox were extremely effective as a pair. Not only did they wipe out 2 bandit organizations, the gold coins that came as the spoils of battle were enough to equip the soldiers. Brettle City had gone from its passive turtling, suffering humiliation here and there, to actively striking out, visiting retribution on the bandits. The city had gradually risen up within the span of a few months, attracting the attention of the 7 Grand Duchies. The 7 Grand Duchies, who were originally tangled in the chaos of small wars, suddenly called a truce. The 7 Grand Duchies all had the same feeling: the wolf is coming. After the Yin Demon finished touring around Brettle City, Han Chuo listened to a report of the city's current situation from Dick and Chester. Dorcas and Fox were still personally leading 1,000 city guards in a sweep through the some of the large bandit groups in the surrounding area. Dorcas had outstanding military strategy and stood as the military's head, while Fox and his knights held all the power and equipment of a standard knight brigade. Their furious pace of raids against the nearby bandit camps almost seemed like a competition to see who could wipe out more bandits. The soldiers were forged in the crucible of constant warfare, becoming increasingly adept at battle. Brian, the number of merchants coming to the city isn't small. According to the current situation, Brettle will definitely become a big city and attract more immigrants. Jack laughed, his cheeks wobbling at the effort, and carried on, I can already see the mountain people coming down soon. Now that the benefits and treatments in Brettle City are this good, it's much more profitable than their mining job. We don't have to wait for long. The 5 mountain chiefs have already made this decision. Except for Adelman, who lacks ambition in his old age, the 4 other chiefs all want to lead their subordinates down to become the official army of Brettle City. Dick looked at Han Chuo and smiled wryly, those 4 fellows have been urging me so many times already. They wanted me to tell your lordship about this, but your lordship hasn't been in the city. So this matter was delayed. Han Chuo's mind raced when he heard Chester's words. He asked with a seemingly very interested expression, what is this about? Aren't they doing very well with mining ore? This depends on who we compare it with. To the native civilians, their mining income is pretty good. But to compare with the city guards' benefits, their money from mining isn't enough to support the daily expenses of their subordinates. Up until now, the mountain people had not been faring too poorly, but since your lordship's come, that's taken a quick turn. The income of a soldier is now far better than the income from mining. Moreover, Dorcas and Fox have collected a great deal of weapons, armor, and even gold from wiping out the bandits. This supplemental income from raids far exceeds that from mining. The 7 Grand Duchies are locked in chaotic fighting, which make it a place of easy profit. Be it selling weapons, war horses, or directly robbing the bandits, they are all the fastest means to accumulate wealth. My lord, Brettle City developing this quickly is also due this reason plundering the wealth of others. Hehe, to the mountain people, following your lordship is obviously much more promising than mining. Not to mention that Dorcas and Fox also brought some bandits back to be slaves. With these slaves, the mines don't need too much manpower. The mountain folk are all good fighters with their strong bodies. It's a matter of course that they have the idea to join the army. Dick explained to Han Chuo. As Dick finished speaking, Han Chuo smiled and said, it seems everything is for profit. However, how is the loyalty of these mountain people? My lord, with you here in Brettle City, do you think they'd dare to be disloyal? Chester suddenly asked back with a smile. Chester's bootlicking was perfect timing. Han Chuo smiled and mused for a moment, saying, the number of mountain people capable of fighting from the 5 mountains is about 10,000. That number alone will double the amount of Brettle City guards. If they decide to join, all the war chariots and stone-throwing catapults at the city gates can be put in operation. Brettle City currently is overflowing with capital, so the prospects of future development goes without saying. This matter of expanding the army is imperative. 10,000 mountain people will make truly fine soldiers. They've been clashing with the bandits for many years, so there's no doubt about their fighting ability. I think this is very interesting, but I just don't know if the mountain people are actually sincere. My lord, regarding their illustration of sincerity, I think they are sincere. Dick immediately guaranteed. Oh, how do you know that? Han Shuo smiled superciliously, looking at him and asking again, you can make the decisions in their stead. Dick was about to say that he was a mountain man, but upon hearing Han Shuo add the question at the end, he couldn't help but smile wryly. My lord, although I cannot make decisions for them, I know how they think. As long as your lordship acts with moderation, with their current level of trust and gratitude towards your lordship, they will definitely be willing to listen to your orders. Is that so? Han Shuo fell silent for a bit before speaking to Dick with a smile. Well then, help me pass my words to the mountain people. I'm also glad to let them join the army, but their squads must be split up, and their original leaders no longer their commanders. In addition, all of the mountain army leaders will start from the rank of captain, and can only return to their original rank through meritorious battle service. For now, all of the mountain people must be under our lead. I will allow them to join the army if they can agree to these conditions, sharing the same treatment as our soldiers. Han Shuo was thinking for himself as well. Taking all 5 mountains into account, there were about 10,000 mountain fighters. If they were still left under the control of their original leaders, it could bring about unbearable damage if they nursed the idea of rebellion after entering Brettle City while outnumbering the city guards. One absolutely needed to defend against the hearts of people. Even if he wasn't thinking of himself, Han Shuo's position was one that demanded that he act responsible for the city's people. Though he believed that the mountain chiefs wouldn't dare to rebel, there was no guarantee for anything in everything. Everyone could have this kind of wild ambition. Han Shuo didn't want to risk the lives of the civilians. Moreover, the mountain chiefs were still young. Whether or not they were suitable to command so many soldiers needed to be judged through their true abilities. In the low likelihood that these young chiefs were useless good-for-nothings, not only would Han Shuo lose his gold, it might create a latent danger in Brettle City. Since becoming the city lord of Brettle City, Han Shuo's attitude and bearing had also developed alongside him assuming his position. He was becoming increasingly careful and mature. There was no longer any of that single-minded ruthlessness he had in the past. Good, I will definitely pass on your lordship's words. Dick didn't dare guarantee anything else after hearing Han Shuo's words, because his conditions were indeed somewhat harsh. Chapter 352. Chapter 352, Stone Men. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After 3 days, the 5 chiefs of the mountain people once again met in Brettle City. Apart from the aged Adelman, the other 4 comparatively young leaders actually all agreed to Han Shuo's demands. Eventually, even Adelman, who lacked the others' lofty ambitions, agreed with the 4 young mountain leaders to bring down the majority of the mountain people in the mines to join the army. Adelman would be responsible for extracting ore from the 5 nearby mines, and a portion of the ore would be allocated to the 4 young leaders. Brettle City was now brimming with life. 8,000 people came from the 5 mines to join the city's burgeoning populace. Dorcas, called back by the news, decided to reorganize his troops. He broke up their traditional formations to form 4 large units, placing Han Shuo's people as their commanders. Even though the mountain people had previously acquired a smattering of weapons and armor, Brettle City didn't have the equipment to fully arm 8,000 new recruits. An armaments workshop funded by the Booze Merchant Guild was quickly set up by Jack and Dorcas. It began operating at the site of the former workshops on Mount Silk. In addition, Brettle City also allocated funds to purchase smelting facilities, while the Booze Merchant Guild was put in charge of hiring skilled metal workers. Since Han Shuo still had the assistance of the dwarves from the Dark Forest, he instructed the weaponsmiths at Mount Silk to focus on forging armor. The dwarves' ability to forge weapons was far superior to anything a human could make, but in return, their armor weren't as refined compared to those forged by humans. Dorcas sent every one of the 4 mountain people units into harsh training, a regimen of his own devising. A former student of the Lancelot Imperial Academy, Dorcas was definitely a talented field commander. Under his training, the 8,000 mountain people saw a noticeable improvement in their strength. After Falk returned, he began instructing the mountain people in the proper usage of combat wagons, ballista wagons, and catapults. This type of powerful defensive weaponry required strong people to operate them, and the mountain people were perfectly suited to this task. Under the auspices of Falk, the mountain people learned how to properly operate Brettle City's gates and the combat wagons. As the days passed, Dorcas found Han Shuo one day, and proposed a suggestion. "My lord, the moat outside of Brettle City's gates is full of shallow sewage. Now that we have the 8,000 mountain people at our disposal, we can spend some time making the moat even deeper. This way, even if the 7 Grand Duchies decide to invade, the moat will cause them to lose a lot of men." Brettle City's moat had originally only been half completed, but since Brettle City had been sacked again and again by the 7 Grand Duchies, the construction of the moat had been left as an unfinished project. In the end, Brettle City became a lost cause, and the moat was eventually forgotten. Dorcas was indeed a skilled strategist, immediately seeing the value in the moat outside Brettle City's gates. Since the moat had already been given an initial shape, it wouldn't take too much time and material to finish building it. When Brettle City's moat was complete, it would act as a severe blow to the invaders. This suggestion was immediately taken to heart by Han Shuo. The mountain people, relaxing after learning how to operate the defensive siege weaponry, were immediately put to work again on expanding the city's moats and making them deeper. Han Shuo's arrival had also drastically increased the number of Dark Mantle agents operating in Brettle City. With Dick managing them, they then proceeded to infiltrate the 7 Grand Duchies, resulting in a steady stream of information. If information concerning Brettle City was brought up, that would also be dutifully recorded and passed on to Dick, then Han Shuo. As an emissary of Second Dark Star, Han Shuo far outranked Dick. In fact, Han Shuo even possessed the authority to award medals and citations to members who had contributions to their name. Amongst those select few stood Chester. Under Han Shuo's deliberate recommendation, he became the second most powerful person in Brettle City's Dark Mantle branch, second only to Dick. In addition, Chester had also risen in rank within Dark Mantle. One day, Adelman suddenly sought out Han Shuo, who was studying necromancy magic. Delia of Mount Silk, who'd entered the military by now, also entered by his side. "My lord, numerous stone men have appeared at the mines halfway up the mountain. These stone men have been attacking miners at the deepest places in the mines, causing scores of deaths. These stone men don't fear magic, and their bodies are too tough. We don't know how to deal with them, so we were wondering if you would be able to help us." Upon finding Han Shuo, Adelman immediately told him what had happened. Han Shuo was shocked. Frowning, he asked, "Stone men? How can there be stone men in the mines? Was there anything like this in the past?" Wearing soft armor, the heroic and imposing Delia had a tall nose and long legs. Standing ramrod straight, she presented an imposing figure. She shook her head at Han Shuo's question, replying, "No, this has never happened before. Even since my father took over Mount Silk, there were never been any traces of stone men in there." Delia was originally the leader of Mount Silk. Even now, Delia still had many subordinates on the mountain. The people of Delia's father's generation had lived there before. Now that stone men had appeared, the former leader of the mountain people was now the focus of attention. "Those stone men found halfway up Mount Silk, did you suddenly find them after reopening an area?" Han Shuo continued to ask, brows furrowed. Nowadays, not only did Mount Silk have mountain people mining there, but it also had a collaborative armaments workshop jointly owned by the Buzz Merchant Guild and Brettle City. It produced 10 or so sets of high-quality armor every day. When more metal workers arrived, the weapons workshop would then be able to operate more to Han Shuo's satisfaction. The mines on Mount Silk had abundant supplies of iron and copper ore. Taking advantage of this, the ore could be directly smelted into iron and copper. They would then be mixed with various other metals and forged into suits of armor by experienced metal workers. In the eyes of Han Shuo, not only was Mount Silk an important source of ore, but also the crux of his armament campaign. As such, Han Shuo was greatly concerned about what Adelman had said. "It is, my lord. When we were excavating further below, we found that the iron deposits seemed to become even richer. When we were planning to send people down, a bunch of stone men appeared from an unknown place. These stone men seemed to have a very pitiful intelligence, making it impossible to communicate with them. They immediately began attacking us, and killed quite a few of our miners." Adelman replied. "So it's like this?" Han Shuo thought for a moment and nodded. He said, "I'll go with you to Mount Silk to see what's going on with the stone men in the mines." "Thank you, my lord." Adelman gratefully replied. "My lord, Mount Silk was my region to govern, even now, I still have many friends there. I want to go with you to take a look. I hope that my lord will allow me to." Delia stared at Han Shuo with glittering eyes, beseeching him. Since entering the military, the mountain folk had to follow orders and couldn't do as they wished. It looked like Dorcas' training lately had already taken effect. Delia seemed much more rule-abiding now than the first time Han Shuo had met her. Han Shuo simply nodded all right then. One could see quite a bit of green at the base of Mount Silk. However, the amount of green decreased as one went up the mountain. There were craggy rocks as far as the eye could see, without a trace of flora or fauna. Spring had arrived. The warm weather also felt very comfortable. Han Shuo, Adelman, and Delia, along with a group of mountain people, walked towards Mount Silk. Due to his advanced age, Adelman walked more slowly than the rest, so Han Shuo had no choice but to walk slowly up the mountain with him. Delia radiated her beauty along the way, dressed in light armor. Her arms and legs were bare, and she wore sparkling silver armor covering the important places on her chest. She glistened beneath the sun. It complemented her wheat-colored skin, mesmerizing and attracting the gazes of Adelman's young escorts. In Brettle City, Delia was known as the #1 beauty amongst the mountain people. But by the same token, her strength was also something extraordinary. Due to her previous position, nobody dared to be impudent. Delia was now a mere captain, but since her strength was enough to suppress both Jack and Kent, ordinary mountain people had no way of catching her attention. On the way to Mount Silk, Han Shuo thought about the stone men in the mines with a heart full of suspicion. Not knowing where the mountain people had come from, he didn't pay attention to Delia's infatuated fans. Halfway up Mount Silk, Delia asked Han Shuo, "My lord, how do you plan on dealing with those stone men?" Han Shuo was in deep thought. He turned his head and gave a dazzling smile, saying, "We'll see after we arrive there. We won't know how to deal with the stone men before we see them. If it's like this, if the stone men attack us in the same way that our enemies attack us, then what do we do?" Delia continued to inquire, looking at Han Shuo with shining eyes. "Then we'll turn them into stone forever." Han Shuo casually replied. Hearing Han Shuo's words, Delia nodded, saying, "They dared to kill people from my tribe. I won't let them off the hook. Damnable stone men, I'll make you pay." It seemed as if Delia really cared about the 10 or so miners who were killed. From this, Han Shuo deduced that Delia was a person who really cared for her subordinates. Even though she was no longer responsible for Mount Silk, upon hearing that there was a crisis, she had immediately requested to go investigate with Han Shuo. This proved that Delia was indeed kind to her subordinates. After Han Shuo had made his stance towards the stone men clear, Delia appeared more relaxed around Han Shuo, later excitedly inquiring about Han Shuo's experiences, especially his challenge of various experts in the Lancelot Empire and the corpses that lay behind him because of them. She also inquired about his conflict with the Brute Merchant Alliance, Cain, and the like-minded. Delia expressed a strong interest in these things. There were many merchants in Brettle City who had come from Asen City. These merchants were very familiar with some of Han Shuo's exploits. Due to their reverence of Han Shuo, they exaggerated stories of Han Shuo's heroic deeds, and relayed those to the citizens of Brettle City. This unconsciously resulted in the citizens of Brettle City all coming to know Han Shuo's past experiences. Combined with his previous battles with the 4 bandit groups, Han Shuo's prestige in the city was beyond imagination. In the eyes of the citizens of Brettle City, a city lord who could provide safety and prosperity was far more trustworthy than that king in Asen City who had abandoned them. Responding to Delia's excited questioning, Han Shuo didn't say much, only elaborating a few sentences. However, the more Han Shuo appeared remote, the more interested Delia became. Delia spent the whole journey asking about Han Shuo's duels with other strong figures. After a headache-inducing talk, the group finally reached the entrance of the mines. There was already a group of miners, with dust-coated faces and muddy clothes, waiting for them. These young miners were pleasantly surprised upon seeing Delia, joyfully shouting "Boss!" From the miners' genuine delight in seeing Delia, Han Shuo could tell that Delia was a good leader in their eyes. He looked a bit askance at her. When Delia saw Han Shuo look at her with surprise, she stuck out her well-rounded bosom with a bit of pride, seeming to say that, "See that? I'm actually quite good." Han Shuo laughed involuntarily at Delia's behavior and didn't excessively voice his opinion. When Delia asked about the miners using the tone of a leader, Han Shuo released the Yin demon while listening to the content of their conversation, slowly flying toward the area said to have problems. "Let's go inside and see what's going on," Delia instructed to a group of miners as Han Shuo used the Yin demon to look inside. "Hold on. Mr. Adelman, you shouldn't go inside," Han Shuo suddenly said. "It's cold and wet inside. With your advanced age, you should wait outside for a bit." Adelman didn't persist, knowing that with his body's condition, he would only be a nuisance if he went inside. He smiled and agreed, saying "Thank you for my lord's understanding." Smiling and nodding his head, Han Shuo looked at Delia and her group, and led the group into the dark caverns of the mine. Chapter 353 Chapter 353, Place of Extreme Metal. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The caverns of the mines were dark and humid. Yet Han Shuo, someone who should have been unfamiliar with the mine, was rushing forward as if very familiar with the area. At first, Delia had even expected him to take the rearmost position. Who would have thought that Han Shuo would just advance without even taking one step backward from beginning to end? What was even more surprising that Han Shuo led the way like he was the guide. There was no mistakes made as he went straight into the depths of the mine. After a while, Delia couldn't hold in her curiosity, as the miners began to doubt their guide. She quickly walked up to Han Shuo, bright eyes staring at him as she inquired, "My lord, you've been to Mount Silk before, haven't you?" Shaking his head, Han Shuo replied, "No, I haven't. This is my first time at Mount Silk." "Why? Really? Then how come you are so familiar with the terrain inside the mine? You haven't stopped to consider any path but one and yet you haven't taken a single incorrect turn. If you haven't been to Mount Silk before, how are you so familiar with the twists and turns here?" Delia was becoming more and more doubtful and chased after the leisurely striding Han Shuo with a bunch of questions. In Han Shuo's eyes, this group of people, including Delia, wasn't very strong at all. Since the stone men deep inside the cave had no fear of magic and possessed rock-solid bodies, Han Shuo had released the Yin demon to scout ahead so that they wouldn't be suddenly slaughtered. This, coupled with some of the miners' description, let him proceed with naturally no hesitation at all. But who knew that it would rouse Delia's doubts? Han Shuo laughed softly and said, "Didn't I already hear you guys describe the situation before we entered? My intuition towards cave terrain is highly sensitive. From your description, I can instantly and accurately determine the terrain of this area. Do you believe me or not? Hearing Han Shuo's explanation, Delia was stunned before asking with a half-doubtful expression, really? Of course. Han Shuo laughed out loud, I've never been to Mount Silk before, let alone have the chance to explore this mine. How would I be this familiar with the way if I don't have a keen sense for cave terrain? Delia thought carefully about it. With Han Shuo's identity as the Brettle City Lord and also a count, he really wouldn't have the free time to come explore the mine. Faced with this logic, she was mostly convinced upon hearing Han Shuo's explanation. Subconsciously, her gaze towards him held a bit more admiration as she told herself that the City Lord was really as incredible as the legends said. He was a true man indeed. Seeing that Delia didn't ask any other questions, Han Shuo continued to hurry onward. He had turned from guest to the guide thanks to the Yin demon. The miners and Delia had become his attendants. The only remaining Yin demon slowly went deep into the belly of Mount Silk. It soon reached a narrow and dry area based on the miners and Delia's description. This area connected the entrances of 3 deep tunnels to the passage they were coming in through. Rocks pressed down on the tunnel's ceiling. If they wanted to continue ahead, they would need to be crawling on their bellies. According to the miners, this was the place they'd encountered some stone men last time they'd been here mining. There were even some traces left behind from last time's mining. However, the Yin demon was invisible. They wouldn't be able to discover its existence even if the stone men were hiding in the surroundings. Han Shuo instantly sped up when he found the right place. Delia and the miners behind was greatly surprised as they watched his body shuffle quickly through the caves with extreme sensitivity. At this point, Delia truly believed that Han Shuo had a natural intuition for caves like he'd just said. He could still determine the accurate direction from the complex crossroads. Be careful, my lord. Up ahead is the area where the stone men appeared last time. The miners were panting heavily as they tried to keep up with Han Shuo, who was almost flying as he hurtled forward. He slowly decreased his speed so as to allow them to catch up when he heard their raised voices. At this moment, Delia finally caught up. She walked up, taking a few deep breaths to calm her heaving breasts. Her voice was filled with worry as she said, "My lord, please be careful. These stone men aren't easy to deal with. We should just advance calmly and cautiously." It turned out Delia wasn't as casual and careless as she appeared to be. She was very careful and meticulous when it came to critical moments. Han Shuo couldn't help but glance at her in surprise. Right now, Delia was trying her best to regain her breath and calm her racing heart. Her twin peaks rose and fell in rhythm, attracting his attention. Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at her chest. People said any woman could tell from the men's eyes which part of her body was the focal point of attention. No matter what kind of concealing method a man did use, the woman being observed could still sense if that man had snuck a peek at her breasts or not. These words indeed had some truth to them. Although they were currently in the middle of a dark cave, Delia might just have discovered Han Shuo's eyes on her chest. She was somewhat shy under his lingering gaze on her towering peaks. Instinctively, Delia slightly bent down, as if wanting to cover some parts of her full chest through the bending of her waist. "All right, I think we've reached the place. You guys stay close so I can take care of you in case there's any danger." Han Shuo slowed to a stop and turned to tell the people behind him. The miners quickly caught up, but still lagged behind Han Shuo and Delia. Fortunately, the light in the tunnel was dim, and they didn't have Han Shuo's eyesight. Being a distance behind, they didn't see the flush on Delia's face. The 3 tunnels converged midway. As the group walked a few hundred meters more, the ceiling above their heads gradually became lower. The path also narrowed, allowing only 2 people walk side by side. Everyone had to bend down at this point to prevent their heads from hitting the rocks. After passing through the narrow path, the group reached the area where the Yin demon had stopped it. This place was actually very wide, however, the rocks above their head extended quite a ways down. There were 3 flattened tunnels around, ones where one had to crawl on their belly if they wanted to pass. This place was precisely where the stone men had suddenly appeared and attacked last time, resulting in many casualties for the miners. Han Shuo was 190 centimeters tall. He couldn't walk upright even if he bent down, so he had to squat down to inspect the situation. The miners who'd been here before all revealed nervous expressions as they looked around carefully. They raised the crude mining tools in their hand, as if getting ready to deal with any stone men that emerged. Even Delia looked a little nervous. She pulled out the dagger tied to her left leg, looking around with vigilance. Han Shuo and Delia were now leaning close to each other. In this area where they could face attacks at any moment, her bashfulness had long since been thrown far out of mind. It was due to Han Shuo's notoriety outside that Delia and the miners now felt a reassuring feeling of being able to rely on someone. If it'd just been them, they would have been on the verge of panic, not just nervous. Han Shuo squatted down to take a look around once before asking the miners, "How tall are these stone men and what do they look like?" "They're only 150 centimeters tall, but are wide horizontally so they can move very flexibly without being restrained by the low ceiling," one of the miners replied. Hearing his words, Han Shuo looked at the 3 tunnels and took an estimation. The tunnels were only around a meter tall, so a human had to crawl on their belly to enter. According to the miners, the stone men were 150 centimeters tall and very wide horizontally. They couldn't have come out from those 3 tunnels. Except for the 3 tunnels in this area, there was only the passage that they had just come through. If the stone men didn't come from the 3 tunnels, could it be that they came from the passage as well? Han Shuo's heart was full of doubts. He didn't continue observing the surrounding anymore, and sat still to think instead. He suddenly whistled in a low tone. The whistle started out faint and low, gradually became louder and high-pitched, then ending in an echo like a dragon roar. "All right, if the stone men are close by, they will definitely hear it and come over. We only have to wait and see." Han Shuo turned to tell the nervous-looking miners. End of part 1 of the chapter. To Han Shuo's left, Delia was bending down to survey the surroundings, revealing her breathtaking curves of her waist. She only wore a soft leather miniskirt on her lower body, accentuating the curve of her hips and her tantalizing bare legs. When Han Shuo caught sight of her when he turned to give orders to the miners, he couldn't help but spend a little time savoring her round buttocks. Most of the nervous miners didn't notice, except for the 3 who accidentally saw this beautiful scene as well. The 3 young men all swallowed hard, and suddenly developed a slight hunch to their posture, trying to conceal a newly rising bulge. Looking around, Delia abruptly turned around quickly, her bright eyes looking straight at Han Shuo, whose stare was fixed on her hips. Caught red-handed, Han Shuo awkwardly coughed dryly and conscientiously turned his head away. Delia was flushing red. She glared ferociously at the awkward Han Shuo and snorted lightly. She then angrily turned to the 3 miners and shouted, "What are you rascals looking at? Could it be you guys already want to seek death after I leave Mount Silk for a few days?" Finishing speaking, Delia lowered her voice to mutter, "Men really are no good." It was unknown whether or not this sentence was deliberately said only for Han Shuo's ears, but he'd heard it indeed. He secretly thought, aren't women meant to be looked at by men? How did you know we were peeping at you? You bent over to expose that wonderfully beautiful curved butt. Wasn't that intentional? As Han Shuo mused, several almost intangible wisps floated in from the 3 narrow tunnels. Han Shuo looked around but didn't find anything that would have provoked them. However, as a necromancer and a demonic cultivator, he could immediately sense that these breaths was similar to the existence of the wraiths. He quietly cast a soul exploration magic, observing the 8 murky mists, which were hidden from human eyes, slowly moving to a few dark corners. They slowly spread out, each coiling on top of a large block of rock. They then imbued each rock with a strange power. The originally solid rocks slowly became malleable after being suffused with these pulses of power. Afterwards, it was like someone was molding these rocks, as they split into 8 stone men that the miners had faced before. Hanchuo, who was adept at both demonic magic and necromancy magic, saw this stone-shaping process clearly. After the 8 stone men slowly emerged from the corners, Hanchuo finally understood how they'd suddenly appeared in this place last time. So it's actually like this, Evidently, only the souls came out of those 3 narrow passages, which then used the rocks here to reform their bodies. 8 of them, with fully formed bodies. Are they getting ready to attack? Hanchuo took out the skeletal staff to summon dozens of skeletal warriors as well as zombie warriors. Some of them surrounded Delia and the miners as Hanchuo looked at the 8 stone men slowly coming out of the dark corners. The rock ceiling of this area was too low. Higher rank undead creatures like the hate warriors and evil knights would be hard-pressed to display their full power. Only the short and small skeletal and zombie warriors could easily move about in this place. Delia was scared out of her wits at suddenly being surrounded by a crowd of skeletal and zombie warriors. These undead creatures naturally didn't look very pleasing to the eye, and the morass of deathly aura that enveloped them sent a shiver of fear through her. However, upon hearing Hanchuo's words and seeing that they only surrounded her without any intention to attack, Delia knew that these were the guards that Hanchuo had summoned for her. She then immediately felt reassured in her heart. "My lord, have the stone men appeared?" Delia calmed down and finally reacted to Hanchuo's words, raising her dagger. The light here was too dim. The 8 stone men were also forming in the shadows, so Delia's group simply couldn't see their movement. Nodding his head, Hanchuo smiled and said, "That's right, 8 stone men." The 8 scattered stone men suddenly began to attack Hanchuo as they spoke, charging in from the 8 dark corners. Their bodies were formed from the iron ore of this mine, and thus ordinary magic attacks wouldn't be very effective. Even standard weapons weren't much of a threat to these stone men. No wonder so many miners had died here last time. However, Hanchuo's current body was much more solid than iron and rocks. He didn't even need to take out the Demon Slayer edge to deal with these stone men, he just crouched and smashed directly into them. "Interesting. Just what kind of creature are you guys?" Hanchuo still had the leisure to ask questions even when wrestling with 8 stone men. Surrounded by the undead creatures, Delia watched Hanchuo face the attacks from the stone men without fear. Even though some fists and kicks connected, he didn't respond at all. It was as if Hanchuo's body was even more solid than the stone men made of iron ore. Hanchuo slammed his bare fists on the 8 stone men's bodies. This time, it was them who was forced to retreat. Sounds of metal rang out as Hanchuo's fists connected with their iron bodies, rendering Delia's group speechless as they watched with eyes and mouths wide open. In the profound continent, the only ones who counted as experts at close combat were swordsmen and knights. But they too had to use fighting aura to enhance the defensive abilities of their physical bodies. No one had ever heard of a physical body strong enough to not require the supplementation of fighting aura. And indeed, Hanchuo wasn't using the defensive power of magical yuan. He was simply using the durability of his body to forcefully block the stone men's attacks. When his magical cultivation reached the separate demon realm, Hanchuo's body was far sturdier than iron. Ordinary swords wouldn't even leave a mark on him anymore. After fighting for a while and discovering that these 8 stone men didn't show any signs of communicating amongst themselves, Hanchuo became impatient. He began to gather a bit of magical yuan on his hands as he attacked. The stone men were already reeling from the physical blows, they couldn't withstand these newly reinforced blows. Hanchuo grabbed their necks in his hand, ignoring the blows they were raining on his chests and beheading them with one crush. The speed of Hanchuo's movements suddenly increased. His fists, now packed with magical yuan, smashed the stone men's bodies into fragments. In the blink of an eye, the 8 stone men were completely pulverized into stone chips. Not a single whole block of stone remained. His lordship is truly so strong. A miner couldn't stop mumbling, a look of worship on his face. Delia's pretty eyes glinted with a strange light as she stared at Hanchuo. She'd just watched him smash the stone men to shards using nothing but his bare hands. In the eyes of a woman who worshipped wild and strong men, this was far too irresistible. Delia couldn't stop her heart from pounding. Want to run? Heh, won't be that easy. After Han Shuo destroyed the bodies of the 8 stone men, the 8 murky wisps from the 3 tunnels seemed to know that Han Shuo wasn't someone they could deal with. They began to slowly gather, planning to return the way they'd come. Be it his identity as a demonic cultivator or a necromancer, Han Shuo had methods aplenty to deal with this kind of weird soul. His left hand stretching out, a surge of murderous intent flooded out from his palm like a miniature vortex. This murderous intent was harmless to physical bodies, but those 8 wisps were unable to resist its suction. Not only were the 8 souls unable to take a single step away from Han Shuo, they were slowly absorbed by the force of the small vortex on his palm. When the 8 of them fell into his palm, they were tightly held down by the murderous intent, unable to break free. Speak. What kind of thing are you? This time, Han Shuo didn't speak audibly, but used his consciousness to transmit the message. The murkiness of the 8 souls whirling in the high speed of the vortex on his palm slowly dispersed, and they became 8 sparkling green light dots. Just like 8 beautiful shining stars, the tiny tornado in Han Shuo's hand had become a facsimile of the deep and profound Milky Way. What should have been a dark and scary scene had turned into an intoxicatingly beautiful picture in Delia's eyes. It was as if Han Shuo's hand was an endless starry sky, sparkling with the twinkling of the night stars. If, at this moment, someone asked her which man could pluck the stars from the night sky for her, she'd instantly answer without hesitation, it was definitely the man right in front of her. There was a sky full of stars in his grasp. After using his consciousness to transmit the message, Han Shuo felt a weak response. The consciousness of these 8 souls was too small compared to his powerful consciousness. Therefore, the message they transmitted was also very faint, mercy please. We are the miners who died to the mine collapse before. Our souls didn't disperse, but drifted to a strange place and absorbed a strange energy, becoming what you see here. Han Shuo stilled his mind to listen carefully. When he gradually understood the message, he was stunned. What was that strange place? We don't know either. Strange energy filled that area. We don't know why our souls slowly became powerful when we absorbed some of that energy. We can even have the power to manipulate stone and form bodies of stone for ourselves. We couldn't let the miners harvest that area and destroy that place of miraculous energy, so we attacked the miners. We beg you, please let us go. We won't dare to do that from now on. The 8 souls on Han Shuo's palm had joined together, clearing up the message they transmitted. Han Shuo first frowned in doubt when he started listening, before inspiration struck. He suddenly yelled out in delight, "Haha, I know now. So that's how it is." This joyous loud scream wasn't a silent communication, but a loud cheer that broke through the air. This made Delia's group jump in shock. They stared inexplicably at him, not knowing why he'd suddenly became so high-spirited. "My lord, what is it?" When she looked at Han Shuo this time, Delia didn't know why she suddenly felt that he was the most tempting of men. Her voice had unknowingly turned soft and tender. "Nothing much." Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff to send all of the undead creatures around Delia's group back to the strange dimension. He then thought for a bit before responding, "You guys should stop mining from this area from now, or you'll meet with danger. You can just come pick up harvested ore once a month. Rest assured the stone men won't attack you anymore. Alright, you guys leave first, leave this matter for me to handle." Delia's crew was full of doubt at Han Shuo's words. They only saw him easily annihilate the stone men, but didn't know why he would say what he had. "My lord, can you tell us what's going on here?" Delia thought for a moment before asking Han Shuo. "Oh, the stone men have submitted to me. From now on, they will have to mine a portion of ore every month, at rates surely more productive than you. You only need to come here once a month to collect it. I have agreed to let them have the area around these 3 tunnels as their living place in return for helping you with the mining." Han Shuo smiled and explained to Delia. "But, Didn't the stone men die already? Delia asked, puzzled. They didn't. Their souls are still in my hand. You guys can be at ease and leave. From now on, you only have to come here once a month to collect the ore. This is the best of both worlds. Han Chuo explained to Delia. Delia had originally come looking for the stone men to settle their debt. Now that Han Chuo had destroyed their bodies, captured their souls, and offered such favorable conditions, she readily agreed to Han Chuo's words without asking too much about it. All right. I'll leave with them first. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Delia didn't ask why Han Chuo wanted to remain here. She spoke a few words to the miners before leading them back the way they'd come. After Delia's group left, Han Chuo followed the guidance of the stone men's souls to crawl into a narrow tunnel on his belly. Proceeding forward for 700-800 meters, he suddenly emerged into a vast area. Every part of this area was covered by stones of various colors. The rock wall over his head was a light silver color, sparkling with a silvery sheen. A variety red, purple, and white ores were present, some of which Han Chuo knew and some he'd never heard of before. They were scattered everywhere in this wondrous area. A dense sense of metal element filled the area. There was an enormous rock pillar in the center exuding a concentrated force of metal. The place of extreme metal, the last of the 5 places of extreme elements, had finally revealed itself in front of Han Chuo. Chapter 354. Chapter 354, Metal Attribute Treasure, the Golden Cudgel? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The central stone pillar in the place of extreme metal was shining with a faint golden luster. It was also where the metal element was the most dense. The place of extreme metal was the most difficult one to form out of the 5 extreme places, because no matter where, humans had a tireless and endless enthusiasm for harvesting ore. Be it flat land or high mountain, as long as that area was rich with ore, people would flock to it like flies to cow dung and exploit all of its minerals. It'd take hundreds of thousands of years for a place of extreme metal to gradually form. If this formation process was disturbed because of the exploitation of the ore, it'd be difficult for it to restore itself back its natural state. All of the 5 places of extreme elements were formed thanks to their unique terrain as well as the forces of nature. Even Chu Qinglan, who'd cultivated his demonic magic to the 9 changes realm, had been incapable of using human ability to create the 5 places of extreme elements or repair them when they were damaged. All 5 places of extreme elements had been formed from millions of years of accumulation. It was simply impossible to use human effort to change this. Just like the place of extreme fire, this place of extreme metal had also existed for eons. The enormous, glittering stone pillar in the center must be the metal attribute treasure nurtured by the place of extreme metal. There was a legend in Han Chuo's previous world about the immortal Monkey King. He had originally been a stone monkey who obtained his weapon, the magic needle of the calm sea, the golden cudgel, from the dragon palace beneath the seas. According to the legend, the cudgel was the metal attribute treasure born from an extreme metal place millions of years old. Because the Monkey King himself was born with the metal attribute, he was able to skillfully utilize the power of the metal attribute treasure. That was how he'd became an everlasting, legendary, immortal existence back on Han Chuo's earth. It seemed the shimmering golden stone pillar standing quietly in the center of the cavern was the treasure of this place of extreme metal. As for whether or not its power was as miraculous as the golden cudgel, Han Chuo wasn't too aware. However, Han Chuo understood that only the elite zombie refined from the place of extreme metal would have the ability to master this metal attribute treasure. It was like how it had to be the fire elite zombie who took charge of the fire attribute treasure, the fire lotus. Therefore, Han Chuo didn't easily touch that metal attribute treasure, afraid that he would destroy the natural operations of the place of extreme metal. Arriving next to the stone pillar, Han Chuo reached out to gently tap it. A crisp metallic ring echoed out. It was indeed the sound of metal. Dense ripples of metal element slowly rolled from the stone pillar onto his fingertips, turning Han Chuo's body a little stiff. Sure enough, a metal attribute treasure, all right. It seems the metal elite zombie is quite lucky. Han Chuo softly exclaimed. He took a tour around the place of extreme metal to view a variety of precious, rare ores that shimmered slightly. Han Chuo's heart was filled with delight. However, he didn't move a single ore in the place of extreme metal. Han Chuo didn't want to act rashly before he gathered all of the materials to refine the metal elite zombie. He wanted to avoid changing the natural formation of this place and prevent causing irreversible damage. Metal elite zombie, metal elite zombie, you are the only one left. Now even your weapon is already made. Han Chuo murmured. He opened his right hand, scattering the 8 light dots in the place of extreme metal. He ordered, protect this place well. Kill anyone, even the miners, who tries to come here. Understood. We won't let anyone vandalize this place. The 8 souls transmitted their resolution in response. Han Chuo didn't remain in the place of extreme metal. As his heart burned with the anxiety to immediately gather all of the necessary materials to refine the metal elite zombie, he instantly left the way he'd come in. At the area with the 3 tunnels, Han Chuo used the Demon Slayer edge to slice off a few huge stone boulders to block the tunnels, leaving only a hole as thick as an arm for the souls enter and exit. Stepping out of the belly of Mount Silk, Han Chuo saw Delia and the miners still waiting at the entrance. The administrator of the 5 mines, Elder Adelman, was also there. Did you handle everything? Delia's eyes instantly brightened as soon as she saw Han Chuo, asking enthusiastically. Han Chuo nodded with a radiant smile and said, that's right. From now on, not only will those stone men stop attacking the miners, they will even hand over some ore to you. Pausing for a bit, Han Chuo looked solemnly at Delia and Adelman before saying, however, you have to remember, no one is allowed through the 3 tunnels that the stone men reside in. It won't be my responsibility if anyone dies after trespassing. Adelman hastily guaranteed the outcome when he heard Han Chuo's warning, rest assured, my lord, I will definitely discipline the miners well and won't let them enter that area. My lord, rest assured, I think they won't dare to come in anyway. After all, only my lord can deal with those stone men. How can some miners possibly be their opponents? Delia's brightly shining eyes were still glued to Han Chuo's body as she replied with a chuckle. Han Chuo also thought that to be the case when he heard Delia's words. He recalled that the rock-solid stone men didn't seem to fear magic. In that narrow space, even senior swordsmen would be courting death if they were to face the stone men. Although the bodies of the mountain people were strong and sturdy, their strength was still a far cry from that of the stone men. They naturally wouldn't be so foolish to go seek their own death. All right. You guys only need to go to that place once a month to collect the ore. The stone men have already agreed to my demands. They are much better at harvesting ores than you guys anyway. They will always help you mine the ore as long as you don't interfere with their lives. Han Chuo replied. Many thanks to my lord, many thanks to my lord. Adelman was truly grateful to Han Chuo, bowing ceremoniously as he spoke. Elder, no need to stand on ceremony. This is only something I should do as the city lord of Brettle City. Han Chuo helped him up and spoke with all sincerity. With the stone men crisis resolved, Han Chuo didn't remain on Mount Silk. Adelman and his subordinates resided on Mount Silk, so they didn't return to Brettle City. There were now only Han Chuo and Delia on the way back. Han Chuo was feeling a mounting sense of urgency, and he desperately wanted to ditch Delia and return straight to Brettle City. However, as he thought about it carefully, he came to the conclusion that doing so would be a bit rude to her. Therefore, Han Chuo slowly walked through the rugged mountain road down to the main road with her. Han Chuo now felt a tad guilty about his actions. He'd been caught peeping at her in the mine and still hadn't taken the initiative to start a conversation. However, Delia's gaze at him had been somewhat strange ever since they'd left the mine. Her sexily dressed, hot body didn't seem to be ill at ease either. Instead, she even tried to deliberately puff out her chest. Even though Han Chuo was no gentleman, they were currently observing propriety as they made their way down the mountain. He'd already been caught stealing glances, and his mind was occupied by the matter of finding the materials to refine the metal elite zombie, so his perverted nature wasn't as strong as usual. He didn't sneak a single glance at Delia's chest along the way. However, such behavior from Han Chuo was mistakenly branded as hypocrisy by Delia. With her identity as the most beautiful mountain woman in addition to her outstanding strength, her eye for men was very finicky. She hadn't chosen anyone among the young mountain men for so many years, and only toyed around with those who admired her. Delia's 170 centimeters body was very tall. To the general mountain people, that height was enough capital for her to strut around with. However, in the face of Han Chuo's 190 centimeters height, Delia no longer felt proud. Moreover, back in the mine, she had been even more overwhelmed upon witnessing Han Chuo's thunderous assault that shattered the stone men to pieces. With her heart that only sought to admire the strong, Han Chuo was her perfect target in every aspect. Suddenly, Delia leapt to block the road in front of Han Chuo, her shining eyes staring hotly at him, her soft, silky breasts heaving. Han Chuo was caught off guard and almost bumped into Delia's soft chest. He immediately came to a stop, subconsciously taking a step back. He looked at her, somewhat confused as he asked, "What is it?" "My lord, you are a true man. I like you." Contrary to Han Chuo's expectations, Delia's burning eyes was fixed on him as she boldly confessed her true feelings. The mountain women were very straightforward in their character, and Delia was one of the more outstanding specimens. She was wild, daring in love and daring in hate. The normal women of Lancelot Empire weren't so bold and frank. Such a confession from Delia astonished Han Chuo. He squinted, and swept his eyes up and down Delia's body, as if wanting to see her clearly. As Han Chuo's eyes roamed her body, Delia instinctively felt somewhat shy, especially when his eyes fell upon her tall and full twin peaks. Some of the sensitive parts near her waist also weren't spared. Under the caress of his bold gaze, her body started to burn, making her a little embarrassed. However, Delia wasn't as timid as those ordinary women. She had confirmed Han Chuo her target, so she didn't retreat despite her shyness. Instead, she even pushed out her breasts, seeming very confident in her own body. "You're not bad." Han Chuo suddenly smiled faintly a long while later and spoke softly. Delia was delighted. A passionate smile blooming on her lips, she spoke boldly to Han Chuo, "My lord, then, you want me, don't you?" End of part 1 of the chapter. Shaking his head, Han Chuo answered, "I'm sorry. I already have a woman, and I love my woman." Delia's face dimmed when she heard those words. She silently hung her head for a moment before lifting her face again and said stubbornly, "I, Delia, have never had any man before. Only you have been powerful enough to make me lose my resolve. Whether or not you have a woman, I want to become your woman." Han Chuo was flabbergasted. He looked at Delia's stubborn face, the face of a woman who didn't seem to know the meaning of defeat. His first thought was that either this woman had been fated by the gazes of adoration of the mountain men for too long, or maybe her standards were too high. It seemed like she was setting her mind on her own objective, regardless of his willingness. Han Chuo himself wasn't a gentleman who could control his desires with a beautiful woman sitting on his lap. Otherwise, there wouldn't be Emily and Phoebe, and of course, Fanny, whom he was obsessed with. Of course, Han Chuo was a horny male that had to mount every woman he saw. A demonic practitioner like Han Chuo wouldn't have any scruples about the secular constraints. As long as he was genuinely interested in a woman, he'd throw all morality to the wind. Delia's body was extremely tempting, and her face was also very beautiful. Han Chuo didn't deny that he lusted for her beauty. However, that was all it was, lust. If there was no responsibility attached to having sex with her, he would have taken her without hesitation. However, everything had its limits. If Delia persistently wanted to be with him, but he only stayed at Brettle City long enough to toy with her, only to abandon her afterwards, then the 30,000 mountain men here would be unwilling to let go of this matter. Han Shuo also didn't want to poke at this kind of hot potato. Hehe, I really do have, and not just one. Han Shuo first explained a little before continuing, honestly speaking, I only have a bit of interest towards you. However, it's just the interest a man would have towards the body of a beautiful woman, not the kind that you feel. You should understand what I mean, yes. What? You have more than one woman? Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Delia didn't care too much about the implications of his words. Her surprise had only led her to clarify the first sentence. Han Shuo nodded, inwardly pondering if Delia would sprout some nonsense. However, as he thought about it, this matter would be exposed sooner or later, so he didn't deny it. Han Shuo answered with a nod, there is indeed more than one. So what of it? Then that means you won't mind having me as another one. I'm willing to be one of your women. It's still better than being the sole woman in the heart of a mediocre man. Her eyes gleaming with excitement, Delia continued, I knew it. A man like you can't just have one woman. Adding me in should be no problem, right? Han Shuo's eyes and mouth were wide open in shock at Delia's words. These mountain women were unexpectedly bold and straightforward. Even someone as free as Han Shuo, who'd always done whatever he wanted, found this attitude hard to digest. Delia still wanted to discuss this matter in detail, while Han Shuo was set on heading out to find the materials to refine the metal elite zombie. Not knowing how to respond to Delia, he responded directly, let's discuss this later. For now, I still have no interest in you. I'll consider your proposal when I'm interested in you. Alright, I have some matters to take care of, so I'm going first. Han Shuo shot towards the sky as soon as the last words left his mouth. His magical yuan circulated to radiate an aura that placed him high over the entire world, and he turned into a black streak of light that disappeared into the clouds without a trace. Delia watched with infatuation as Han Shuo's flying posture gradually disappeared into the horizon. She revealed a resolute smile, firmly nodding her head and whispering to herself, I'll definitely make you fall for me. My lord, Keek, only a man like you can make me submit from the bottom of my heart. Of course, Han Shuo didn't hear these words. He flew all the way to Brettle City and looked for little fatty Jack, giving him the list of materials needed to refine the metal elite zombie, saying, acquire these materials for me. Use the Booze Merchant Guild or whatever merchant guild, just get me these materials as soon as possible. No problem. Possessing a mountain of gold coins, Jack replied with 100% of his lung power. He was projecting an extraordinary spirit that screamed, consider it done. When he finished those words, he added, oh, right, Dick was looking for you. Hearing that Dick was looking for him, Han Shuo parted ways with Jack. He went straight to the Dark Mantle stronghold in Brettle City, since Dick was normally there. He really did find Dick there after arriving at the Brettle City's Dark Mantle stronghold. The latter was processing and organizing some intelligence on the 7 Grand Duchies sent back from his subordinates. Seeing Han Shuo abruptly come in, Dick quickly stood up to salute with surprise. He then sat down and asked with a smile, my lord, what have you come here for? I heard from Jack that you were looking for me. Did something happen? Han Shuo asked Dick as soon as he sat down. There were only 6 members, including Dick, in this secret stronghold. However, Han Shuo was absolutely sure that there were more than 6 Dark Mantle members stationed at Brettle City. It was just that they were usually scattered across the city or the 7 Grand Duchies. They were all undercover or carrying out a secret mission. They wouldn't come here unless circumstances warranted it. Only when they acquired an accurate piece of intelligence or successfully completed a mission would they come in to report to Dick. Originally, Dick had been stretched thin for manpower. However, when Han Shuo had arrived here, Candide had reassigned some members to Brettle City to be under Han Shuo's direct command. All of the Lancelot Empire's secret activities were single-handedly managed by Candide. Even Brettle City, located at the extreme east of the empire, was under his control. As Candide's most outstanding underling, Han Chuo also had the right to manage the personnel network of the Dark Mantle in Brettle City in addition to being the Brettle City Lord. Dick was naturally under Han Chuo's jurisdiction. "My lord, I looked for you because I've acquired some information. It was just that you weren't in the mansion at that time. I didn't expect you to personally come find me. The honor truly frightens this little one." Dick himself also sat down with a smile before explaining to Han Chuo. All right, less nonsense. What actually happened?" In private, Han Chuo and Dick never continued their master-servant act for long. Dick chuckled and let out a cough. Face turning solemn, he said, "We may just have a big problem this time. All of the 7 Grand Duchies have come to a truce. According to the information our people sent back, the Grand Dukes of all 7 duchies will soon have a secret meeting at a mountain valley. We have no way to knowing the agenda for the meeting, but I'm almost certain they're convening to figure out how to deal with us." The 7 Grand Duchies had tirelessly waged war within themselves when Brettle City was no threat. However, now that the Brettle City had revealed its ferocious, domineering momentum, it naturally became the single biggest threat to the 7 Grand Duchies. The 7 Grand Duchies were all split from the Vainerdun dynasty. 100 years ago, the royal family had fought amongst each other for the throne and split the Vainerdun dynasty into 7 duchies. Afterwards, they had gradually become today's 7 Grand Duchies. When there was no external threat, they delighted in invading each other for benefits. However, their history made them family, and a common enemy would quickly find themselves facing a tight-knit alliance of the 7 duchies. The Lancelot Empire hadn't clearly understood this peculiar situation last time and was tempted into invading the 7 Grand Duchies. Ultimately, the 7 Grand Duchies had allied to beat the Lancelot Empire into retreat. Also from that event, Brettle City had fallen into a slump, reduced into a worthless existence. It seems the 7 Grand Duchies now consider Brettle City a new threat. Hehe, we should be proud. Brettle City's population doesn't even touch 100,000, far less than any of the 7 Grand Duchies. I didn't think they'd think so highly of us." Han Chuo smiled coldly at Dick. "My lord, the 7 Grand Duchies absolutely can't be taken lightly. They can't be compared to ordinary bandit groups. They are a true army. Not only do they possess complete sets of siege equipment, their years of constant warfare has resulted in their common soldiers being of high quality. They are even one notch stronger than the standard army of the Lancelot Empire." Dick smiled wryly as he explained to Han Chuo, "In addition, each duchy has at least 30 to 40,000 soldiers on standby, not to mention the many private armies of the local aristocrats. If every man is roused to fight, and the 7 Grand Duchies combine forces, their total force would probably be double that of our population. We absolutely cannot underestimate them. Rest assured. I already have a plan. I just won't let them ally together." Han Chuo laughed sinisterly as his thoughts began to spin. Chapter 355 355, Ambush. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The 7 Grand Duchies had gathered at a secret meeting place in Sakamimir Valley. Although the 7 Grand Dukes had created an alliance to fight against Brettle City, they did not trust each other enough to try holding this meeting in one of their duchies. Thus, in the end the 7 Grand Dukes decided to gather their armies at a neutral location, Sakamimir Valley. The majority of the soldiers were temporarily camping in the plains outside the valley, while the 7 Grand Dukes and their most elite experts convened at the center of the valley. Warm, comfortable sunlight bathed the flowers and plants that grew on the valley's slopes. At the center of the Sakamimir Valley, a simple tent had been erected on some flat ground next to a stream. Inside stood 7 Grand Dukes, secretly negotiating something as their subordinates stood by their sides. If a mishap actually occurred here, the 7 Grand Duchies would suffer a fatal blow. Thus, not only were there numerous knights guarding the tent, but the tent was layered with magical barriers protecting the 7 Grand Dukes within. The points of contention within the tent was who the leader of the Allied army would be, what checks and balances should be put in place, and how they would split the spoils of war. The years of warfare between them before this had created several grudges on the battlefield. This sudden new threat forced them to leave their differences unresolved, so there were bound to be some conflicts arising. Helentina of the Helen Duchy had been feeling extremely agitated lately, and it showed. She was not as beautiful as before. She was clearly very haggard. The news of her being violated had spread like wildfire among the 7 Grand Dukes. Thus, Helentina had become a target of ridicule overnight. Furthermore, anyone who saw her would have a strange look in their eyes. Those gazes made Helentina itch. Furthermore, Benedict Sackville of Narsen Duchy, who had originally been a reliable ally, had become distant ever since the news had gone on to become public knowledge. Even now, after meeting Benedict Sackville here in person, he was clearly not as attentive as before, only giving her a polite greeting. Helentina understood the root of the problem. However, because Han Shuo had truly captured her and imprisoned her within Brettel City for a couple of days, even if she had 100 mouths, she wouldn't be able to explain her innocence. During this time, the arrogant Helentina had also suffered a lot from those strange looks from others. Even some of Helen Empire's citizens believed that the tainted Helentina was not suited to become a Grand Duke. If it wasn't for her merciless and bloody methods in suppressing the rebellion, killing 9 rebelling nobles in succession, perhaps she would have lost her status within Helen Duchy. Now, in the middle of the meeting between the 7 duchies, Helentina was once again treated with neglect. At this time, Benedict Sackville was embroiled in an argument with Bavenden Duchy's Alec Ambridge. The crux of the problem lay in the distribution of the spoils of war. Specifically, Alec Ambridge fancied the 6 magic crystal cannons within Brettel City that was worth 600,000 gold coins. Thus, he relentlessly fought for the right to take all 6 of them. Benedict Sackville had originally purchased these 6 magic crystal cannons for Helentina from the distant Brute Merchant Alliance through his secret channel. Thus, Benedict Sackville believed that these 6 magic crystal cannons were naturally his and put his foot down, not compromising in the slightest. Suddenly, Helentina, the one who'd handed over 600,000 gold coins for the cannons in the first place, was completely forgotten. In the past, Benedict Sackville would have relentlessly pursued Helen at any expense. But now, he'd reversed his position and was actively trying to recoup his losses. After taking a cold glance at the argument heating up between the 6 other Grand Dukes, Helentina's heart became increasingly agitated. Unconsciously, her thoughts began to wander back to that which she had become intimately familiar with over the past year or so, Han Shuo's utter ruthlessness. Comparing the 6 guys in front of her to the memory of that ruthless tormentor, she faintly felt like these 6 guys droning on in front of her were far from true men. Instead, the image of Brettel City Lord's ruthless and demon-like eyes kept popping up in her mind again and again. She had this gut feeling that the 6 Grand Dukes in front of her had no way of defeating the ruthless Lord of Brettel City. Brettel City's population didn't even reach 100,000 people. Without even mentioning the other 6 Grand Dukes, even the Helen Duchy alone had a military strength capable of defeating their target. Now that the alliance of 6 Grand Dukedoms intended to advance towards Brettel City, she was truly having a ridiculous thought. Even Helentina herself felt as though she was being absurd believing that the Allied troops would be defeated. Duchess Helen, what do you want from Brettel City? Grand Duke Randy Allard of Bonton Duchy politely walked over to the almost statue-like Helentina. Waking up from her contemplation, Helentina silently thought for a moment before her red lips moved, saying softly, I only want the life of Brettel City's lord. Although, victory may not come as easy as we think here. I have nothing to support this claim but instinct, but I feel it to be true. Haha. Grand Duchess Helen, you must be really tired. We will surely win with the army of 7 Grand Dukedoms allied together. Even the Lancelot Empire that soars with fame and prestige was easily defeated by us that day. But now you're saying just one shabby little Brettel City will be able to obstruct our advance? That's just way too ridiculous. Ha, after you were captured by that city lord, it seems your courage was also broken. Am I wrong, Grand Duchess Helen? Alec Ambridge overheard the conversation and abruptly broke in. His sneer had no intention of concealing his contempt, outright breaking out in laughter at Helentina. Originally, at such moments Benedict Sackville, who had just been arguing hot-headedly with Alec Ambridge, would have spoken out for Helentina. However, he was unexpectedly silent, even slowly nodding his head. It was apparently the first time he'd agreed with someone who was just his enemy a moment ago. Helentina only felt a cold feeling in her heart, looking at the man who had repeated over and over again that he would take care of her until he died. She had the sudden urge to laugh. I am a little tired. You guys can keep discussing. Helentina stood up wearily and spoke to the 6 other Grand Dukes before walking out alone. None of the 6 Grand Dukes urged Helentina to stay. Instead, Alec Ambridge waited until after she left before snorting, "It looks like she's been conquered by the new city lord's skills in bed. She can't even grasp the current situation. Hee hee. I really don't understand how someone could have been so foolish in the past to relentlessly chase her." "Who are you talking about, hey?" Benedict Sackville roared as his temper boiled over. Madly chasing after Helentina was now his greatest disgrace. He wouldn't let anyone who offended him in this respect off the hook. Hee hee, nothing, nothing. Alec Ambridge had unexpectedly found that prodding at Benedict Sackville was something rather pleasant. Seeing him burst into anger was especially gratifying, especially since he had not been able to win during the fight for the magic crystal cannons. In the plains outside the valley, within one of the Helen Duchy's station tents, Helentina's calm face disappeared. Her heart slowly sank to a new low. "Helen? What's wrong, why are you unhappy again?" Within the tent, a high-rank super beast named Firewind transformed from a phoenix into a beautiful female dressed in red before pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Helentina with both hands. "Sister Firewind. Could it be that being a virgin is that important? Why is that after I came back from Brettle City, it seems like everyone dislikes me?" Helentina sighed to Firewind. "Helen, why would you say such a thing? That Brian did not actually do anything to you, he only blackmailed you to get 1,000,000 gold coins. That's all." Firewind looked at Helentina with astonishment and asked, confused. After putting down the teacup Firewind gave her, Helentina sighed again and spoke with annoyance, "But, everyone believes that the affair actually happened, and I basically have no way of explaining it whatsoever. Just ignore them. They're just a bunch of nobodies. As long as you know you did not do anything in your heart, everything will be fine. What's the point of bickering so much?" Firewind continued persuading Helentina and said, "If it wasn't for that guy being so powerful, I'd have already killed him for you. Don't say such an outrageous thing. He is not someone we can win against. If not, I wouldn't have allied with the other 7 dukedoms." Helentina was suddenly alarmed and hastily persuaded Firewind against acting rashly. Soon after, she shook her head and bitterly laughed before saying, "Sometimes I can't help but think if I'd actually raped by that guy, maybe he would have taken care of me. But, I know it's just a fool's dream. How could you say such a thing? He is your biggest sworn enemy. Not only has he blackmailed you into giving him 1,000,000 gold coins, he even made such vile information public. We must find a way to kill him and claim your innocence," Firewind hatefully said. Sighing once more, Helentina helplessly responded, "I still cannot prove my innocence even if we kill him. This Brettle City's city lord is not only sinister, but his strength is also exceptional. I don't know why, but I keep feeling as though he is always nearby. It seems I really am becoming muddle-headed." Looking at the fretting face of Helentina, Firewind also sighed in her heart. She was truly clueless as to how to comfort her. Ever since Helentina left Brettle City and returned home, she had to deal with everyone's skeptical looks, mocking, and ridicule. In the past, when Helentina was within Helen Duchy, she was considered as a true living goddess. But now, she has become the nation's target of ridicule and had truly fallen from grace. For the moment, Valentina truly had no way of adapting to the sudden change. Even her customary smiles had practically disappeared due to an overwhelming amount of depressing torment. It's all because of that Brian, I must help Helen kill him. Firewind secretly thought in her heart. Han Chuo was atop of a dirt mound, 5 kilometers away from Valentina's tent. Through a yin demon, he was able to hear Valentina's conversation with extraordinary clarity. This bitch still owes me 600,000 gold coins. Now that I count the days, it's about time that I get the rest of the money. Han Chuo muttered to himself. Moving his head and looking in the direction of Valentina, Han Chuo started stealthily advancing towards Sakamimir Valley. A yin demon left Valentina's tent and gradually approached Han Chuo. Together, they advanced towards Sakamimir Valley. When they were almost at the central tent, Han Chuo concealed himself with the Earth Elite Zombie and hid in the depths of the earth. Only a yin demon could secretly snoop around the central tent's area. The 6 Grand Dukes were still inside the tent. They had spared no effort in setting up the tent's security. All kinds of magical enchantments were crammed into the area. Even after probing the area with the yin demon for half a day, Han Chuo came to the conclusion that he had no means of approaching the area silently. It seems like I can only wait until they leave. These guys have truly reached new heights in defensive and security measures. The enchantments not only cover the sky, but they've even warded the ground beneath it. They even have the main army of 7 Grand Dukedoms stationed around the tent. Even a legion of undead wouldn't be able to exterminate them. They are truly a group of guys afraid of death. Han Chuo secretly thought in his heart. He hid motionlessly in the depths of the earth while the yin demon continued to snoop around the area. After about 1.5 hours, the 6 Grand Dukes came out of the tent, wearing dissatisfied expressions. It seemed like the negotiations had yet to reach a conclusion and that the operations for defeating Brettle City will have to wait for another day or two. Only after properly arranging everything could they advance forward. All 6 Grand Dukes had their experts beside them on full guard. This was a prime opportunity for an assassination. Thus, each and every one of them brought experts from their dukedoms. Furthermore, each of the dukes also had the aura of a formidable powerhouse protecting them. In fact, there were definitely be those who would take part in shady businesses and secretly backstab another if the chance arises. This kind of occurrence had occurred in the previous meetings between the 7 Grand Duchies. This was why they'd all become so cautious and solemn. Han Chuo hid in the deepest parts of the earth without any intentions of secretly killing anyone. Instead, he waited until after they'd all left the valley before finally slowly following one of them under the cover of night. The targeted area was the staging area of Alec Ambridge's army from the Bavendon Duchy. The dead of the night. It was truly the most perfect time to do something surreptitious. Even though Grand Duke Alec Ambridge had come here to attend a conference, he had obviously not forgotten to pack for leisure. Inside a gorgeous tent set up in the middle of his massive army, Alec Ambridge pressed a female knight known for her amazing figure down on top of a table. His hands moved to take off her armor from behind, leaving only her bare buttocks sticking high up in the air. The female knight was splayed on top of the table, her fine black hair trailing down her back and accentuating her cheeks. Such a perfectly moisturized, plump and round butt. It was truly compatible for Grand Duke Alec Ambridge's conquest. There were actually 2 other men in the tent as well. They each wore a sinister expression and were both great sword masters. The 2 men actually looked at Alec Ambridge's lewd celebrations with indifference and familiarity as they grasped their long swords and coldly surveyed the area. Alec Ambridge happily let out a groan in high spirits. After discharging his seed and feeling a pleasure that came from his lower abdomen spreading throughout his entire body, he suddenly felt as though the ground under his feet was swaying a little too hard. However, due to the momentarily pleasurable dizziness, Alec Ambridge did not care too much about the change occurring under his feet. But when a burst of piercing pain came shooting up his leg, Alec Ambridge suddenly shouted in alarm, grabbed the female knight that he was still mounting, and tossed her under the solace of his feet. Phew! Below the floor, sharp weapons easily penetrated the famous knight, causing her to twitch in reaction. Her mithril armor, noted for its durability, was easily broken through as the weapon didn't slow, stabbing deeper with the same level of force. The terrified Alec Ambridge started feeling the pit of his stomach turning cold. In spite of his left leg's painful wound, he turned and limped towards the tent's exit while shouting loudly, "Assassin! There's an assassin!" The two great sword masters within the tent had already rushed over before he had even used the female knight as a meat shield. The two experts let out two dazzling silver rays of light which ruthlessly fell onto the female knight who was barely alive. After the silver swords pierced into the female knight, the two men drew back. They rudely threw the corpse that was now riddled with gaping wounds to the side, and cautiously looked down into the hole. The hole was about the size of a human arm. It seems like the attack probably came from this arm-sized hole. Damn it, wasn't the ground covered with a protective rock barrier? How come there are still people that can attack me? Alec Ambridge frowned at his mutilated left foot and said, "Fortunately, I managed to react in time, otherwise I definitely would have died today. That shitty earth mage actually dared to laze around. I want him dead." One of the great sword masters responded with a darkened face. "Your Grace, the protective rock barrier below us is still there, only the enemy is exceedingly powerful. His weapon's piercing strength exceeds the rock barrier's protective capabilities. This guy is definitely not any regular expert. Thankfully, Your Grace is all right. However, we still don't know who would actually want Your Grace's life. Who else could it be, but that damned Benedict Sackville? All I did was mock him with a few words, but he actually dispatched people to attack me at night. This guy really deserves death." Alec Ambridge shouted before advancing outside the tent and shouting once more, "Priest! Damn it, priest, hurry the F***ck here. One of my legs is about to be crippled. I spend so much gold on your pay, but when I am in need, you guys can't even speed it up a little." During Alec Ambridge's ranting, Han Shuo, who just failed the assassination, left in sorrow. Even the tunnel formed by the Earth Elite zombie had swiftly been filled up again. Han Shuo had originally wanted to directly kill Alec Ambridge, but who would have guessed that he would actually be so heartless? He'd unexpectedly grabbed the female knight he'd just screwed and sacrificed her to block a deadly attack at the critical moment. Luckily, Han Shuo had connected to the Yin demon when he was leaving and heard Alec Ambridge's statement suspecting Benedict Sackville. In fact, in the end, Han Shuo's objective had been achieved, and he didn't consider any more reckless actions. This night could be considered a success. Chapter 356 356, A Pack of Mad Dogs. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The 7 Grand Dukes all took special care to ensure their own safety. They paid attention to every detail so as to protect themselves, particularly in this Sakamimir Valley. After leaving Alec Ambridge's tent, Han Shuo took a trip to visit Duke Niam Beige of Basli Duchy. He had originally intended to make a move on this Niam guy. However, Han Shuo had yet to draw near when he sensed a holy presence from within the latter's tent. Han Shuo was very familiar with this holy presence and immediately understood that a member of the Church of Light was in that tent. It was no ordinary member either. The intensity of the presence was a good testament to that person's strength. It was most likely to be cause of the Church of Light. As a result, Han Shuo didn't touch Niam Beige. He hid himself deep in the underground, only using the Yin demon to spy on that area from afar. Only when dawn broke did he see Kos and his group quietly leaving that tent through the Yin demon. Niam Beige himself was a sky rider. Out of the 7 Grand Duchies, Basli Duchy hosted many light temples of the Church of Light. This duchy guided its civilians' beliefs so that they would offer their faith and devotion to the God of Light. At that moment, Han Shuo was witnessing the close relationship between Niam Beige and Kos, which made him recall the friendly attitude between Basli Duchy and the Church of Light. Han Shuo had this faint feeling that this Niam Beige himself was a believer of the Church of Light. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared so much effort to support the Church of Light. After Kos left, there were still light magic pulses inside Niam Beija's tent, in addition to 2 hidden powerful presences. Dawn had broken, but Niam Beige and his subordinates were still deep in discussion even after Kos had left. Han Shuo pondered for a bit and decided to give up on dealing with Niam Beige. Today in the Sakami Mir Valley, the 7 Grand Duchies discussed the matters regarding Brettle City. After the assault the previous night, Alec Ambridge dragged himself on his bandaged stiff left leg, and loudly cursed Benedict Sackville out as soon as he arrived, accusing the latter of despicably ambushing him the previous night. Benedict Sackville had already felt like he'd been greatly wronged the previous day. Now that Alec Ambridge was bringing an unfounded accusation against him and ridiculing him to boot, Benedict could no longer suppress the fires of anger in his belly. Neither of the 2 men were willing to let go of the issue and they almost fought it out right inside the tent. Had it not been for the other Grand Dukes coming forward to stop them, the 2 might have escalated things to a brawl. Even though they were forcibly separated afterwards, their fury didn't disperse. A ferocious light flashing in their eyes, no one knew what kind of insidious scheme they were plotting against each other. Grand Duke Bertzilli of Boulet Duchy came to the fore at this meeting, vociferously dissatisfied with the current distribution of benefits. He insisted on taking the 5 mines as his own after Brettle City was captured. Bertzilli was persistent, but the other Grand Dukes also desired the mines, so they were naturally unwilling to agree. Today's discussion once again ultimately ended in each of them going their own way. At this rate, the 7 Grand Duchies would be already at war even before the attack on Brettle City can be launched. These people can never join hands unless they are well and truly backed into a corner. Only because the Lancelot Empire came knocking on the doors last time did they learn to quickly work together. It seems they have yet to take the threat of Brettle City seriously. These people only know to quarrel all day. What grand deed can they actually accomplish? Going back to her own tent, Helentina complained to Firewind with a frown. Just let them fuss. The day will come when Brettle City really attacks, and they will learn the meaning of fear. Having joined the discussion in the tent with Helentina, Firewind had seen the expressions of the 7 Grand Dukes clearly. Even though Firewind didn't have to right to speak, she still inwardly despised the other 6 Grand Dukes who only cared about grabbing fame and benefits. Your Grace, Grand Duke Bertzilli of Boulet Duchy requests an audience. As Helentina and Firewind whispered their complaints to each other, the guard's voice rang out. What is this fellow coming to our place for? The smell on his body really makes me uncomfortable. Firewind frowned and spoke to Helentina when she heard the guard's words. Invite him in. Helentina told the guard outside before turning to Firewind, this person has always been the sworn enemy of Basli Duchy. This time, Niam Beige of the Basli Duchy was the one who proposed to join forces and attack Brettle City. As I see it, this Bertzilli seems to be deliberately destroying the stability of the alliance. I don't know what this man has come to see me for. As Helentina and Firewind continued their conversation, Grand Duke Bertzilli of Boulet Duchy came in with a slight smile on his face. Bertzilli was an old summoner. However, rumors had it that he had signed a contract with the evil god. His summoning could often call upon monsters from hell. Bertzilli's body seemed to emanate a frighteningly sinister aura. Even when he was smiling kindly, other people would still feel his smiling face to be vicious. The Fire Phoenix was a wholly super-rank creature, so she was extremely annoyed at the smell coming off Bertzilli's body. Therefore, the Fire Phoenix instinctively kept a distance between them upon seeing him come in. Grand Duke Bert, what business do you have with me? Helentina's territory was quite a distance from Bertzilli's Boulet Duchy, so there was no real conflict between them. However, Helentina disliked this sinister Grand Duke. Moreover, her mood hadn't been every good lately, so she naturally didn't give him face. Ha, I come here to discuss the matter regarding Brettle City with Grand Duke Helentina. Since you've stayed at Brettle City for a period of time, what do you feel about Brettle City and its city lord? Bertzilli exposed an amiable smile and asked Helentina in a friendly manner. Her face growing colder by the second, Valentina said, "Grand Duke Bert, did you come here to especially make fun of me?" "No, no." Bertzilli hastily waved his hands, gesturing that Valentina shouldn't misunderstand him. He then explained, as the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and 100 victories out of 100 battles. Amongst us 7 Grand Duchies, Grand Duke Valentina must be the most familiar with Brettle City. I want to hear your point of view on Brettle City and that city lord. Letting out a snort, Valentina said with a stern face, I'm not very familiar with Brettle City, but I know that city lord Brian is no ordinary person. You haven't truly seen what you're dealing with. He alone repelled the group of Red Archbishop Koss and several Templars of the Church of Light. This person is ruthless without measure. Once he sets his eyes on something, he won't hesitate to go for it, using any means, fair or foul. Whether you believe it or not, this person is far from easy to deal with. If the Alliance keeps wasting time like this, we'll simply be giving Brettle City time to prepare. Ha, it seems his person is very much to my taste. Interesting, interesting. Bertzilli said with a wicked laugh, before fixing his eyes on Valentina, asking, Grand Duke Valentina, what have you prepared to deal with Brettle City this time? Are you interested in forming a secret alliance? I'm not interested at the moment, sorry. Valentina politely refused, her reply neither warm nor cold. Nodding his head, Bertzilli cackled creepily without any further offer and said, you can try thinking about it. I'm very interested in cooperating with you. All right, I have disturbed you enough today. My apologies. I won't see you off. Valentina said. Waiting until Bertzilli had left, Valentina said with a sense of wariness pricking her, really inexplicable. Did this person take a trip here just to ask about that city lord Brian? It feels like he was a bit off. Ignore him. I realized that when he was inside the tent, my whole body felt uncomfortable. I really wanted to burn him to death. Firewind said to Valentina with a frown. After leaving Valentina's place, Bertzilli went straight back into his own tent, inside of which was a person whom Hanchuo was very familiar with. This person was lazing in the middle of a big bed covered in sea mink fur. Seeing Bert come in, he asked, how did it go? That little girl really didn't seem to know anything. But it's no problem, this doesn't affect our plan. Wolf, you really think that person can bring us benefits? Bertzilli glanced at Wolf on his own bed and asked. Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf of the Calamity Church had turned into a handsome, elegant youth after being rejuvenated by Hanchuo's skeletal staff. His skin was now fairer than that of any woman. With the sharp claws resulting from his merge with the old Fey zombie having vanished without a trace, his hands had become slender and pretty. Wolf slowly sat up on the big sea mink furred bed, saying with a condescending smile, Old friend, the power of that Brian is beyond what you can imagine. He also has the skeletal staff. The higher UPS have passed down the order, we can't let anything happen to him no matter what. What we have to do is try our best to support him. The Pope only thinks highly of him as the owner of the skeletal staff. We should just grab his skeletal magic staff, it'll be more convenient and less troublesome that way. Bertzilli frowned in thought before telling Wolf. Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf, who'd lived for who knows how many years, shook his head and explained with a smile, it's not that easy. Koss personally led 300 Templars but still failed to catch him, and both his attempts resulted in him retreating with heavy injuries. Do you think we can catch him so easily? Not to mention that he is now an Archmage Necromancer. Oh, no, his mental strength must have exceeded the level of an Archmage. The skeletal staff is related to the secret of the Holy Land. What we want is to recruit him into our church by any means. On the other hand, I can guarantee that having a relationship with him will be extremely beneficial for us. All right then. Your decisions have always been correct all these years. I will act in accordance with the plan. I only hope that he won't disappoint us. Bertzilli replied. Han Shuo had followed the Yin demon there while Bertzili and Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf were conversing in the tent. His consciousness could clearly discover the evil presence from Wolf's body inside the tent. Bertzili's Bulat Duchy had been fighting all out with Niambaja's Basli Duchy that worshipped the Church of Light, for many years. This had never once been resolved. Han Shuo initially hadn't known what was going on. Now that he felt Wolf's presence inside the tent, he instantly understood. It seemed that Grand Duke Niambaj of Basli Duchy was a member of the Church of Light, while Grand Duke Bertzili of Bulat Duchy was of the Calamity Church. These were the two most religious groups in the continent. Evidently, it seemed that their many years of both open strife and veiled struggle weren't just limited to some small-scaled battles. They had actually been secretly manipulating the grand battle among the duchies. Wolf's appearance had previously been rejuvenated thanks to the power of the skeletal staff. From the conversation just now, Han Shuo understood that Wolf seemed to be greatly concerned about him and want to protect him as much as possible. From this, Han Shuo understood that the reason must be due to the skeletal staff. Having no way to close in and eavesdrop on their conversation, Han Shuo didn't know what conspiracy that the two senior members of the Calamity Church were cooking up inside the tent. However, upon finding out that Bertzili belonged to the Calamity Church, Han Shuo threw away the possibility that the former wanted to hurt him. However, he had no intention of revealing himself to talk to them either. Han Shuo once again left quietly. After leaving the area, Han Shuo chose Grand Duke Argyll of Etman Duchy to be his next target. Like the other areas, Argyll tent was also under strict protection. Han Shuo took a moment to discover that both the sky and ground were cut off by magic barriers. He understood that there wasn't much chance to kill this guy in one blow. *CK, the 7 Grand Dukes all really do fear death. It seems they don't have the tiniest bit of trust in each other, bringing this many experts to a meeting. Han Shuo cursed in a low voice. However, since he'd already come anyway, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Han Shuo mused for a bit and released the Yin demon to inspect the area. Suddenly, he discovered that except for Argyll's own tent which was strictly protected, the tents of some senior generals were left unguarded. Ruthlessness surging in his heart, Han Shuo decided to leave Argyll alone and shifted his eyes to his subordinates. There were usually only a few guards walking around the inside and outside of these people's tents. Naturally, their protection couldn't be as strict as Argyll. The Earth Elite Zombie utilized his ability to travel underground to sneak into the tents of these people. Han Shuo was easily able to conceal his presence at the separate demon realm, soundlessly murdering all 6 high-rank subordinates of Argyll. After leaving Argyll tent, Han Shuo continued on to Grand Duke Randy Alad's tent. Using the same method as with Argy, he once again assassinated his 4 senior generals before leaving in silence. Making a bit of a detour, he again went to Alec Ambridge's tent and took care of 3 senior generals in the same way. Benedict Sackville of Narsen Duchy was also ambushed that night. The tent was engulfed in a massive explosion. Benedict Sackville himself escaped just in time to keep his life, but his hair and brows were burnt cleanly off. Overnight, apart from Helentina of Helen Duchy, Bertzili of Bulat Duchy and Niambaj of Basli Duchy, the troops of the other 4 all encountered some kind of big incident. Sakamimir Valley, the originally gathering place to discuss an act of alliance against Bredal City, had suddenly changed completely in nature. The 4 attacked duchies suspected some of the others' duchies that previously had grudges with them. In the tent, tempers ran high as the men raged at each other. Amongst them, Benedict Sackville was the one with the clearest mind, but had long come to the conclusion that Alec Ambridge was the one who'd attacked him last night. Alec Ambridge also believed that the massacre of his generals had something to do with Benedict. This time, the two threw all face to the wind and broke out into a fight right at Sakamimir Valley. The rest of the Grand Dukes all had darkened faces, resentfully staring at each other in utter silence while constantly thinking of a way to retaliate. The other 2 attacked duchies also nursed bellies full of resentment, blaming everything on the 2 duchies who were previously their enemies. The Helen, Bulat and Basli duchies, who'd passed the night in safety, became the first objects of suspicion. The shaky alliance had already secretly changed in nature. During the day, the 7 Grand Duchies investigated the roots of the problem to affix responsibility. At night, each party sent their killers to kill each other. It wasn't very peaceful at all. Han Chuo didn't make a move for 3 days in a row. The 7 Grand Duchies faced each other each day with new hatred piling up on the old ones as black-hooded men lurked everywhere, blurry figures flashing through the sky and on the ground. In the areas where the 7 Grand Duchies had set up camp, one would hear a few tragic screams echo from time to time, as another person was assassinated. Han Chuo had initially prepared to make a few more choice assassinations, but he found out that he basically no longer had any chance to do so. There were too many black-hooded men at night that one yin demon wasn't enough to keep his cover from being blown. He simply didn't know who came from which duchy, and the situation was gradually thrown into chaos anyway. The 7 Grand Dukes are indeed a pack of mad dogs. Han Chuo couldn't help but exclaim when he found that he had nothing to do. Chapter 357 357, Collecting on Debts. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Chaos. The situation had fallen into utter chaos. The 7 Grand Dukes had originally gathered here in Sakamimir Valley to deal with Brettle City. But for some reason, all these old grudges and new hatred had erupted, with all of the parties attacking each other and turning the entire thing into utter shambles. At first, they'd only snuck around to assassinate members of the enemy duchy at night. But as the dead kept piling up, fury deprived the 7 Grand Dukes of logic as they started to use their armies. It changed from a meeting to discuss an alliance to an outright battlefield. What actually happened here? Red Archbishop Kos was nursing a bad headache as he questioned Niam Beige inside the Duke's tent. Niam Beige's headache wasn't much better. A wry smile was on his face as he spoke to Kos. The 7 Grand Duchies have accumulated too many years of deep-bone hatred, and a small fuse is enough to ignite the bonfire. Even I am at a loss to stem this. It seems we really can't rely on these people. Oh right, say, could it be that Bertzili of Boulet Duchy has secretly executed some dirty tricks? He's from the Calamity Church. I think he definitely won't agree to something happening to that city Lord Brian. Kos asked Niam Beige. I don't know, it's possible. But it's a complete madhouse now, and it's utterly out of my control. It seems that we have to change our plan. Niam Beige heaved a long sigh and responded. Forget it, I will think of another way. Kos replied helplessly. On the flat plain of Sakamimir Valley, the 7 Grand Duchies, who'd always been enemies, had suddenly gone from secret assassination to open fighting. Han Chuo had only thrown a small stone behind the scenes. He also hadn't expected the deep-bone hatred among the 7 Grand Duchies to be so deep. Seeing the area around Sakamimir Valley turn into a battlefield, he no longer paid any heed to the situation here. Instead, he chased after Helentina, who was returning to Helen Duchy. Out of the 7 Grand Dukes, Helentina had been the first to become disheartened. Right at the beginning of the battle, she'd instantly understood that this alliance matter had gone down the drain. At this moment, Helen Duchy had just been through in civil war, and its strength the weakest. Therefore, Helentina made a wise choice to immediately leave the valley and return to her duchy. After 2 days on the road, Helentina passed down an order for the army to camp in a small mountain valley. After arranging the guards to keep watch on the surroundings, Helentina and Firewind went to take a bath at a small hot spring. It looks like only upon staring death in the face will they set aside their prejudices. Helentina lay languidly in the hot spring, speaking angrily to Firewind. The Fire Phoenix had transformed into her original body. She stood at the edge of the hot spring, cleaning her gorgeous feathers as she spoke in human tongue. We don't need to worry about them, just let them bear the consequences of their own actions. With the way the situation is developing, they definitely won't be able to fight against that ruthless city lord. Right, I still owe that Brettle city lord 600,000 gold coins. This demon. What should I do? Valentina asked the fire phoenix, her expression worried. Keep delaying it. Our duchy has just been through a civil war, and all of the wealth is concentrated in the hands of the aristocrats. If we draw 600,000 gold coins from our national treasury to pay him, I'm afraid Helen Duchy will officially be in trouble. The fire phoenix was also very helpless as she advised Valentina. But that demon is no generous, forgiving person. The longer we drag it out, the more I'm afraid that he'll create trouble for us. Valentina knew Han Shuo wasn't the kind sort. She understood how terrifying his power was, so she was truly afraid that he would make a move on them. As Valentina and Firewind were talking, a faint undulation spread from the outside to the opposite end of the hot spring. A shadow soundlessly appeared like a ghost in the darkness on the other side of the hot spring. Then, it suddenly stopped and stood quietly on a protruding rock. Hehe, it seems you understand me well, I'm truly honored. That's right, this demon has come here today to collect the money, so pay up. The gloomy shadow in the darkness suddenly opened its mouth to speak. Valentina, who'd been bathing in the hot spring, let out a deafening scream. This familiar voice had been the object of her resentment for so long. Valentina didn't need to see the person to know that Han Shuo had arrived. Still letting out a scream, Valentina hastily ducked her smooth shoulders into the water, afraid that Han Shuo would see her white bare skin. The fire phoenix, who'd been cleaning her blazing red feathers, also let out a shrill scream. She flapped her wings and shot towards Han Shuo. The fire phoenix flapped her wings once, sending a violent flame rolling straight towards Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo didn't wait for the fire phoenix's flame to approach. The spring water right before Han Shuo suddenly gathered into a water screen under the influence of magical yuan, churning back at the fire phoenix in a huge wave. It enveloped the flame that she'd shot out. The hot spring water transformed into a water curtain, instantly extinguishing the surging flame. Not only that, even the fire phoenix was dragged onto the hot spring and became a drenched sorry-looking chicken. Without waiting for the furious fire phoenix to rise in fury, Han Shuo instantly cackled, "If you guys value the lives of your underlings, don't be in such a hurry to make a move." As these words fell, Valentina screamed at the fire phoenix, who was fluttering her wings and about to keep on attacking Han Shuo, "Big sister Firewind, don't!" Upon hearing this scream, Firewind immediately stopped. She flapped her wings to fly out of the hot spring and landed next to Valentina, before furiously shouting at Han Shuo, "What did you do to them?" Valentina was a woman, so when she came to bathe in the hot spring, all of the guards around her had to be female. The strength of these female guards weren't bad, but Valentina knew that Han Shuo's power was even more terrifying. She was worried for their lives, and she was well aware that Firewind wasn't Han Shuo's opponent, so she stopped Firewind upon hearing his words. "Nothing, let's just get to our business." Seeing Valentina's body shrink under the hot spring, Han Shuo first asked with a smile, "Grand Duke Valentina, your skin truly isn't bad. Hehe, but you still owe me gold coins. Shouldn't you be paying them back already?" You demon, shut your shifty eyes!" Valentina yelled out, before saying, "I don't have that many gold coins at the moment. Wait for a while, I'll pay you back. Don't worry, I won't renege on my debt." Both Firewind and Valentina were experts with fire. This was why Han Shuo had chosen this hot spring to show himself. With this hot spring, ordinary fire magic was basically useless. Upon hearing Valentina's words, Han Shuo said smugly, "Your Grace, lying is a bad habit. I've been here for a while already and personally heard your conversation. I think, you should just take out 600,000 gold coins and pay me back." You've come for a while already." Valentina was dumbstruck, before yelling loudly, "Then, you have seen me bathe. You despicable demon, sooner or later karma will visit you. Let's not talk about this. Less nonsense, hurry up and pay it, or I'll come into the water." Han Shuo was a bit embarrassed at first. Honestly, he'd seen Helentina's body from head to toe through the yin demon and even had a physiological reaction while doing so. Now that he listened to Helentina shout about this, Han Chuo was embarrassed to the point of anger, so he could only shout over her. Helentina was so furious that her entire body was trembling. Upon hearing Han Chuo speak so unreasonably, Firewind would have already laid down her life to attack him had it not been for the still rational Helentina holding her back. "Come down if you want to then. You're a demon who already spread that vicious news. No one would want me now anyway, so just kill me already. I'm not paying you any gold coins." Helentina was going insane because of Han Chuo's torture. Her mind now blinded by fury, she disregarded all decorum and shouted at him. Spitting out these words, she felt as if the grievances she'd suppressed for so long was gushing forth out like a torrent. She stood up in the hot spring, displaying her perfect body right in front of Han Chuo as she continued to vent, "Look. If you want to look then look. Just kill me, haven't you been torturing me enough? How many evil vicious tricks you actually have, show me all of them." Once a woman went crazy, it was basically impossible to reason with her. And that was precisely the portrait of Helentina at the moment. Ever since she'd returned from Brettle City, she'd suddenly discovered that her whole world had changed. It was all because of Han Chuo's appearance that her life had been so completely screwed. All of the previous looks of respect and admiration had become those of contempt and disdain. Even the originally loyal citizens treated her like she was an unclean woman, as if a violated woman didn't deserve to be the Grand Duke of their Helen Duchy. Helentina, who'd always been quite proud, had to put up with many grievances and feelings of utter helplessness during this time. Now, the culprit who'd caused all of this was standing right in front of her, aggressively threatening her without easing up, wanting to push her to the point of death. Helentina was unable to fight, nor could she escape. She simply had no way to deal with Han Chuo, always worried that he'd take the lives of her and the Fire Phoenix. Her rational mind had finally snapped. Facing this onslaught, Han Chuo was more than a little dumbfounded. His eyes wandered up and down her perfect, stunning body. He took a few more glances at her full peaks and the grassy land under the abdomen which still lingered with some sparkling water drops. Han Chuo secretly swallowed. Looking at Helentina's fierce posture, fearless in the face of death, he didn't know what to do for the moment. "I only want you to pay back the money. You shouldn't want to die at every little thing. There's hope as long as you are alive, I don't want to kill you." Han Chuo discourteously swept his gaze over Helentina's body again, before looking at her in the eyes and saying with a dry smile, "It's because of your appearance that my life has lost all hope." Helentina screamed resentfully, furiously glaring at Han Chuo. "I can't stand it, Helen, don't stop me, I'll risk my life with him." The Fire Phoenix looked up to face the sky and let out a cry. She struggled out of Helentina's grasp, her entire body blazing with violent flames as she desperately shot towards Han Chuo. Seeing the Fire Phoenix angrily hurl herself over, Han Chuo's palm lightly tapped down on the surface of the hot spring. He circulated the magical yuan before flicking up his hand. Water curtains rose up one after another from the hot spring, rolling towards the Fire Phoenix. The furious rushing Fire Phoenix was hit by 5-6 water screens and once again swept into the hot spring. Han Chuo laughed sinisterly and shot towards the Fire Phoenix, saying smugly, "Lucky I chose this place, otherwise, it'd be somewhat troublesome. No. I beg you, don't kill Big Sister Firewind. Demon, I'll give you the gold coins." Helentina burst out into tears and yelled loudly upon seeing Han Chuo shoot through the air towards the Fire Phoenix. Han Chuo only intended to catch the Fire Phoenix. He hadn't expected Helentina to care about her so much. He smiled delightfully and said, "Very good, I won't kill her. Give me the gold coins." "Helen, don't give him the gold coins. If you do, Helen Duchy will truly go out of control." From inside the hot spring, the Fire Phoenix who was flapping her wings and about to fly up suddenly shouted out, Han Shuo was about to shut the fire phoenix up when he suddenly sensed several powerful presences approach. He furrowed his brows and had the Yin demon scout them. Han Shuo's face changed into a stern expression. Perhaps, your Helen Duchy is out of your control already. Helentina's heart took another shock at those words. She stared at Han Shuo and said, "What do you mean? There are people coming. One of them is a general in your army. I can see that the incoming people must belong to your Helen Duchy. It looks like you're in trouble." Han Shuo looked at Helentina. Helentina and the Fire Phoenix traded glances. Helentina seemed to recover her rational mind upon facing something she could actually deal with. She turned her back on Han Shuo and stepped ashore, putting her clothes on. The Fire Phoenix also rose out of the hot spring to return to Helentina's side. After Helentina put on her blazing red magic robe, she walked over to face Han Shuo. Her entire body radiated a refreshing light after a bath, giving him a feeling of stunning beauty. "Demon, what exactly did you do to my guards?" Helentina inquired as she stood face to face with Han Shuo. "Nothing. They are all outside. I only glided past them to come in here and set up a soundproof enchantment around you. However, they can't fight back against those people, that I'm sure of." The majority of these female guards had the strength of journeymen and senior swordsmen. There were 27 of them in total, staying about 300 meters away from the hot spring where Helentina was. These female guards were useless against Han Shuo, who could traverse the sky and tunnel through the ground. He basically didn't need to attack them as he could just soundlessly go underground to enter the hot spring area without disturbing any of the female guards. "Protect the Duke." From around the hot spring suddenly echoed the sounds of fighting and the surprised screams of the female guards. When the sounds from outside reached this place, Han Shuo knew that the enchantment had been broken. Afterwards, the sounds of fierce fighting quickly approached, and 3 female guards broke through the trees with panic on their faces. The leader, a middle-aged woman, anxiously shouted, "Your Grace, Pharaoh Diaz has rebelled. He led people here to attack you. We can't stop him anymore. Your Grace, hurry and escape." At this moment, Helentina and the Fire Phoenix stood together with the 3 female guards. Helentina took out her magic staff and asked, panic in her voice, "How much longer until they reach this place?" "Hee, we've already come, haven't we?" The smug voice of a middle-aged man suddenly rang through the air. Then, an Earth Rider riding a warhorse in full body armor, suddenly appeared alongside 30 knights and 6 mages. A long brown-haired middle-aged man rode in front. His body was quite sturdy, so this must have been the Pharaoh Diaz the woman had just mentioned. Upon his appearance, he immediately led his people straight to Helentina. He first respectfully bowed ceremoniously, before saying with a smile, "Your Grace, you are completely surrounded. The Knights of Helen Duchy no longer need you, so just tie your hands and resign yourself to capture." Helentina's pretty face flared up in rage. Her finger rose to point at him, accusing and enraged, "I never thought you would dare to betray me. When you were still a civilian, it was I who let you join my knights. From a civilian to a count, it's me who bestowed everyone on you, and yet you betray me." Shaking his head, Pharaoh Diaz said, "It's not me who has betrayed you, but rather your people that have betrayed you. I can only conform with the public opinion. Your Grace, there is no need to resist, otherwise you will see more unpleasant things." Raising the magic staff in her hand, Helentina furiously said, "I won't satisfy your wishes." Finishing those words, Helentina was about to chant a magic incantation to burn the traitor in front of her to death. However, she had yet to complete the incantation, when the middle-aged female guard next to her threw out a huge, glittering ash-grey net. The net caught Helentina and the Fire Phoenix by surprise as it shrouded them. Helentina completed the magic incantation only to discover that her fire magic had produced no effect at all. The grey net above her head had sealed all of her magic. "Aunt Welly, even you have betrayed me." Helentina's heart sank into grief. She looked to the aunt who'd taken care of her ever since she was a little girl with a desperate expression. The middle-aged woman indifferently took a few steps back, her voice cold as ice. "Helen, accept your fate." "Hee, Your Grace, I advised you to not resist or you'd encounter some embarrassing situations, yet you didn't believe me." Pausing for a bit, Pharaoh Dios once again smiled, making Helentina despair even more as he said, "I will hand you over to Grand Duke Benedict Sackville. Even though you are no longer a virgin, that person is still willing to take 50,000 gold coins for you. But of course, in his hands, I'm afraid that you will no longer be a goddess of his heart, but just a slave under his feet." "Ha." Precisely at this moment, a polite voice rang out. "Everyone, you seem to have forgotten my existence." Han Shuo stepped out, grinning at the traitors surrounding Helentina. Chapter 358. 358, You're all done for. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Pharaoh Dios and his companions had originally ignored Han Shuo's existence. In their eyes, such a youngling was not worth fearing whatsoever and therefore unworthy of any attention. However, only when Han Shuo spoke up, did Pharaoh Dios finally deign to take notice of him. "Who are you?" Pharaoh Dios knitted his brows and looked at Han Shuo with displeasure before saying, "Well, regardless of who you are, since you're here, let's just say, you're out of luck." With a wave of his hand, Pharaoh Dios signaled a knight beside him, "Kill him." From behind Pharaoh Dios' back, a knight suddenly rushed out, charging straight at Han Shuo, who was still standing beside the hot spring. Helen and the Phoenix were imprisoned within a magical skill, and were subject to a barrage by a dozen or more archers. In addition, the three former members of Helentina's personal guard also aimed their weapons at the two individuals within the barrier. As a super-rank magical creature, the Phoenix would be able to make trouble even without using magic attacks. But Helen's fragile body was only barely able to stand up against so many attacks. The Phoenix didn't dare truly exert herself under these circumstances. That momentary hesitation was a fatal mistake, as a magic arrow punched through the Phoenix's body. The Phoenix fell with a gasp, weak and without a trace of power. As the Phoenix felt her powers gradually fade, she looked at the calm face of Han Shuo before pulling on the edge of Helentina's dress, saying, "This is bad, the arrow tips are poisoned." Helentina was originally filled with despair. But when she heard the sound of Han Shuo's voice, hope reignited within her breast. As her thoughts took a rapid turn, she cutely yelled at Han Shuo, "Brian, help me kill them." Han Shuo was only momentarily stunned by the unfamiliar sound of Helentina's cute, coquettish voice that was usually reserved for loved ones. He took a quick glance at Helentina before a smile tugged at his lips. He teased back, "Dearest one, rest assured, you still owe me so many gold coins, how would I willingly let others capture you?" Being spoken to like this, Helentina couldn't help but blush while secretly sighing in her heart. She would never have thought that, to survive, she would actually have to yield to this demon. But in actuality, when Han Shuo teased her with the words "dearest one," it left a faint ripple within her heart. Although Helentina knew that Han Shuo was only teasing her, without knowing why, her heart still had a somewhat unusual feeling. Furthermore, her blushing cheeks apparently weren't just a pretense, causing her to feel extremely awkward and clueless on how to reply. As for that senior knight charging over on a warhorse, Han Shuo never took a glance at him from beginning to end. Only when he arrived right in front of him did Han Shuo casually release a long snake-like purple flame, which violently spread through the high-ranking knight and his warhorse. All everyone saw was the senior knight rushing at Han Shuo with his warhorse before suddenly igniting in purple flames. As the knight and warhorse braved a freezing cold chill, they gradually slowed to a stop before freezing at a speed clearly visible to the naked eye. Han Shuo controlled the flames so that the senior knight and warhorse were within a hand's reach before freezing them both into a sparkling ice sculpture. Afterwards, Han Shuo casually used one hand to tip the man and horse ice sculpture over, causing their frozen flesh to fall and shatter with a loud bang. Seeing his high-ranking subordinate senior knight tragically die in such a strange way, Pharaoh Dias took another glance at Han Shuo. His gaze had now changed into a dignified and solemn look, continuing in an imposing manner, "Who on earth are you? The things that are happening in the Helen dukedom is unrelated to you, so as long as you leave, I will not investigate this further." Pharaoh Dias had become apprehensive after Han Shuo had displayed his prowess. From start to end, Han Shuo seemed as if he barely used any of his strength. Although it seemed as if he was taking a leisurely walk around his own courtyard, he had still killed one of Pharaoh Dias' senior knights in such a tragic manner. Thus, Pharaoh Dias immediately felt that Han Shuo was somewhat enigmatic. "Did you not have your eyes and ears open? You didn't hear the words I just said? Your Grand Duchess Helen is my woman, so take a guess, am I going to leave just like that?" Han Shuo lectured Pharaoh Dias with displeasure, staring at Helentina as he spoke. He obviously didn't think much of Pharaoh Dias. "Humph, since you're looking for death, then you can't blame us." Pharaoh Dias understood that Han Shuo was determined to intervene. So, after a cold snort, he gave a command to the people behind him. The mages slowly scattered in preparation for a joint attack. Being stared at by Han Shuo, Helentina felt humiliated in her heart. She knew that he was only joking with her when he said that she was his woman. However, Helentina couldn't help but to feel an indescribably strange feeling rise in her heart. Suddenly a thought rose in her mind. Perhaps, it wouldn't be so bad to become his woman. But she immediately suppressed the thought right afterwards. Impossible. He's the reason why she had become a laughing stock, so she should be trying to kill him at all costs. How could she have such an absurd thought instead? Han Shuo gently walked over to Helentina, gazing into her eyes as he said in an increasingly tender voice, "How could I possibly let you stay trapped? Furthermore, you owe me far more than just 50,000 gold coins. Isn't that so, Helen? You don't come closer. If you dare come closer, we will kill her." The middle-aged female imperial guard suddenly held a dagger to Helentina and shrieked in panic upon seeing Han Shuo approaching. Shooting a glance at the middle-aged woman, Han Shuo sighed in sorrow before saying, "She is worth 50,000 gold coins, do you dare kill her? Besides, you never had a chance to kill her." The moment the words fell, the earth suddenly trembled as several sharp spikes suddenly protruded from the ground, stabbing into the middle-aged woman, the rest of the guards, and the nearby traders. They were all left suspended on the protruding spikes just like that. Pharaoh Dias' face changed greatly, as did the look in his eyes when he looked at Han Shuo. He scanned the ground beneath his feet with lingering fear. He feared a spike would suddenly burst out of the ground, impaling him to death. There had been a clear lack of Han Shuo chanting any magical incantations before the spike suddenly killed several of his subordinates. Pharaoh Dias grew more and more stunned at this young man's prowess. Helentina and the Phoenix were naturally safe and sound within the enormous magical net. They watched Han Shuo approach leisurely, and then listened to him say with a smile, "How about that? Even though I helped you deal with these people, I won't add any additional payments. Instead, you just have to return the gold coins you already owe me. This is quite generous of me, right?" Helentina looked at Han Shuo's tender face in a daze while listening to his gentle and soft voice. She suddenly had a weird delusion. This version of Han Shuo was just like Benedict Sackville when he unrelentingly chased after her in a modest and urbane manner. That sort of tender, modest behavior made her feel like a goddess and made her fall into a trance. "Helen, what's wrong?" The Phoenix beside her pulled on Helentina, who was looking at Han Shuo in a daze, and asked her anxiously. Helentina suddenly stirred and noticed several of Pharaoh Dias' mages approaching them with incantations. As they drew close, Helen couldn't help but snort, "If you don't kill them, they would still kill you. I'm not interested in such deals." Han Shuo was stunned the moment those words came out. Soon after, he opened his hands to the approaching Pharaoh Dias and said, "All right, this is not my business, you guys can continue." I'll just take my leave first. Truthfully, I am not too familiar with Grand Duke Helen, I was just making a joke with you guys, that's all. Pharaoh Diaz had been about to start killing when he was suddenly stopped in his tracks by Han Shuo's words. He hastily stopped his mages from finishing their incantations and said to Han Shuo, "Fine, I also don't want to be enemies with you. As long as you don't get involved in this matter, I will act as if this never happened." "Sure. You guys continue. Bye now." Han Shuo laughed lightly. It seemed like he truly intended to leave. "You demon, I promise you. I already promised you, you thrice damned demon, don't leave." Helentina let out a panicked shriek as she hastily shouted at him. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't waste my time." Han Shuo stopped, then raised his hand again and said to Pharaoh Diaz, "My bad. You're screwed now. Mother Fasterisker. You tricked me. Get rid of him." Pharaoh Diaz had originally decided against provoking Han Shuo after seeing a demonstration of his powers. But who knew Han Shuo would retract his words and use him as the butt of a joke? Suddenly, Pharaoh Diaz felt an uncontrollable anger rise in him as he shouted his orders. Some of the mages had long since harbored a dislike of Han Shuo. They immediately restarted their incantations the moment they heard Pharaoh Diaz's urgent command. "So what if I tricked you? All you are is trash. You are only fit to be played with." Han Shuo said this with all smiles as he calmly took out the skeletal staff and chanted out a magical spell of some length. Rows of undead creatures suddenly appeared around Pharaoh Diaz as Han Shuo chanted. More than 100 of them appeared in the blink of an eye, while a squadron of gargoyles whizzed towards the still chanting mages. Frightened, they could only stop their incantations and frantically take cover. You! Just who on earth are you?" When several hundred undeads surrounded Pharaoh Diaz, 3 of which were powerful evil knights, Pharaoh Diaz could finally no longer contain the fear within his heart and cry out in alarm. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said, "You're about to die, why bother with so many questions?" Brian! You're Brian, the newly appointed city lord of Brettle City." One of the mages suddenly cried out in alarm. He had obviously heard the way Helentina addressed Han Shuo and had connected the dots, shouting out in alarm. "Yep, perhaps you guys can die content now." Han Shuo replied with a smirk. He waved his hand with the bone staff and caused an enormous undead creature to wink into existence, drowning the people beneath it. Among these people, the most powerful was still Earth Knight Pharaoh Diaz. Han Shuo completely ignored the little mages. Their ending was easy to imagine after the enormous undead creature slammed into them. Indeed, even when the mages only had the gargoyles to worry about, they were still caught in a bad situation. Now, with hundreds of undeads, their little spell's destructive power was fundamentally useless. On the other hand, although Pharaoh Diaz's power was sufficient, just one evil knight alone was capable of preventing him from obtaining victory. Now, with 3 evil knights surrounding him, he was guaranteed to die tragically. A miserable and mournful howl echoed from Pharaoh Diaz and his people. After the legion of undead attacked, the group of people who had been prancing around arrogantly just a moment ago, were torn into pieces. The terrifying screams could make one's hair stand on end. But when Helentina's traitors screamed in a manner that could cause shudders up and down one's back, she actually had a kind of delightful, carefree feeling. This was because she felt like she had always treated them fairly and could never have imagined that these people would actually one day betray her. Thankfully, Han Shuo was in the vicinity, otherwise, Helentina would probably have been captured and fated to be Benedict Sackville's slave. Helentina might have reluctantly accepted things if it'd been a rebellion from ordinary folk, but when those who she treated with sincerity betrayed her, it truly became hard to extinguish such intense hatred for them. After hearing the petrified screams, Helentina gnashed her teeth and shouted, "Serves you right! As traitors, this is what you deserve." Pfft! I say, Miss Helen, they're already screwed, shouldn't you return the gold coins you owe me already? Han Shuo laughingly walked in front of Helentina and gallantly helped Helentina remove the magical imprisoning net before prompting her to pay back the debt. He also smoothly stored the net into his space ring. Are you finished yet? Helentina looked at Han Shuo's smiling face and suddenly felt a belly full of anger. In the end, she couldn't help but to shout at Han Shuo. Han Shuo said astoundedly, "What? Are you actually looking to renege on the debt? Hee. You should know that although they're all dead, I can still very easily get rid of you. Even worse, I can directly bring you to Benedict Sackville and exchange you for 50,000 gold coins. You dare?" Helentina hatefully stared at Han Shuo with wide eyes. After staying silent for a moment, she took a deep breath, as if fortifying herself and said, "Brian, I have a proposal." "What kind of proposal? Let me hear it," Han Shuo asked. "A marriage between us. The dowry is Helen Dukedom, what do you think?" Although Helentina was blushing and ashamed, her eyes were resolute as she looked deeply at Han Shuo. Chapter 359. 359, You are not the only one. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Helen, are you crazy? How could you even have such an insane idea? Even trapped in the magic net, the fire phoenix nearly deafened everyone with her shout, looking at Helentina with disbelief upon hearing the latter's words. "I'm not crazy. Big Sister Fire Wind, this is the only way to restore Helen Duchy's stability and also stop others from looking at me with those eyes. Only when this demon marries me will I be able to wash the impurities off my body. The others will only believe his words." Helentina heaved a long sigh as she said helplessly to Fire Wind. With regards to Helentina being violated by Han Shuo, as long as Han Shuo stood up to speak the truth, it didn't matter if there were still people who didn't believe those words. Everything would be fine as long as he married Helen. At least, the people of Helen Duchy wouldn't keep objecting to everything. But you know who he is? He's the city lord of Brettle. The people of Helen Duchy still consider Brettle their personal hunting ground. I'm afraid that they can't accept this matter at all. The Fire Phoenix persistently tried to persuade Helentina out of what she considered the most foolish of ideas. "It's fine, they will gradually learn to accept it. I understand them, the civilians are the most easily deceived but also the most easy to calm down. As long as the rebellious aristocrats are removed, the civilians will behave as long as their livelihoods aren't threatened," Helentina said stubbornly. Her pretty eyes flashed with a cold glint as she seemed to think about visiting some murder and bloodshed on those rebels. Han Shuo looked at Helentina from a distance, listening to the two women's conversation. Her offer had greatly tempted him, since she was backed by the entirety of Helen Duchy. Han Shuo also had absolute belief that as long as he married Helentina, he could definitely use her hands to tame Helen Duchy into submission. Looking at it from the aspect of absolute interest, this seemed to give nothing but profits without the slightest loss. The only thing Han Shuo was worried about was, once this matter was leaked out, the other three women just might not spare him. This was truly a difficult problem. What do you think? No matter how we look at it, a proud person like you won't decline this kind of offer, right? Helentina's bright eyes stared at Han Shuo, her face slowly returning to her natural complexion as her embarrassment faded. She was simply discussing business. This. Actually, I already have a woman. Han Shuo scratched his head, explaining his problem to Helentina. What woman? Is she even more valuable than the Helen Duchy? Helentina wasn't surprised. It'd be strange if someone like Han Shuo didn't have any women. However, Helentina believed in her own value and that of Helen Duchy behind her. It should be enough to make Han Shuo accept her offer. Feelings are not things, and they can't be measured by pure economical value either. Han Shuo answered Helentina. His mind quickly spun as he tried to think things through. He smiled a while later and responded, "Your current Helen Duchy has powerful enemies outside and civil war inside. Even your Grand Duke position is in danger, so this dowry of yours isn't exactly reliable. Humph. If I'm to marry you with Helen Duchy as my dowry, of course there's a condition. You must help me stabilize Helen Duchy. On the other hand, even if I marry you, Helen Duchy will still be mine to manage. Helentina answered like it was a matter of course. She was determined to make such a decision out of consideration for herself, as well as her admiration for Han Chuo's ability. Otherwise, even if he had really violated her, had he been an incompetent man, she absolutely still wouldn't consider him. This means that you still need my help to stabilize the Helen Duchy. Then it can't be considered as you giving me Helen Duchy as your dowry. Han Chuo looked at Helentina with a supercilious smile, as he spoke in a measured tone. Helentina flew into a rage when she heard Han Chuo's words. She rolled her eyes at Han Chuo and said, "You demon, you'll even bargain with me about this kind of thing. After you marry me, I myself will become your person, so Helen Duchy will naturally become yours also. If you don't want to, then forget it. It's not like I'll die without you." Helentina had already tossed her self-esteem into an abyss when she decided to discuss her marriage with Han Chuo. For someone as proud as her, it was already embarrassing enough to discuss this topic with Han Chuo face to face while pretending to be calm about it. She didn't expect him to be such a politician and be still weighing the gains and losses. This made Helentina feel humiliated, so she couldn't help but say so in her rage. "Don't be agitated, don't be agitated." Han Chuo hastily smoothed things over a little. He then adopted a stern face and a low tone. "Firstly, the position of my women won't change because of you. Moreover, this transaction temporarily cannot be made public. Your position in the 7 Grand Duchies is still useful for me. However, I will help you hold Helen Duchy in the palm of your hand." Helentina's raging waves of anger slightly calmed when she heard Han Chuo's words. Somewhat puzzled, she asked, "What do you mean?" "That is to say, you are just one of my women. Not only are you not the only one, but our relationship also can't be made public. It's still greatly useful for me if Helen Duchy remains as part of the 7 Grand Duchies. However, I will consolidate the practical power of Helen Duchy in your hands, so you can keep governing Helen Duchy. What do you think?" Han Chuo explained. Helentina quickly considered the pros and cons. She knew full well that the kind of man like Han Chuo simply couldn't be tied down by any woman. Of course, she also didn't think that she could tame him into docility. Therefore, although the first condition made her vaguely uncomfortable, she could still accept it for the bigger picture. As for the second condition, after Helentina's train of thought reached its natural conclusion, she was immediately terrified. She herself was the Grand Duke of Helen Duchy. Being able to climb up to this position as a woman, she was naturally no fool. What did it mean for Helen Duchy alone to remain among the 7 Grand Duchies? It was as clear as day to Helentina that Han Chuo had a desire, an ambition that spanned all 7 Grand Duchies. If there was one duchy in the 7 Grand Duchies that rebelled secretly, it would definitely play a crucial role. This could change a war's status almost immediately, and help Han Chuo achieve his ambition. As her thoughts reached this point, Helentina's gaze at Han Chuo was somewhat different. A man with ambition was always attractive to women. It was even more deadly for the women if this man possessed the strength to match that ambition. Especially to a woman who was unwilling to live a mediocre life like Helentina, this kind of temptation was even greater. Therefore, the more Helentina looked at Han Chuo, the more she found him pleasing to the eyes. The more she looked, the more outstanding he seemed. "Helen, Helen!" The fire phoenix next to Helentina saw her stare dumbly at Han Chuo, her eyes sparkling with a brilliant light that made the former feel somewhat embarrassed. Helentina's gaze was clearly revealing lust, the unique feature of a boy-crazy girl. "What, big sister Fire Wind?" Helentina was startled. She looked to the fire phoenix, somewhat surprised. Nothing." The fire phoenix saw that Han Chuo didn't say anything else, so she coughed lightly to cover up her slip. However, Helentina had been with the Fire Phoenix for many years already. Upon seeing the Fire Phoenix's expression, Helentina immediately recalled her behavior just now. She suddenly reacted fiercely, her face flushed red as she glared hatefully at Han Chuo, saying, "I can agree to your conditions, but how can you stabilize Helen Duchy?" "Very easy. I'll just announce to everyone that the only that happened last time when I captured was extorting gold coins, and that I definitely didn't violate you or develop a relationship with you. Those rumors were just because my subordinates love to shoot off their mouths with their own speculations. This is actually the truth as well. It wasn't me who spread these vicious news. Other people may not believe if you say these things. But if they come from me, a fair portion of people will believe them. Anyhow, this isn't a bad thing to Brettle City either, as it can even help raise the morale of the Brettle soldiers. So if it was the truth, I would have actually admitted to it with my personality. Of course, there will be people who won't believe. Your Helen Duchy will certainly have those people. However, I can just help you take care of those aristocrats who dare to resist. Bloodshed forges a solid regime, and you obviously understand this principle. You don't have to worry too much." Han Chuo leisurely explained. "It really wasn't you who spread that news." Helentina furrowed her brows in thought for a while after Han Chuo finished speaking before she looked at him. Han Chuo shrugged as he gave her a wry smile. "It really wasn't me. I'm not that bored. I don't believe you. I know how despicable and insidious you are," Helentina said with resentment. Then, she suddenly thought better of it, saying, "Aren't you afraid that I'd run away? That after I use you, I will join the alliance to destroy Brettle City?" "I certainly am, so I too have a condition." Han Chuo laughed wickedly. Helentina had a bad premonition when she saw Han Chuo laugh. She gingerly asked, "What condition?" "Heh, I want your body first." Han Chuo swept his lecherous eyes up and down Helentina's enchantingly curving body. He named the condition without the slightest bit of shame. "No. You demon. Absolutely not. No." Helentina had had a feeling that Han Chuo's words would be unpleasant, but she still panicked and found it unacceptable when she officially heard his shameless condition. "Helen, don't agree to it. He's just a liar," the Fire Phoenix furiously said. "If you don't agree, then this matter is over. You pay me the gold coins, and I'll leave this place. From now on, we'll be meeting each other across the battlefield." Han Chuo shrugged indifferently, seemingly not caring too much about Helentina's body, as if he wasn't the same person who'd just lecherously eyed her up and down. For some unknown reason, Helentina felt her heart clench when she heard Han Chuo say they'd be meeting on the battlefield. Just thinking about that possibility gave her a feeling of discomfort. This kind of feeling made her extremely uncomfortable, but she didn't know why it was actually happening. End of part 1 of the chapter. Helentina gritted her teeth in silence for a while, before raising her head to glare resentfully at Han Chuo. She said with determination, "I agree, but only after you help me get rid of all of the hidden troubles in Helen Duchy. Otherwise, this matter is over here and now." "No problem. Haha, the beauty has personally sent herself to my door with a duchy as the dowry. Only a fool would refuse this toast." Han Chuo was smug as his laughter echoed into the sky. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such an unexpected harvest on this trip to the 7 Grand Duchies. It seemed that the evil bunch of Chester, Dick, and the others who'd spread those vicious rumors had done him a great favor. Women are truly a strange creature, their hearts were fickle indeed. As Han Chuo and Helentina were talking, the miserable, tragic screams around them also gradually stopped. As he turned his head to look, Han Chuo found that none of the rebels, including Pharaoh Dios, had escaped from the savage claws of the great undead army. All of them had fallen, corpses doomed to eternal silence. But the surrounding area was a little bloody. With a beauty right next to him, Han Chuo felt that the scenery didn't look too good. He took out the skeletal staff and chanted out a quick incantation, causing the group of undead creatures to slowly fade away. "All right. Let's first leave this place and see if the army still heeds your command." Han Chuo smiled at Helentina and said. "Rest assured. Not everyone in my army is like that bastard Pharaoh Dios. My family guards definitely won't betray me, that I can guarantee." Helentina said proudly. Han Chuo actually believed this. From the moment he'd set foot into the 7 Grand Duchies, Han Chuo already knew a little about Helentina's situation. Her family clan was the largest aristocratic clan in the Helen Duchy, holding the majority of control over Helen Duchy's soldiers. Otherwise, she would long have been overthrown by the rebels. To Helentina's clan, only with Helentina herself in the position of Grand Duke could the benefits of the clan be maintained. Once Helentina fell, her family clan would naturally suffer the consequences. Helentina understood this fact clearly, which was why she'd given various positions of power in the Helen Duchy to her family members. As such, she'd been able to sustain her position until now despite being opposed by the people and a minority of the aristocrats. The 7 great dukes of the 7 Grand Duchies all followed the same practice. Once they successfully climbed in their positions of power, they would spare no effort to let their family members take over the important positions of the duchy. The benefit was that the power and benefits would remain concentrated in their family clan even when some domestic aristocrats opposed them. In addition, they could rely on the virtue of clan power to pressure those aristocrats. However, the incredible disadvantage was that not all of the trusted clan members was talented. If they held power in the duchy with mediocre ability, then not only was it impossible to fully exploit the potential of the duchy's territory, the national strength would also gradually be exhausted. "All right, no need to be arrogant in front of me. If you don't even have this little bit of ability, you aren't fit to be my woman." Han Chuo sent a verbal jab at Helentina. Turning his attention to the Fire Phoenix, he frowned. The Fire Phoenix's entire body was powerless after being struck by the magic arrow. The poisoned magic arrow broke off inside her body. "This'll be a little troublesome. My body is only a little weak right now. With my race's natural healing ability, it'll only take a few days to recover." The Fire Phoenix angrily said. Evidently, she hadn't adapted to Han Chuo's new identity, and her attitude was still unfriendly. After all, she had been putting her heart and mind into killing Han Chuo to take revenge for Helentina until today. Who would have expected that there'd be such a dramatic turn of events? This super-rank magic creature had yet to fully accept the situation. "No need to make such a fuss. You can't be my burden right now." Han Chuo walked straight to the Fire Phoenix and firmly pulled out the broken magic arrow without caring about her pain. Afterwards, his left hand firmly held her body down despite her struggling and he placed his right hand on the wound. The effect from the poisoned magic arrow had weakened her enough that her feeble struggling couldn't shake off Han Chuo's hands. A powerful suction force radiated through her body through Han Chuo's big hand. The poison overflowing her body quickly flowed out through the wound under the power of the force. The poison in her body flowed into Han Chuo's palm that was touching her wound. As her previously suppressed power was gradually restored, the Fire Phoenix understood that Han Chuo was helping her, and she no longer trembled her feathers. Her struggling body gradually quieted down, her blazing feathers once again recovering their luster. When Han Chuo let go, the Fire Phoenix once again felt her power overflowing. She happily let out a high-pitched chirp and flapped her wings to shoot up into the sky, starting to swoop around joyously. "Big Sister Fire Wind, is she okay?" Helentina was very pleasantly surprised. Her eyes that looked at Han Chuo carried a somewhat different meaning, her body also involuntarily moving closer to Han Chuo. Nodding, Han Chuo flipped his palm and flicked a pile of stinking blood on the ground. He then casually replied, "I've sucked out the poison in her body. You see her skipping and jumping around like that, does she look anywhere near injured? All right, consider it as us owing you a favor, thank you." Helentina very reluctantly thanked Han Chuo. She was also a little apprehensive about the miracle he'd just worked. She was very clear about his astounding strength, but he shouldn't be a priest nor an alchemist. But even priests and alchemists didn't seem to have such a miraculous ability. In the profound continent, once poison entered the blood, no priests nor alchemists could easily suck it out like Han Shuo had done. To Helentina, this was something incredibly miraculous. She suddenly felt glad about her decision, thinking how fortunate she was to avoid becoming the mortal enemy of this person. Otherwise, it would have brought about irreversible disaster to the Helen Duchy. Taking advantage of Helentina's surprise, Han Shuo quickly reached out to caress her pretty, silky smooth, warm cheek. Helentina's pretty face looked shocked as she turned to face him. Enjoying the delightful smoothness of her skin, Han Shuo smiled gallantly and said, "We're already family, so why act polite?" Helentina jolted out of her silent pondering and suddenly reacted. She flung her head back in alarm and retreated a few steps back. She glared hatefully at Han Shuo, saying, "We are not a family yet. You, behave, or I won't be polite." "Oh? Okay, I'd like to see how you'll be impolite." Han Shuo paid no heed to Helentina's threat and stalked towards her. He found it somewhat interesting to tease this proud and arrogant Grand Duke. "Brian, can you stop acting like that? We need to have a proper discussion about the internal affairs of my duchy." Helentina changed tacks like the breeze, using a fatigued, weak voice to persuade Han Shuo upon seeing him approach. Helentina knew full well that it was simply impossible to stop Han Shuo head-on with her power. Han Shuo's shocking strength was powerful as that of a demon god. She had almost lost the will to resist. Helentina was already considering this man as her greatest support. He might just be able to give her everything she needed. Subconsciously, Helentina had long since admitted defeat, which finally dawned on her when she saw Han Shuo draw near. Han Shuo was startled. He looked closely at Helentina. At this moment, the weak Helen also had a kind of charm that roused an inexplicable pity in him. He didn't continue to aggressively approach her, but instead abruptly stopped his steps and said with a smile, "Then forget it. Let's talk about your duchy's affairs. Ferodias is just one of my senior knights. I'm absolutely sure he wouldn't have the guts to betray me without someone to encourage him." "Humph. Currently in the duchy, only Marquis Kakara hold the advantage in taking my place. He's always been impatiently waiting in the shadows, so I reckon he's prepared to strike a fatal blow to push me off the political stage. I dare say for sure that he is the person pulling the strings behind the scenes." Killing intent flashed in Helentina's bright eyes as she bit off her words. "Very good. Now that we know who it is, I'll come to Helen Duchy with you, and kill all of those traitors, so they will never have the chance to even foster the idea of rebelling against you," said Han Shuo coldly. Chapter 360 360, Receiving some benefits. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When Han Shuo and Helen returned to the army station, it was just as she had said. Her family's trusted aides were completely oblivious to Ferodia's actions. He'd obviously been acting in his interest, and Helen's actions were written off as arresting and suitably punishing him. Ferodia's original plan was to capture and bring Helen to Marquis Kakara of Helen Duchy. After Helen, the pillar of her family's army, disappeared, Kakara would be able to defeat the Helen Duchy's army and become the Duke with Benedict Sackville's backing. After Han Shuo and Helen returned to the stationed army, they didn't openly appear before the army. That was mostly because Han Shuo had plenty of methods to privately meet Helen. After dealing with Ferodias, Helen began traveling back to the nearby Helen Duchy. She had prepared her cover story of being attacked by assassins on her way back. Because no one except her people had survived, the news of the revolt hadn't been divulged. The next day, Han Shuo stealthily followed the army troops back to Helen Duchy. The Helen Duchy was as powerful as a province in Lancelot Empire. It too had 5 cities and more than 10 different-sized towns. Helen City acted as the capital city of Helen Duchy, located in the center of the duchy. The other 4 cities were each owned by the 4 marquises, although one was still reeling from their marquis death at Helentina's hands during the previous civil unrest. Marquis Kakaru was the lord of Seagate City, one of the 4 cities of Helen Duchy. Although he hadn't revealed any intentions of revolting during the previous unrest, he'd suddenly decided to rebel this time. This person had apparently waited patiently for the perfect moment for a long while now. Han Xiao and Helen returned to the Helen Duchy together. Along the way, Helen gathered her private army, totaling 30,000 troops, Helen Duchy's most elite cavalry regiment, and all led by Helen's most trusted family aides. Seagate City was an unavoidable stop on the road back to Helen Duchy. After marching for 2 days, Helen's army finally approached its gates. Since Helen was a woman and a famous fire archmage, she had always stayed within a spacious and luxurious chariot pulled by 4 war horses. At this moment, apart from Helen, an additional person, Han Shuo, had appeared in the chariot as well. Within the spacious chariot was a soft rug that felt amazingly comfortable to step on. There was also some blush, powder, alongside some fresh fruits that sparkled on top of a small shelf. Helen lazily leaned into her seat and looked at the relaxed Han Shuo before saying, "Seagate City is Kakaru's territory. This cunning fox has always hidden his intentions in the past. Although I know he has done damnable things, I never could find an excuse to deal with him. Furthermore, he always has several experts protecting him. As long as he stays within Seagate City, it will not be easy for me to kill him. How many city guards are in Seagate City right now? If you returned now, would he dare open the city gates and let you enter?" Han Shuo casually asked Helen while rudely plucking a bunch of grapes from the side. While looking at Han Shuo's unperturbed attitude, Helen actually felt a comforting sense of security. It was as if she did not need to fear anything with this demon next to her. Although Seagate City has 50,000 soldiers in total, only 10,000 of them are elite soldiers. The only way he can avoid outright battle is if he opens the city gates and welcomes me. Even though I can easily suppress him after entering Seagate City, I don't have any evidence that Ferodia's revolt was secretly incited by him. If I act against him without any justifiable cause, I'm afraid the citizens and the nobles will raise a fuss." Helen lightly wrinkled her eyebrows, annoyance seeping into her tone. Only after Han Shuo plucked the last grape off the bunch and wiped his hands on the expensive rug did he reply, "Simple. As long as I kill Marquis Kakaru and all of his successors, you can use the excuse of finding the killer to take control of Seagate City." Han Shuo continued, "Hehe, you are the Duchess of Helen Duchy and you even have 30,000 elite soldiers at your beck and call. As such, this is the logical move for you. Oh, by the way, you can also randomly arrange some people at the scene to falsely accuse your enemies of killing Kakaru. This will definitely hurt your enemies. In fact, I think Benedict Sackville of Narsen Duchy is a particularly viable candidate. What do you think?" After being embroiled in Helen Duchy's power struggle for all these years, Helen was well versed in scheming. Thus, after listening to Han Shuo's suggestion, she smiled sweetly and nodded before replying, "Precisely my thoughts. As long as Kakaru and his heirs all die, I can justifiably allow my trusted aides to take control of Seagate City. Hehe, I already have the perfect candidate in mind. I already had this kind of a plan in motion during the previous civil unrest, it's just that the assassins I sent were unable to complete their missions. But since you're here this time, it will definitely be a success. As expected from such a vicious woman." As soon as the discussion moved to this sort of topic, Han Shuo noticed a dazzling light shining from her eyes. Her mouth curved into a sweet smile that could seduce and arouse any man's heart. Even Han Shuo felt a slight tug on his heart. When this sort of woman hated a guy, they would try to bring about their death regardless of what cost they had to pay. However, when this sort of woman truly fell in love with a man, they would be willing to abandon everything just to be there for her man. Han Shuo stared at Helen. Perhaps Helen didn't hate him so much anymore, but he also knew that Helen was still not helping him wholeheartedly. Only when he thoroughly conquered her would she become a truly sharp weapon in his hands. Otherwise, he would only be harming himself. To make such a person submit, both your body and mind was necessary to make her surrender. It was a long and hard battle for Han Chuo to have realized the importance of this. Only in this way could he influence her heart and slowly make her his vassal. One of the best examples of this was Emily. Thinking about this, Han Chuo lightly laughed and moved his face close to Helen, who was lazily leaned backwards. As Helen's face paled in panic, Han Chuo suddenly pulled Helen on top of his thighs and rudely kissed her bright red lips, completely ignoring her will. A very seductive fragrance entered Han Chuo's nose from Helen's body. This fragrance caused Han Chuo to become uncontrollably engrossed, just like how an alcoholic would be lost in the most excellent of wine. To his credit, Han Chuo did not actually kiss her without restraint. After a light kiss on Helen's intoxicatingly red lips, he chuckled and released Helen. Then, laughing at Helen's charmingly flushed face, he said, "I lost control of myself because you're just too mesmerizing. Haha. Since I will have to take care of your enemies soon, I should at least get such a benefit, right? You perverted bastard. You just stole a kiss." Blushing hotly, Helen scrambled off his thighs and glared fiercely at Han Chuo. Originally, she wanted to rush towards Han Chuo and get revenge, but remembering that he was a tiger in lamb's clothing, she could only fiercely throw a crystal cup towards Han Chuo in a fit of rage. He leisurely snatched the crystal cup out of the air. Cup in hand, Han Chuo leisurely poured out some wine and walked towards Helen hiding at the corner of the carriage, grinning, "Here, accept this cup of wine as an apology from me. As you know, I'm but a normal man while you are such a mesmerizing beautiful woman. It's a miracle that I didn't do anything else to you while riding in such a carriage. You better not anger me now." Being told off by Han Chuo like this, Helen felt her heart tremble as she angrily glared at Han Chuo. Even her slender white neck was starting to flush red. But in reality, being praised as a mesmerizing beautiful woman by Han Chuo made her a little happy. Since she would become his sooner or later, giving him some benefits in advance wouldn't hurt. "Fine, take it as I've forgiven you for now, but you can't be so unruly in the future, especially when there are other people around." Helen hatefully glared at Han Chuo for a moment. In the end, she obediently picked up the wine cup and took a sip in defeat. "Of course, when others are around, you are the goddess of Helen Duchy." Han Chuo promised Helen first, and then said laughingly, "But when it's only the two of us, you will be freely assaulted by me." "Humph." Helen glared at Han Chuo for a moment and then seriously said, "All right, you've kissed me and got what you wanted. Soon we will be entering the city and perhaps, Kakaru will even be entering the carriage to welcome me. So, shouldn't you be leaving now?" "No problem, I'll leave right now." Han Chuo answered with a laugh. Suddenly, Han Chuo appeared next to Helen like lightning and licked her neck before lightly praising her as he walked away, "So fragrant." A burst of mist slowly floated out of the carriage without alerting a single imperial guard nearby. As the mist slowly scattered due to a breeze, Han Chuo had already disappeared without a trace. Left behind the carriage was a Helen whose white neck had just been violated by Han Chuo before he left. A constant burning sensation kept coming from her violated neck, causing her heart to tremble and her face to blush. In annoyance, she could only spit on the floor and lightly say to herself, "This damned brat. He really is a damned pervert. I really don't know if I can deal with him until after he has taken care of my enemies. Meeting him has really put me at my wit's end. How annoying." A few minutes later, Helen's army troops slowly stopped in front of Seagate City. A sentinel had already alerted Seagate City of her arrival beforehand. Thus, Marquis Kakaru, who was within the city, should have received the news of her arrival. At this time, Kakaru was in a small building in front of the city gate. He had a dark expression on his face as he listened attentively to his trusted aides who talked unceasingly, remaining silent himself. He was attired in noble robes, and was of noble stature. His grey sideburns give him away as past his prime. Clearly, he did not have an outstanding appearance. But his outward appearance hid a pair of calculative eyes that seemed like he never ceased pondering. Sir Marquis, Pharaoh Diaz has died and the plan has most likely failed. Right now, you can be considered the biggest threat to the Duke of Helen Duchy. Furthermore, that vicious bitch has never concerned herself with sentimentalism and likely knows that you are the instigator. You must not let her into the city, otherwise, we will definitely die as part of a bloody revenge. The Seagate city administrator did his best to persuade the Marquis. Yes, father, this bitch is famous for her viciousness. If her elite army enters the city, our army will have no way of suppressing her. We can only borrow Seagate city's defensive strength to stall and prevent her from entering the city. During that time, we can ally with other nobles before finally entering an official war. Kakaro's son, Kezega, was clad in luminous knight armor and did his best to persuade Kakaro as well. Nevertheless, Kakaro remained wordless as he walked back and forth while his eyeballs darted to and fro. It seemed that even he had become extremely anxious, losing his typical decisive nature. Father, hurry and make a decision. They will be arriving soon. As the time ticked away, Kezega anxiously reminded him again after seeing Kakaro remain silent. After a long silence, Kakaro deeply exhaled and said, "Open the gates and come welcome the Duke with me. You guys cannot make any mistakes whatsoever. Sir Marquis. This could cost us our lives." The administrator hurriedly protested in fear. "Don't worry, even if she knows it was me, she doesn't have any proof." "Humph. I've been in charge of Seagate City for so many years, both nobles and citizens support me. If she dares act against me without evidence, the citizens will not approve of her. You don't need to worry, she shouldn't dare openly take any action against me. But, if she still decides to use assassins like last time, we only need to be more vigilant and it will still be fine. Furthermore, the time is not yet ripe for us to rebel. We could suffer a huge loss to the family forces she holds in her hand, and there's no certainty we will come out victorious. But even if we do come out victorious, the conflict will just weaken Helen Duchy even further, and will become the weakest among the 7 Grand Duchies. Instead of such a result, we should continue controlling Seagate City and wait for a better opportunity," Kakaro said to the two people. After thinking about what Kakaro said, the two, although still unwilling, knew that his analysis was reasonable. Furthermore, knowing how futile it would be for anyone to try and change Kakaro's decisions due to his decisive nature, they did not continue trying to persuade him. Chapter 361 361, Massacre. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Helen's entourage smoothly entered Seagate City with a warm welcome from Kakaro, and was brought to a manor at the southern end of the city. Along the way, Helen's charming face was darkened and unhappy. Previously, when Helen had come to Seagate, the citizens who had heard the news would crowd and crane their heads for a tiny peek at her face. However, this time round, apart from Kakaro's men, the road was only sparsely filled with citizens. These people only viewed her carriage from far away, not showing any signs of respect. This made Helen feel uncomfortable inside. After properly arranging her personal guard at the manor, Helen declined Kakaro's offer of a banquet in her honor, citing tiredness. She feared that Kakaro would assassinate her in his own castle. She was afraid of Kakaro's schemes. Just like her, Kakaro was not a benevolent person. It was entirely possible that he would take action at the banquet. On the other hand, Helen also didn't want to endure the inevitable unfriendly gazes at the banquet. She'd had enough of these looks of disdain. However, she couldn't kill them just because of their hidden looks of disdain. This manor was where Kakaro received distinguished guests. It had a large area that was surrounded by Helen's 30,000-strong personal guard. Helen was in the center of the area and was safe enough to sleep peacefully. The full moon slowly appeared in the night sky. At the door of a central luxurious and spacious room, 10 guards stood tensely on duty. In the room, Helen was endlessly worrying alone. Without any wind, the window voluntarily opened, and a cloud of grey fog suddenly flew in front of Helen. The fog stopped whirling when the window shut, revealing Han Shuo's figure. "You're here." Helen gathered her scattered thoughts, raising her head to glance at Han Shuo. She softly muttered, "Kakaru has always wanted to remove me from my position as duke. He previously wanted me to marry his son Kasiga, but I declined. His Seagate city has always not fully obeyed my orders. If it wasn't for me trying to prevent Helen Duchy from falling into turmoil, I would have long since acted against him, and not resorted to employing assassins. I'll make a trip there tonight. I'll help you handle him." Han Shuo calmly looked at Helen, as though he had just uttered a simple and common thing. "If it's possible, I want to work with you. I want to personally end his life. This person was the one who murdered my mother. I hate him." Helen was a little unusual today, speaking to Han Shuo with some viciousness. Wrinkling his eyebrows, Han Shuo considered for a while before replying, "How about this? You stay here, I'll bring him over and let you kill him yourself." Han Shuo didn't probe the statement regarding Helen's mother. Everyone was sure to have a few memories that haunted them. Han Shuo believed this incident was definitely not a pleasant memory. At times, to respect someone's privacy was more moving than expressing respect on the surface. Helen raised her head and deeply looked at Han Shuo, unclear if she had thought of something sad, her gaze a little frail. She laughed at herself, saying, "Thank you. In the end, I'm still a woman. Seems like I also need a man's shoulder to lean on. After all these years, I'm truly tired." Smiling and nodding, Han Shuo tried walking toward Helen. When he realized Helen's gaze wasn't alert, he continued to walk towards her. When he reached her side, Han Shuo lightly embraced her. Feeling Helen's shivering body, Han Shuo patted her shoulder and gently said, "It's all right. I won't ask about your past, but I will bring Kakaru in front of you. You can exact the price for his sins then. Brian, I don't know if I should hate you. When I came over today, none of the citizens came over to welcome me. It looks like they've already started to reject me in their hearts. The main cause of this was you, but for some reason I can't hate you." "Why, Brian, why can't I hate you?" Helen leaned softly against Han Shuo's shoulder, her voice a tired, weak whisper. "Perhaps you should hate me, but if you always listen to me, not only will I not let you hate me, I'll help you gradually be happy again. I promise." Han Shuo whispered in Helen's ear, adding, "All right, you should first rest for a while. To decrease your hatred of me, I'll first start with Kakaru." Lightly pushing away Helen, who'd exposed her weakness in the quiet night, Han Shuo silently left the room like a ghost in the night, weightlessly floating toward Kakaru's castle. To Han Shuo, his only prey was Helen. As long as Helen held the reins of Helen Duchy, he could covertly control Helen Duchy without wasting any men or resources. At an appropriate moment, this secretly traitorous Helen Duchy could become a hidden blade in the coalition army, bringing Han Shuo immense benefits. Although Helen was the Duke of Helen Duchy, she was still a woman. The most reliable way to treat a woman was to conquer her heart. A man should be publicly overbearing in the day, but gentle and refined at night. They was equally lethal to a woman. Helen was of great use to Han Shuo. Hence, Han Shuo didn't mind spending some time to thoroughly and securely have both her and her duchy in his palm. Deep in Kakaru's castle was a secret room guarded zealously by soldiers. In that room were the three people from the morning, gathered again at night. "Father, that woman is staying in Seagate City. We must definitely kill her before she leaves. Otherwise, once she leaves, I'm afraid we won't have another opportunity." Kasiga looked at his father Kakaru, once again proposing his idea. "Lord Marquis, I'm afraid this is our only opportunity. If we really wait till she returns to Helen City, it would be hard for us to act even if we wanted to." Administrator Mori similarly advised. Kakaru's eyes were still calculating as he replied to the both of them, I also know that. However, she has 30,000 elite troops by her side. Assassinating her is no easy feat. Lord Father, she can't always be hiding within her 30,000 troops. We only need to find ways to make her leave their protection. It's not difficult for us to kill her in Seagate City. We only need a reasonable excuse. Kasiga replied. Lord, isn't young Master Kasiga engaged to the Galileo family's Miss Legimi? We can seize this opportunity to arrange their marriage in the next 2 days. With the Lord standing in the duchy and with her being in Seagate City, she has no reason to not appear to express her congratulations. She can't possibly bring her 30,000 guards to the wedding banquet. As long as she comes, we'll be able to kill her. What do you think of that? Magistrate Mori's eyes shone with maliciousness. Uncle Mori, this method isn't bad. Kasiga smiled gladly, turning to Kakaru, Father, what do you think? Kakaru's eyes continued to spin in thought, only nodding after a while, saying that could work. However, we have to be extra cautious, so I'm going to need to consider it more carefully. We can only act when we're assured of success. This woman is not simple. We massacred her mother's clan years ago, but she actually managed to escape. All these years, she's clearly known that we were the culprits, but she's never showed it. This calculating shrewdness is something no normal youngster would possess. Humph! I want to kill her the way the Lord Father killed her mother. This woman doesn't give us face, going as far as rejecting my offer of marriage. And then she ended up being raped by an unknown brat. She brought that upon herself. What's the use of a woman in such a high position? A guy still rode her in the end. Kasiga was still brooding over Helen's rejection, and ridiculed her viciously. Capturing her is enough. We can't touch her. I've promised Benedict Sackville to immediately hand Helen over once we captured her. After all, the 30,000 family troops aren't easy to handle. We still need to rely on Benedict Sackville's help. Kakaru reminded Kasiga. Lord Father, I can still fool around, right? It's not even her first time anymore. Even when she reaches Benedict Sackville's hands, he also won't be able to tell. This woman has always been like a goddess high above, and I've long since wanted to sample the feeling of riding her. Lord Father, please allow me to taste this feeling. Kasiga seemed to be imagining the scene of Helen being conquered by him as he pleaded with Kakaru. Kakaru was still extremely doting on his only son. He also knew that after Helen had rejected Kasiga, his son had toyed 3 maids to death before calming down. He hesitated a moment, before nodding, fooling around is possible. However, after that you must erase that memory. If not, once Benedict Sackville finds out, it would be bad. We still need to deal with that person in the future. Thank you, Father, thank you, Father. Haha. I've been wanting to ride that bitch for a long time. Kasiga smiled deviously and chuckled. Hints of obscene violence slowly grew in his face. Administrator Mori licked his lips, similarly forcing a few laughs as he itched on the inside. However, he knew there were things he couldn't touch. Hence, he naturally didn't dare to state any presumptuous requests. As the 3 vicious vile characters were imagining a better future for them, a crisp abnormal sound suddenly came from under their feet. This secret room was underground, its perimeter reinforced with thick iron plates, impervious to the attack of blades, swords, or magic. It was the safe haven where Kakaru discussed his evil plans. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such abnormal sounds echoing with the thick iron plates beneath their feet. Therefore, when that abnormal sound appeared, the 3 despicable people were stunned for a while, all of them looking dumbfoundedly at the ground. However, before they reacted, the previously soft abnormal sound suddenly amplified. The 3 of them were shocked. Kakaru was the first to react, shouting, "Assassins!" With this shout, Kakaru was the first to rush toward the opening mechanism, trying to alert the surrounding guards. Kasiga took out a knight's saber, focusing all his attention under his feet, ready to deal a fatal blow to anyone coming from below. Clang! An arc-shaped disc violently burst through the ground with an ear-piercing sound. The disc was extremely thick, and was obviously the iron plate that protected their feet. At the same time, a figure dashed out of the circular hole in the ground. Kasega gave a loud shout, his sword piercing towards Honshuo, who'd used the Demon Slayer edge to cut open a large hole with much difficulty. Honshuo had wasted more than 10 minutes using the all-conquering Demon Slayer edge to cut a hole in the iron plate, inwardly cursing the designer of the building. He wielded the Demon Slayer edge to parry the attack. With a spate of clear clangs and bangs, Kasega's nightsaber was turned into scrap iron. One of Kasega's arms had gone the course of his saber and turned into bloody minced meat. As Kasega screamed in horror, Honshuo's Demon Slayer edge was suddenly flung out, pinning Kakeru's outstretched left hand to the wall. He'd run to the mechanism with much difficulty and had wanted to shout for help. The Demon Slayer edge was firmly embedded into the wall, continuing to pin his left hand to the wall, a distance from the mechanism. "Damn it, who are you? Who let you in?" Kakeru looked at Honshuo, shouting miserably. His left hand was pinned on the wall by the Demon Slayer edge, fresh blood trickling downward in streams. The heart-wrenching pain made Kakeru want to cry. My hand, ah!" Kasega's right arm was completely torn to pieces. Currently it looked like a skinned and sharpened slice of pineapple, streams of blood dripping from the meridians, gruesome beyond belief. "Bloody hell, a bird face like you wants to encroach on my woman!" Honshuo snorted, ignoring the howls of the father and son duo. Walking to the front of the frightened administrator, he grinned as he asked, "Apart from old Kakeru's 3 sons, 5 daughters and 47 assorted relatives in this castle, are there any others that have the qualifications to succeed his position as Marquis?" No. Magistrate Mori looked at the grinning Honshuo, his fear causing him to shiver uncontrollably. After answering while trembling, he cowardly kneeled before Honshuo, crying, "This is nothing to do with me, don't kill me. I am innocent." "Okay. Looks like we shouldn't have missed out on anyone," Honshuo muttered to himself. Grabbing the administrator's neck with one hand, he said, "The deadly trap you just displayed is extremely interesting. I'm afraid that people like you are the most scary, I can't spare your life." Honshuo twisted his hand after he finished this sentence, making a clear crack ring out. The administrator, his back to Kakeru, hadn't shifted his position, but he was now facing Kakeru with an agonized wail on his face. It was apparent his neck had been broken. Chapter 362 362, Sinking into Depravity. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? You, who are you? Don't hurt us, we'll give you anything you want. Kakeru implored Honshuo, trying to ignore the excruciating pain from his left hand. Nope. You don't have the means of giving me what I want. Honshuo casually responded, his hand forcing Kasega down on the floor. Kasega was in so much pain, he had long forgotten his delusional fantasies with Helen. Looking at Honshuo's hand pressing down, he felt a great force pushing down on him, leaving him incapable of moving a single step. Don't kill me. Kasega was paralyzed, and could only beg for forgiveness. Pfft! Honshuo's hand grazed Kasega's head. Magical yuan emitted from his hand burrowed into Kasega's head, turning it into paste. His body slumped to the ground, now just a boneless mass of flesh. Honshuo walked to Kakeru's side. Ignoring his screaming, he smiled, "Apart from you, your entire clan is dead. Although, you're pretty lucky. I won't kill you." Fiend! You fiend, what grudge do you have against me? Why are you doing this to me? Kakeru blanched when he heard of his clan members' deaths. He ignored the pain in his left hand and tore it free of the wall, charging at Honshuo. He was consumed by the urge to at least land a couple of blows on Honshuo. Honshuo focused his mental strength and cast a soul tremor spell. A stabbing pain exploded in Kakaro's head before he could do more than take a few steps in Han Shuo's direction. Dizzy from the pain, he stumbled forward a few steps before succumbing to the agony and passing out. The Demon Slayer edge, still stuck in Kakaro's left hand, flew into Han Shuo's hand of its own volition. Scooping up the unconscious Kakaru, he dived back into the gaping hole in the ground, once again entering the depths of the earth. If someone excavated the ground right now, they'd discover numerous tunnels meeting and separating across the city. Each of the tunnels opened up next to the various relatives of Marquis Kakaru living in the castle. Not a single relative was spared. This intricate tunnel network extended several meters down into the ground. Even with several hundred people working on it, it would still require around 10 days to complete. The castle contained many of Kakaru's personal guard, as well as a number of mages. Under normal circumstances, the tunnels would immediately be discovered as soon as anyone heard suspicious sounds from beneath the earth. Obviously, some of these things could not be explained using common sense. As Han Shuo made his way through the tunnels collapses under the pressure of the earth. Once Han Shuo left, there were no traces in the ground beneath the castle that a tunnel had ever existed, let alone that intricate network. The dark night was lit by moonlight, streaming down like mercury. Under the light caress of the evening breeze, Han Shuo easily slipped into Helen's mansion. He released a black fog magic as he did so, shrouding himself in a black mantle. Even the moonlight had been completely obscured. Helen was alone in the residence, not knowing why she was starting to worry about Han Shuo. This kind of feeling bothered Helen. She had never been worried about the safety of a man before, especially a man that should have been the target of her hate. However, she had no way of controlling her internal emotions. Knowing what Han Shuo was attempting, she became more agitated every minute and every second that Han Shuo was gone, fearing that Han Shuo wouldn't be able to return safely. "Please don't run into any trouble," Helen muttered, with her eyebrows furrowed and a worried expression on her face. The room lights had long been extinguished. Helen stood near the window, staring off in the direction Han Shuo left. The moonlight played across Helen's white skin, seeming cold and desolate. It was a moving sight, and birthed pity in the heart of anyone who was watching. When the black fog magic neared the mansion, Helen first felt the moonlight disappear. Looking around, the corners of Helen's lips lifted. Giving a soft laugh of joy, she opened the window wider, and took a few steps back. When Helen opened the window, the breeze blew in a cloud of grey dust. The window silently closed, and a grey figure gradually materialized. "Are you all right?" Helen didn't ask Han Shuo whether Kakaru had been killed, but first inquired about Han Shuo's condition. It seemed that, in the depths of Helen's heart, Han Shuo's safety was more important than whether Kakaru lived or died. When he heard these words, Han Shuo noticed the change in attitude she had towards him. His heart unconsciously growing warm, he smiled and gently said, "Thank you for your concern. I'm all right." The upper portion of his left hand that was carrying Kakaru was already frozen by the cold air currents. Not a single drop of blood had been spilled, nor would the smell of blood permeate the room. Not even a hair of evidence would be left behind. Having finished speaking, Han Shuo fully reformed, carrying Kakaru. Helen immediately saw the unconscious Kakaru. Helen's eyes, so warm when looking at Han Shuo, gradually filled with an unfathomable hate when looking at Kakaru. She said, "I've finally gotten my hands on you, old dog." Giving Helen a meaningful look, Han Shuo carried Kakaru to a room further inside the mansion. Casually throwing him into the room, Han Shuo cast a silencing spell around the area. Having cast the spell, he said to the murderously cold Helen, "All right, you can wake him now. Kill him slowly, I'll stand guard outside." Perhaps it was because Helen had been suppressing her hate for so long, having waited for several years, that she didn't say a word to Han Shuo with her nemesis at her fingertips. Wearing an icy expression on her face, Helen entered the room that once served as a storage room. When the door slammed shut, Han Shuo didn't spare energy on eavesdropping. He casually walked over to where Helen was sitting before, and took out another cup of wine. Pouring himself a full glass, he sipped the fine wine as he pulled out a thick necromancy book, immersing himself in study. Apart from the spell plague, Han Shuo had already mastered all of the spells that an arch needed to know. His mental strength was already at the level of a grand magus, and he spent all his time studying the art of summoning creatures from the underworld. Old Fey zombies, mummy lords, and bone demons. These three creatures could all be controlled by archmages, though their more advanced summoning techniques differed slightly. When Han Shuo was summoning, a contact was often made with immediately after summoning. As a result, Han Shuo could easily summon them into this world. When summoned, these kinds of low-level creatures didn't have the ability to resist, arriving at Han Shuo's whim, not knowing to think whether to go or not. Starting from evil knights, the summoning techniques became vastly different. Even if Han Shuo could feel the presence of the evil knights, he would have to expend a large amount of energy to crush their resistance. Only then would he be able to control their actions, using the power of a contract to summon them to this world. Summoned creatures at the Grand Magus level all had their own consciousness. Their power was far greater than creatures of other levels. Even in the underworld, creatures of this level acted as ambitious overlords. At the very least, they would be loners that most inferior creatures did not dare disturb. Not only did these creatures have their own will, but they were also haughty and arrogant. A simple contract wouldn't be able to bind them. It was exactly because of this that the summoning techniques for them were much more complicated and mysterious, including deep probes for spiritual power, in order to understand the temperament of the underworld's creatures. Apart from this, when a contract was formed between a necromancer and an undead creature, the necromancer required sufficient strength in order to make the creature pledge its allegiance, otherwise they would have to deal with that creature's resistance. During the process of resistance, the summoner had to use their energy to suppress the creature being summoned, as well as maintain the accuracy of the summoning ritual. Any mispronounced syllable or hand gesture was unacceptable. The interconnected energy patterns would fail and the backlash from the failed summoning would hit the summoner. It was highly likely that the summoned creature would then be trapped between two planes, forever unable to return. Han Shuo was currently studying the details of each of the high-ranked undead creatures. The old Fey zombies' claws and teeth were razor-sharp, with nimble movements. Their body structure was similar to those of silver apes, though they were obviously smaller. However, the old Fey zombie had the silver ape's sharp claws and teeth, and were just as fast. The mummy lords were as strong as the stoutest rock. Laying in a coffin all day, their speed was poor, but they were strong. In addition, they were corrosive, capable of mixing a death aura with streamers in their bodies. As such, they were equally hard to fight against. Bone demons were comprised entirely of large bones that were held together. Out of the three undead creatures, bone demons were the most unique of them all. Since their entire body were formed from bone, if the bones that formed them were strong and filled with death energy, then the power of the bone demon would be even more terrifying. In addition, they had excellent defensive properties against both physical and magical attacks. If needed, the bone demon could also fire out the bones on its body. The force of these bone projectiles was terrifyingly high. A single projectile was enough to deal a fatal blow. After firing the projectiles, the bone demon could reattach the projectiles to its body. However, if the bones that made up the bone demon's body didn't contain a large amount of death energy, then the bone demon would be both slow and weak, and would be severely injured by both physical and magical attacks. Bone demons could be big and strong, or they could be small and weak. As such, bone demons were the most variable amongst the three magical creatures. However, Han Shuo knew that the bone demon modified with wings by the little skeleton would certainly be strong. It'd been rebuilt by the little skeleton with bones from the high-ranking creature in the Forbidden Land, and contained a portion of the high-ranking magical creature's energy. Forged from these bones, the bone demon would absorb death energy at a faster pace in the other dimension. The creature could fly, which meant that it possessed sufficient intelligence to control gravity. Otherwise, that bit of rotting flesh on its bones wouldn't have allowed it to fly with such agility. Han Xiao had grasped the characteristics of the three creatures, but the power of their souls were different. He was currently focused on the old Fey zombies. He knew that he needed to find the right method of deploying his mental strength to ensure a response from an old Fey zombie, in order to successfully use the contract to summon the creature. Just as Han Zhuo was studying the thick tome with furrowed brows, he suddenly heard a devastating scream that tore its way out of the room. The magical boundary suppressed it so that the guards couldn't hear, but Han Zhuo caught every hint of it. He knew that this was the final agonizing wail that Kakaru had uttered before he died. This was indeed the case, as Helen walked out a short while after with her hands covered in blood. She ran towards Han Zhuo, sobs racking her body as she held him tightly before he could prepare himself. The sharp stench of blood and Helen's own fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He wasn't opposed to the smell, but didn't want the guards outside to detect it. He lifted up his left hand slightly and shut the open door. A vortex churned in his hand as it carefully sucked away the scent of blood. After a round of weeping, Helen finally calmed down, and the vortex had coalesced the stench of blood into a slowly rolling bloody pearl. It was still vibrating slightly as it sucked in all the scent of blood from Helen, not letting the slightest bit drift outside. "I'm all better now. I'm sorry for getting you dirty." Helen slowly pushed Han Zhuo away and saw that she'd dirted him all over with fresh blood. She apologized, as translucent tears still hung from her eyelashes. "Don't worry about it. Why isn't Firewind by your side? She should be with you at this time." Han Zhuo had only just discovered that the usual omnipresent Firewind wasn't there, and asked in bafflement. "Sister Firewind doesn't like it when there are too many humans around her. Unless there's something special, she won't appear when too many people are around. She's made her camp in the forests of the valley. I usually just call telepathically if I need her. Since you're with me, there's no danger to my being, so I didn't summon her." Helen explained. "I see." Han Zhuo responded, then said, "I also have a super rank magical pet, but he's a dark dragon. That guy seems to love hanging out in crowds all day. In any case, the more the merrier. It seems that not all super rank magical creatures are the same. You even have a dark dragon." Helen was astonished. He's evolving into his second stage at the moment, so I put him somewhere safe." Han Zhuo replied. Helen looked at him, stunned, and was about to express how amazing he was. She immediately thought of all the magical parts to him and felt that she didn't need to make a big deal of this bit. She suddenly saw that his chest was covered with blood, but was quickly distracted by the rotating, bloody pearl in his left hand. "What's this? I don't want the scent of blood to spread beyond this room. I've coalesced them into a drop of blood." Han Zhuo explained. "You're an amazing person." Helen still couldn't help but sigh with amazement, then pulled him by the hand to the bathroom. Her face reddened for some reason as she said lowly, "Why don't you wash the blood off yourself first? You're surely uncomfortable." Han Zhuo's heart lurched when Helen spoke thus, and when her smooth, boneless small hand tugged on his wrist, Han Zhuo could feel the sensuous beauty of her hand. Light started gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Helen with some more anticipation. Kakaru's mansion for guests was exceedingly opulent. Helen's rooms alone were filled with more than 10 rooms of various sizes. The powder room, bathroom, living room, bedroom, storage room, and laundry room were all present and decked out lavishly. Han Zhuo's Brettle City Castle was like a country farm when compared to this. There was a wide, oval-shaped bathing pool in the center of the bathroom. There was a small magic formation beneath it, with one fire spark stone providing the heat. The water within the pool was maintained at a comfortable temperature, and Helen's face became redder and redder within the haziness of the water mist. She actually tenderly helped Han Zhuo out of his clothes. When Han Zhuo's clothes had been taken off, his 190 cm tall body was the epitome of a perfect male body as it was fully revealed in front of Helen. Every inch of his skin and muscles were filled with explosive power, and he seemed to be a poised, vicious hunting beast even when standing at ease. His naked body gave others an overwhelmingly dominating ferocity. Han Chuo's buff body encompassed a wild power and was reflected from Helen's eyes. When she took off the clothes on his lower body, she raised her head to look worshipfully at the towering man. She seemed to sink into a bottomless inescapable abyss. Is this demon god-like person to be my man in the future? Helen murmured deeply in her heart, looking at Han Chuo with mesmerized eyes as she speechlessly stared at the spectacle before her. Chapter 363 363, 12 Ubiquitous Shadows. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As the completely naked Han Chuo looked down at Helen, who was looking back in a daze, Han Chuo revealed a grin that was as brilliant and bright as the sunshine. As he walked towards the middle of the pool, water began rippling outwards. The water wrapped itself around him as he started to clean his blood-stained body. Only after hearing the splashing water sounds did Tina wake up from her enraptured state and start scolding her weak will. After looking at Han Chuo's broad and healthy back, she shook her head, seemingly trying to scatter the detailed figure lingering in her mind. She smiled sweetly and said tenderly, "All right, you should wash up first, I'll wait outside." Hee, and here I was thinking that you would bathe with me. Well, if you actually come down, I promise I won't do a thing, all right. Han Chuo turned his head and laughed brightly before suddenly teasing her with an invitation. Helen grew flaming red, like she was intoxicated. She seriously considered what was just said before smiling tenderly. "No, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and directly jump into your arms." Hee. Okay. Properly clean yourself first. I'll come back after you have properly cleaned yourself. Han Chuo was momentarily startled. But because the sentence confirmed Han Chuo's charisma, he laughed out loud and happily said, "All right, I'll wait for the day you truly set aside your modesty then." Helen threw her head back in a lovable laugh. For several months now, her heart had been covered in a depressing haze, but now it seems like she has finally pushed away the black clouds and allowed the rainbow within to spring forth. With an exceptionally happier mindset, she left behind a tinkling laugh, ringing through the air like a silver bell. After Helen left, Han Chuo stayed in the public bath, leisurely cleaning all the bloodstains off him. Afterwards, Helen switched with Han Chuo and began cleaning herself as well. Han Chuo sat cross-legged within the guest room, drinking a cup of good wine and reading his thick book of necromancy while waiting for Helen to change into a loose, comfortable bathrobe. Seeing Helen's amazingly beautiful appearance, as lovely as a lotus flower rising from the water, Han Chuo first smilingly gasped in praise. Then he waited for the corner of Helen's mouth to curve into a smile before finally sighing lightly, "Your Helen Duchy is currently rife with internal troubles, and is mostly likely the weakest power among the 7 Grand Duchies. While you were originally allied with Benedict Sackville, it is most likely that he's the mastermind behind Kakara's betrayal and has probably been interfering with your national affairs. But our first priority is the internal strife. The sooner we settle that, the less likely that we'll see any more negative developments." Seeing Han Chuo bringing up this topic, Helen creased her eyebrows and lightly sighed before saying, "Even if this bout of internal strife never occurred, my Helen Duchy would still be the weakest among the 7 duchies. We have limited resources within our national borders, our ores and rations are naturally lacking in comparison to the other dukedoms. Over the past years, I have continuously traded our war horses for rations from Narsen Duchy. I've also engaged in trade with the other duchies and the distant Brute Merchant Alliance for war materials. My nation was never destined to become prosperous from the start. Now, with the unceasing internal strifes as well, my Helen Duchy is really facing disaster after disaster. So when you blackmailed me out of 600 gold coins, my grand and magnificent Helen Duchy was no more." As if suddenly remembering Han Chuo's blackmailing, she hatefully eyed Han Chuo and heavily snorted with irritation after finishing her words. Only after Han Chuo awkwardly forced a couple of laughs, did he open his mouth to say, "Honestly, if you hadn't become hostile with the Lancelot Empire and decided to use Brettle City as a hunting ground, the merchants of the Lancelot Empire would have completely solved your problems. Lancelot Empire has no means of getting war horses, thus, if your dukedom sold your valiant war horses to them, you will definitely receive significant benefits in return. Han Shuo continued. Unfortunately, even those greedy merchants do not dare to rashly come here after the stories of massacres and raids on Brettle City. To those merchants, all of the 7 Grand Dukes are as dangerous as savage beasts and fierce floods. Thus, they naturally won't open trade with you. Consequently, you will also be unable to use the natural resources within your borders and gain the goods you need. Humph! In reality, your Lancelot Empire was asking for it. At the time, if it wasn't because your Lancelot Empire wanted to conquer us 7 Grand Duchies and enter our borders, killing and looting everything, would we have suddenly stopped our bickering? Would we have recklessly formed an alliance to defeat your Lancelot Empire? As if suddenly remembering the time when the Lancelot Empire's army troops arrived like savage beasts, Helen's voice had an undercurrent of anger even as she continued to have a charming expression on her face. The relationships between nations will always be either that of the conquered or the conquerors. Every nation's king will always use whatever methods they have at their disposal to expand their territories. Lancelot Empire is like this. Kasi Empire is like this. Even the 7 Grand Dukes are like this. Otherwise, what would be the point to the unceasing strife between them? Han Shuo conveyed this eternally inarguable fact to Helen before laughing wryly. The past is unrelated to us. But with our current relationship, we can privately smuggle and participate in some shady business. Do you have any completely trustworthy subordinates at hand? Naturally. My family's trusted aides can be completely trusted. No matter what kind of decisions I make, they will always support me. Helen proudly said. Han Shuo nodded his head and said, "Great. Let's do it like that. It so happens that I can also use Lancelot Empire's war materials and exchange them for your Helen Duchy's war horses. Rations can also be included. This exchange will be beneficial for both of our sides." After listening to Han Shuo's words, Helen smiled sweetly and agreed, "Our Helen Duchy's war horses are widely renowned. How many horses and how much gold are you planning to pay? This sort of business should be discussed by our subordinates. We only need to focus and make decisions on the big picture." Han Shuo shot a glance and lightly smiled at heel before saying, "Don't think about trying to tempt me with things like seduction. I will personally organize suitable talents within Brettle City that will discuss this with your subordinates. Thus, we won't need to discuss it precisely and accidentally hurt our feelings." Hearing Han Shuo's words, Helen spat on the floor saying with a red face, "Who has feelings for you? You treacherous and stingy man, I can't even get a small advantage off you. All right. All right. I am going on a trip tonight. You should be extra careful. Right now, Kakeru's family are all dead, and it's best if you take precautions as soon as possible. Starting tomorrow, you'll become extremely busy, so now's not a good time at all to talk about our love and passion for each other." Han Shuo said to Helen. You actually killed Kakeru's entire clan." Helen was suddenly frightened and was unable to react for a moment, staring appalled at Han Shuo. Don't worry, any kinsman with the qualifications to succeed his dukedom is dead. Even several of his loyal subordinate will not be seeing dawn. Tomorrow, you'll see true chaos erupt in Seagate City. You should probably seize an opportunity to get rid of Kakeru's corpse. Additionally, create a mess to show that you suffered an assassination attempt. Even better, you should also capture a few people and make them seem like they're from Narsen Duchy." Han Shuo said to Helen with a smile. Well done, well done." Helen trembled in joy before smiling sweetly. Her eyes glittered with a sinister light as she said, "Rest assured, I am an expert at such things. At this time tomorrow, Seagate City should be within my grasp. I have waited for such a day for far too long. Hee hee. I like it when you emit such confidence. All right, I will leave for now. You should summon Firewind and guarantee your safety first. Han Shuo finally left after repeatedly warning her. Back at the Lancelot Empire's Dark Mantle organization, agents could be seen everywhere. After Han Shuo had arrived in Brettle City, the Dark Mantle's stronghold had gradually strengthened as Candide personally prepared members to infiltrate Brettle City, who Dick later arranged to go to the 7 Grand Duchies. After becoming a 2-star Dark Sun in the Dark Mantle, Han Shuo used his privileges and expanded the number of secret agents. He commanded Jack to set aside 100,000 gold coins as operational funds for the agents who would infiltrate into the 7 Grand Dukedoms. With enough funds, they could set up their own stronghold within the dukedoms and gradually scale in power and influence. As Brettle City's city lord and Dark Mantle's 2-star Dark Sun envoy, Han Shuo only needed to arrive at any one of the major cities amongst the 7 Grand Duchies to find the Dark Mantle agents. After meeting these agents, Han Shuo would receive all the latest information concerning those cities and use them to build a direct communication link to Brettle City. The night before Han Shuo assassinated Kakeru, he'd left a message within Seagate City. After Helen left, Han Shuo headed straight towards that area. Right as Han Shuo entered the streets, he suddenly noticed that the entire Seagate City had erupted like an overturned nest of ants. Squads of Imperial bodyguards wearing incomplete armor and fearful faces started going house to house in a manhunt. Suddenly, Seagate City was enveloped with the sounds of iron hoofbeats of war horses and the panicked screams of civilians. As Han Shuo looked at this kind of situation develop, he immediately realized that the massacre at Kakeru's castle had already discovered by the people. Otherwise, there would not be such a chaotic situation at Seagate City. The city gates were locked down and civilians could not leave the city without permission. A couple of Seagate City's knight captains had terrified expressions as they walked out of Kakeru's castle shouting out to lock the city gates. Afterwards, they directly headed towards Helen's manor. These individuals were just some small and insignificant outer members of Kakeru's group. Perhaps, they didn't even know that Kakeru had thoughts of betrayal. Now, suddenly seeing Kakeru's castle becoming an enormous murder case, they first believed that the enemy duchies were invading with their armies. Thus, they arranged soldiers to defend the city gate while rushing towards the true Grand Duke of Helen Duchy. Before he'd even entered Seagate City, Han Shuo had already realized that there were already a couple of Helen's chess pieces amongst these people. Currently, Kakeru's power structure had been swept clean by Han Shuo. Thus, the individuals without the qualifications to become the high-ranking official of Seagate City's army suddenly became the ones with the most power. They were naturally able to hold temporary office as the commander-in-chief. As Seagate City descended into chaos, Han Shuo quietly arrived at the messiest street furthest from the chaos. Next to a courtyard was an elderly man wearing a panicked expression looking in all directions, waiting. The major news of the huge changes at Seagate City had not arrived here, but the city guards were still advancing in all directions. Perhaps the elderly man wore a panicked expression because he had already received the news. After Han Shuo suddenly stopped, the elderly man was obviously frightened for a moment as he hurriedly retreated backwards. After noticing the tablet that Han Shuo revealed in his hands, he loosened his breath and saluted respectfully, "Honorable Sir. Let's go. Bring me somewhere we can chat," Han Shuo said. The elder did not hesitate to bring Han Shuo along the very messy street. Only after walking past 6 blocks did they stop inside a small farm. The farm was raising a few thin and weak war horses while the horse shack was filled with stinking weed. After arriving here, the elderly man entered a small room made of thatch. After entering the room, the elderly man threw a couple of glances outside the shack through a small hole before finally opening the secret pathway under the bed. He then stepped aside, letting Han Shuo enter first. After passing through a dark tunnel, they finally arrived at an underground private hideout with 3 rooms. There were 4 individuals inside wearing 4 different expressions. They were dressed in either business-type clothing or farmer-type clothing. They were all extremely shocked at the sight of Han Shuo. Only after Han Shuo showed the tablet in his hands did they slowly calm down. They hastily bowed before saying, "Honorable Sir Envoy." The individuals within the Dark Mantle only obeyed the high-ranked individuals within the Dark Mantle. Thus, Han Shuo did not use his identity as the Brettle City's lord, but instead only used his identity as the second Dark Sun Envoy to make them docile and obedient. We're all on the same side, so don't bother with formality," Han Shuo said indifferently before bluntly sitting down on the central seat. At this moment, the elderly man that let Han Shuo enter first entered as well. Informing Sir, Seagate City has broke out with an extremely frightening murder case. Seagate City's Honorable Marquis Kakaru's entire family as well as all of his clan members have been massacred. We have just received this information. This event will completely alter the power struggle within Seagate City. The elderly man paid his respects and hastily reported the groundbreaking news to Han Shuo. The search had only just begun in the core regions of Seagate City. Being able to receive accurate information in this remote and dirty region was a feat in and of itself, and left Han Shuo extremely satisfied. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said, "I already know about such things." "You are doing well. Honorable Sir, the Helen Duchy's Grand Duke is currently residing within Seagate City. This vicious woman will definitely seize this chance to take control of the city. Now with Kakaru's entire family wiped clean, we still don't know whether this was done by this woman or not. However, according to our intelligence, this woman should not have such power at her disposal. Thus, we believe it was not done by her." The elderly man strenuously creased his eyebrows and analyzed, seemingly wanting to come to another clue. Han Shuo waved his hands, stopping the elderly man from continuing. He smiled. "That's enough. Let's not talk about this for now. I will write a letter and you just need to dispatch someone to give it to Dick. We don't need to discuss anything else." Hearing Han Shuo's words, the elderly man immediately stopped his speculations and respectfully nodded, "As you command, Honorable Sir." Taking out a piece of paper and a pen, Han Shuo wrote a flowery letter in a very meandering way before sealing it up and handing it over to the elderly man. He smilingly asked, "What is your name?" In response to the honored envoy, "I am Delante, a third Dark Star and the person currently in charge of Seagate City. In the past, I was doing missions in the southern part of the empire. However, I migrated to the 7 Grand Duchies under Candide's command." Delante replied very respectfully. Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled, "Place this letter in Dick's hand as quickly as possible." "I understand, sir," Delante answered. Inside the Dark Mantle, there was always be a secret magic array that connected directly to others located in other cities. However, only the Dark Mantle could grasp such technology and generally only with a grand space magus could they set up such a technological marvel. However, there would naturally be no need to use a huge amount of financial resources just to create a magical array to communicate with Brettle City from the 7 Grand Duchies. Thus, they could only use this kind of old-fashioned way of communicating. After Delante carefully put away the letter, Han Shuo once again looked to him for more news about Seagate City. Only after Delante had gone on at length did Han Shuo finally say, "All right. All of you must properly conduct your business here at Seagate City. The Empire will not forget your former contributions. All the information you gather, all the missions you do, they will all be recorded by the Dark Mantle." After all the other Dark Mantle members heard Han Shuo's statement, they bowed, showing their compliance. Right now, Seagate City is dangerous beyond any semblance of doubt. Take extra care and do not be exposed by any means. After repeatedly warning them, Han Shuo left the secret stronghold and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Han Shuo stopped in the deepest parts of the jungle outside of Seagate City. Using the Earth Elite Zombie, he created a secret cave within the earth and set up the transportation matrix that connected to the Cemetery of Death to directly return there. Calculating the time, Han Shuo knew that the 12 mystical demons should be emerging from the refining process. He'd gone to Helen Duchy alone this time. As long as he had the 12 mystical demons, Han Shuo would basically have 12 shadows that would be of immense help. Compared to original demons and yin demons, not only did the mystical demons have more wonderful uses, but they could also range 10 times as far from Han Shuo. As long as the 12 mystical demons came out, they could scatter and hide within any nook and corner of Seagate City. Even if Han Shuo did not take one step out of his room, he could still monitor the entire situation of Seagate City through the 12 mystical demons. Chapter 364 364, Secret Art of Possession. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Within the Cemetery of Death, Dark Dragon Gilbert was still in the midst of evolving. Further in, the mystical demon cave had long since stopped operating. Inside the grimace-shaped mystical demon cave were 12 blood-red agate-like blood pearls. The blood pearls rolled around the mystical demon cave like droplets, following a special path. Han Shuo arrived in front of the mystical demon cave and waved. A lump of blood light shot out, piercing toward the 12 drops of blood-red agate-like blood pearls. Crick-crack. The crisp sounds of 12 eggs cracking floated through the air. The 12 blood pearls fragmented, each blood pearl emitting a clump of blood mist. The blood mist gradually agglomerated into something bigger, forming ferocious ghostly figures. The 12 mystical demons differed in shape, but were exactly the same. When the 12 mystical demons were all floated in front of Han Shuo, they each swallowed their respective fragmented blood pearl into their abdomens before flinging their heads back and hissing toward the sky. Han Shuo released the remaining yin demon from his body. One of the mystical demons pounced forward, devouring the released yin demon, chewing it thoroughly before swallowing it. With a thought, the 12 mystical demons fluttered like ghosts towards Han Shuo, transforming into 12 droplets of blood, entrenching themselves around Han Shuo's demon infant, absorbing the energy the demon infant exuded. The mystical demons were of a higher level than the yin demons. With the existence of the mystical demons, the yin demon was no longer of use. It would be caught and eaten by the mystical demons even if it hid within the body. Han Shuo also knew that a low-level demon leader like the yin demon had no way of surviving within his body. Hence, it was better to just let it be eaten by the mystical demons, lest it continue absorbing the energy within his body. At the separate demon realm, the energy that Han Shuo's demon infant was able to release was incredibly rich. The mystical demons, interlinked with Han Shuo's blood, only needed to absorb a small portion of energy within his body to be infinitely useful to Han Shuo. In comparison to the lower-leveled origin demons and yin demons, the mystical demons were able to separate from Han Shuo for longer distances. If a mystical demon could possess another person's brain, it could separate itself from Han Shuo with no obstacles. Once a mystical demon possessed a person's brain, it would feed on the person's brain every day, not requiring replenishment by Han Shuo's internal energy. At the beginning, by feeding on the person's brain, mystical demons could gradually alter a person's thoughts, affecting his or her judgment. As time passed, and the person's brain had been fully consumed by the mystical demon would become their substitute, becoming a mystical demon in that person's body, free for Han Shuo to use. This was equal to the most brilliant arts of puppetry. The final result was a puppet body for the mystical demon to use, only lacking the original person's soul. Once a mystical demon started its possession, as the mystical demon's owner, Han Shuo could already control the person's thoughts and easily obtain the target's secrets. Even if the person hadn't died yet, Han Shuo could still use the mystical demon to change their decisions, making them inadvertently follow Han Shuo's directions. With these 12 mystical demons, as long as Han Shuo could let them latch onto the minds of the 7 Grand Dukes, Han Shuo could completely rely on 6 mystical demons to control 6 dukes. He would be able to influence their judgment and decision-making from the start. At the end, when the mystical demons had consumed their brains, Han Shuo would be able to thoroughly control them. On the other hand, even outside of possession, the mystical demons had a variety of uses. The omnidirectional, traceless scouting was the demon skull's innate ability. The mystical demons, similar to the yin demons, could also easily take Han Shuo's appearance and even speak, essentially becoming another Han Shuo. The strength of the mystical demon was of course incomparable to Han Shuo himself. However, in critical situations, it could become Han Shuo's substitute. This was equivalent to giving Han Shuo 12 extra lives. Although the mystical demon was weaker than Han Shuo, it still had an advantage over ordinary experts, being able to toggle between corporeal and formless figures. In a battle, they could attack in a swarm, fast enough to only leave behind a trail of bloody light. They were very hard for ordinary people to deal with. With the 12 mystical demons nestled in his body, Han Shuo now felt more confident. Seeing that the dark dragon Gilbert had not woken up, Han Shuo took out the skeleton staff to open the enchantment surrounding the Cemetery of Death and headed toward the Valley of Sunshine. Within the Valley of Sunshine, the water zombie Han Shuo left in the place of extreme water had sent a message. The water elite zombie was ready to emerge. Flying the distance from the dark forest to the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo did not openly enter through the front gate as he did not know the current situation in the Valley of Sunshine. He instead descended from the sky into a secluded corner, and then directly snuck into the place where he was refining the elite water zombie. This storefront was Han Shuo's personal property. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band did not station anyone here, but sent people to occasionally clean the place. When Han Shuo entered the shop, he realized the place was clean, with no spider webs anywhere inside the building. This haunted and cursed store was quite famous within the Valley of Sunshine. After many had mysteriously died within its premises, ordinary people would take a roundabout way whenever they reached this area. Nobody dared to pass by this place. At first, blood water demons had made their home within the store, but had quickly been destroyed by Han Shuo. However, he had then laid the Azura illusion formation, which was equally dangerous. Han Shuo easily entered the underground place of extreme water. Han Shuo already had the experience of dealing with the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies. Hence, he didn't waste much time extracting it from the place of extreme water. Compared to the other 3 elite zombies, the water zombie appeared extremely normal. Apart from its body having an additional amber-colored armor, it did not have any other noticeable features. Han Shuo had some ideas with regard to the water elite zombie's abilities and wasn't in a hurry to make it display its skills to him. After he had set a dark seal on the water zombie, Han Shuo summoned the little skeleton and handed the water zombie off to him. Shortly after, he sent both of them back to the other dimension. With the water zombie dealt with, Han Shuo didn't continue staying in the Valley of Sunshine, lest he been seen and give the Cairo mercenary band a bad impression. The Valley of Sunshine was currently still under their control. Han Shuo's actions of stealthily entering was already scoffing at those in power. Han Shuo wasn't clear about the current relationship between the Soul Destroyer mercenary band and the Cairo mercenary band. However, there was no need to unnecessarily be in conflict with the Cairo mercenary band. Hence, once the matter of the water zombie was settled, Han Shuo silently left the Valley of Sunshine and headed toward the hidden location of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Every time he came over, Han Shuo always discovered that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had a distinct change. This time, it was even more so. Unknowingly, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had already become a large 1,000-strong mercenary band. In recent times, recruitment must have expanded like wildfire. With Han Shuo's financial support and Trunks' own abilities, it's no wonder the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had the strength to contest for the Valley of Sunshine. This time around, Trunks wasn't in the secret grounds. Han Shuo found out from Grant that Trunks had gone to secretly meet with the female bandit Janet and should be back soon. Ever since Trunks found his long-lost younger sister Annie with the female bandit Janet, he frequently found excuses to look for Janet. On one hand, he could see Annie, and on the other, he could negotiate with Janet on when they would help Annie take revenge. The female bandit Janet was also a bold, straightforward yet odd woman and was quite agreeable with Trunks. As time passed, the two gradually became more familiar. One was from a mercenary band in the Valley of Sunshine, the other from a large bandit group outside the Valley of Sunshine. The two leaders actually unwittingly established a good friendship. Han Chuo was also surprised when Grant said this. No one expected that Trunks was actually able to get along well with that tomboy. This Janet was like a man. Her words were bare of womanly gentleness, and she even used foul language from time to time. Add that to her preference for women, she could be described as an exception amongst women. Who would have known that Trunks could still be able to establish a friendship with her? It looked like Annie played an important part in the friendship between Trunks and Janet. Han Chuo waited for half a day. Midway, Odysseus's group returned and had a few drinks with Han Chuo, whom they hadn't seen for a few months. Everyone was in high spirits. Trunks definitely did not treat Odysseus' group shabbily after they joined. As the members in Odysseus' group were quite strong, they gradually gained prestige in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. They had formed a tacit understanding and had mutual trust. Hence, they generally could complete the harder missions, and were very popular in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. While Han Chuo, Odysseus, and the rest were drinking and chatting, Trunks returned and laughingly joined in the army of people having food and drinks. These battle-hardened mercenaries were all very forthright and were generally men who had large bowls of alcohol and meat. They believed in true masters and had the attitude of enjoying life. The newer additions to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band initially didn't know Han Chuo's identity. But when a few veteran mercenaries divulged Han Chuo's identity, these new additions all revealed worshipping gazes. Some of the young mercenaries couldn't remain calm, and even excitedly proposed a toast to Han Chuo. Although Han Chuo didn't visit the Valley of Sunshine often, he had left behind deeds worth of stories every time he came. He'd defeated both the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band's current leader, Florida, and Adam Menlo, the head of the House of Menlo. Particularly during the battle in the valley, Han Chuo had appeared all of a sudden and allied with Cairo mercenary band's leader Lor Eaton, assisting him in leading the Cairo mercenary band's experts out of the valley. His hand in illing the Church of Light's Grand Magus, Ferguson, was even more widespread within the Valley of Sunshine. Even when Han Chuo wasn't physically in the Valley of Sunshine, stories about Han Chuo continued to spread in the Valley of Sunshine. Han Chuo's reputation played a large part in attracting young mercenaries to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Trunks had really benefited from Han Chuo in attracting so many young mercenary experts that had potential and yet were willing to do their utmost to enter the mercenary band. What's the current situation? After the loud drinking in the square, Trunks and Han Chuo went alone to a secret room within the mountain. Trunks laughed wryly before saying, "The Soul Destroyers have a good momentum going for now, but that's also why the other four large mercenary bands have started to raise their guard. Even the previously amicable Cairo mercenary band has become less friendly towards us. It's been a delicate balancing act, and there's always a fear of having the four mercenary groups banding together to deal with our Soul Destroyer mercenary band. In any case, there's a strong undercurrent at play in the Valley of Sunshine. Like a powder keg, all this situation is missing is a single spark." Han Chuo nodded, replying, "This was inevitable from the start. Everyone wants a piece of the rich pickings known as the Valley of Sunshine. With its ideally placed location in the middle of three countries, controlling the Valley of Sunshine would reap large quantities of gold coins and some hidden benefits. For mercenary bands that seek to expand rapidly, controlling the Valley of Sunshine is the fastest channel for growth." "I agree. In any case, the current situation is slightly chaotic. Our Soul Destroyer mercenary band has temporarily refrained from any activities that end up with us seizing power. It was precisely because I have shown no interest in maintaining order in the Valley of Sunshine that the other mercenary bands have not acted against us for this long. Instead, I've secretly allied with Janet to brainstorm ways to obtain revenge for Annie. However, our enemies include Florida, Butcher Gustav, and the much harder to deal with Kasi Empire's Bradley." "Bradley Pilon?" "Pilon is the biological brother of Kasi Empire's emperor. I'm afraid that I don't have any means to deal with him for the time being. Currently, Janet and I are in discussion about a plan to first kill Butcher Gustav. Butcher Gustav and Florida have engaged in shady business dealings for a long time. Striking down Gustav will also deal a blow to Florida's strength. In this way, I will slowly bleed Florida to death. After I've obtained sufficient strength, I would deal with Kasi Empire's Bradley Pilon. I want to leave him for last. Trunks spoke, his words dripping with hatred. How about I help you to first get rid of Gustav and Florida first, since I'm already here in the Valley of Sunshine. Although the two of them have decent strength, they aren't a threat to me. If I want to kill the two of them, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Han Shuo pondered for a moment before suggesting a course of action to Trunks. Trunks resolutely shook his head as he replied, I appreciate your good intentions. However, I want to personally visit my vengeance on these three, in as agonizing a fashion as I can. Annie is like a biological sister to me. For her to have suffered such a large grievance, I must let those bastards repay their debt in blood. Han Shuo sighed lightly when he saw Trunks' persistence, nodding as he replied, since that's the case, I'll stay uninvolved then. Oh, Gilbert is currently at my place. He is at a crucial stage of his second evolution, so it's unlikely he'll be able to help you. Be more careful while you are alone. Understood, be at ease and go settle your own matters. Leave the Valley of Sunshine to me. I will contact you when there is truly no other solution. Ha, I heard you even got rid of the Brute Merchant Alliance's Red Bud Knights. It seems you're getting stronger and stronger. Trunks sighed in admiration. The distance between the Dark Forest and the Valley of Sunshine wasn't very far. As mercenaries were all people who traveled extensively, news was always fast and abundant. Han Shuo wasn't at all surprised that Trunks was aware of his exploits. Hehe, that was all Celt's own bad luck. You know where Dark Mantle has people in this place. If there's any especially important matters, you can contact me through them. Of course, you can also leave a message at the address I gave you. I believe that with you in the Valley of Sunshine, the entire valley will belong to our Soul Destroyer mercenary band sooner or later. I'll be off, then Han Shuo laughed as he spoke. Trunks replied expansively to Han Shuo's statement, saying, be at ease, I've eaten one of your pills and am now a great sword master. In the whole Valley of Sunshine, who else is my match apart from that violent berserker Lord Eden? Furthermore, we are different from the berserkers. We have an unlimited set of possibilities to break through. I believe that with the passing of time, my strength would eventually surpass Lord Eden. He can only become thrice berserk. I've never heard of a berserker who could be 4 times berserk. Han Shuo didn't say much when he saw Trunks' confidence. With Trunks' reminder, Han Shuo had also remembered his promise with ancient Lizard King Degasi. He'd have to make a trip to visit the Dwarf Valley to collect the forged weapons and deliver them to the lizardmen in the underground world. Using the art of demonic ninth heavens, Han Shuo headed for the Dwarf Valley. From the Dwarf Valley, he collected more than 1,000 freshly forged sharp weapons. These weapons all contained a tiny portion of black iron ore, causing their sharpness to far exceed ordinary weapons. The travel-worn Han Shuo didn't stay long in the Dwarf Valley, flying quickly to the entrance of the underground world. He then shuttled through the intricate and complicated tunnels of the underground world, directly heading for the area where the lizardmen lived. Han Shuo was not aware of the specific instructions the ancient Lizard King Degasi had given the lizardman leader when he'd previously introduced Han Shuo. However, thanks to Degasi's instructions, the lizardman leader was incomparably respectful toward Han Shuo. This made Han Shuo feel a sense of responsibility toward them, similar to how he treated the forest trolls. Han Shuo's brain worked continuously as he headed to the lizardmen's territory, silently thinking. Apart from the forest trolls and the Dwarf Valley above ground, he now had the completely docile lizardmen underground. If he added the nearby Soul Destroyer mercenary band in the Valley of Sunshine, this was also quite a large power. If he could harmonize these powers together, it would form an exceptionally large force in the Dark Forest. Perhaps it might even be able to alter the situation in the Dark Forest? Chapter 365 365, Mysterious Matriarch. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When Han Shuo reached the lizardman's living area, the first thing he heard was actually the cacophony of fighting. Looking around, Han Shuo saw the whole place filled with dark elves, charging toward the lizardman's caves within the large reddish-brown mountain. The lizardmen hid within the caves of the reddish-brown mountain, using their crude weapons to defend against the dark elves' attacks. These dark elves were all dressed in different colors, including violet, black, light green and several other colors. They were clearly an alliance of different clans. There were almost 10,000 dark elves, but only a small portion were actually attacking the large mountain. Nearly 7,000 of them were still spectating outside, yet to participate in the attack. There were a few handsome-looking youths among the dark elves. Each of them had a particularly ancient scent coming off them, giving Han Shuo a headache. By virtue of that scent, Han Shuo could tell that their true age did not match with their youthful appearance. There was also a tent of purple veils in the middle of the handsome youths. Han Shuo could sense a monstrous presence within the tent, evil yet somehow charming. When he tried to probe the tent with his consciousness, the person within instantly reacted, sending a wave of aura back along the route of Han Shuo's mental energy. Han Shuo was shocked, concealing his own aura in a hurry. He gave up on the idea of directly barging through, deciding to use the Earth Elite Zombie to open a secret passageway into the center. Han Shuo decided to meet up with the lizardman's leader before planning his next move. Based on the aura, Han Shuo sensed the vast strength of the person inside the purple veil tent. Although this person's strength was not as monstrous as ancient lizard king Degasi, it was much stronger than the typical great sword master or grand magus. Han Shuo carefully pondered for a moment. This person's aura felt roughly as strong as Lawrence's master, sacred swordsman Carol Ascot. When he reached this conclusion, he was aghast. Han Shuo had never thought that he would meet such a strong expert in the underground world. With Han Shuo's current strength in the separate demon realm, the demon slayer edge and the little skeleton, he could still manage a fight with such an expert. However, this expert was also accompanied by a few talented youths with particularly strong auras. Although they couldn't hold a candle to the expert in the purple tent, they would pose a major problem to Han Shuo. Furthermore, there were still more than 7,000 dark elves surrounding them. Han Shuo wasn't presumptuous to think he could fight against this group of formidable dark elves by himself. Using the Earth Elite Zombie to create a passageway, Han Shuo traveled toward the center of the reddish-brown large mountain. Along the way, he constantly heard waves of clinks and clangs from battles. It seemed like just above him should be where the dark elves and lizardmen were fighting. When he'd left the underground world the previous time, Han Shuo had discovered the location of the core zone of the lizardman area, as well as the method to directly contact the lizardman. After Han Shuo hurriedly made his way to the central area, he used the Demon Slayer edge to cut open the hard rocks, directly breaking through to a crucial gathering point in the mountain. The crucial junction was a large ring-shaped cave. It was about as big as a basketball court, and its ceiling was covered with bright red sharp stones that looked like they might drop at any moment. There were stone plinths spread over the whole cave. These stone plinths had been ground down by the lizardmen until they were flat and suitable for sitting. At present, a large group of lizardmen had gathered. It looked like they were discussing ways to deal with the dark elves. When Han Shuo appeared, the lizardman head was pleasantly surprised. In the lizardman's tongue, he leapt to his feet and jabbered a few sentences, leading the bunch of lizardmen in a bow towards Han Shuo. "True God's envoy, you must be here to save us. We have been waiting so long for you." The lizardman's head used the common tongue in as respectful a manner as he could. Wrinkling his eyebrows, Han Shuo replied, "The true God must have already left this place. What's the matter with all those dark elves outside? Why would they dare to come here?" "Lord Envoy, not long after the true God left, all the dark elves in the underground world unexpectedly stopped their internal conflicts, having all been subdued by a dark elf named Adele. It is said that this dark elf could communicate with their beloved evil goddess, Rose. She possessed an evil strength, unifying all the underground world's dark elves in one short month. The leader hastily explained more. She has led the dark elves in constantly attacking us lizardmen the past few days. However, these bastards currently still do not dare confirm if our true god has left. Hence, they have unceasingly probed us, but don't dare to truly force their way in. The dark elf named Adele had suddenly appeared after Degassi left. She had managed to unify the scattered dark elves in a short month, forming the single most terrifying power in this layer of the underground world. When Han Shuo heard the lizardman leader's explanation, he was a little confused. He did not know how Adele had suddenly appeared and even seemed to know a little bit about ancient lizard king Degassi. Without a doubt, the expert that had felt Han Shuo's mental probing was the dark elf Adele. If not for fear of ancient lizard king Degassi's presence, based on the strong aura Han Shuo felt from her body and the strength of the ancient dark elves beside her, they would have long since broken through this place and enslaved all the lizardmen. As for how this dark elf Adele appeared, this wasn't something Han Shuo had the time to think about at this moment. Coming to the underground world this time around was precisely to fulfill Han Shuo's promise to Degassi to protect the lizardmen. Hence, once the lizardmen's leader had explained the situation to him, Han Shuo immediately took out all the weapons he had brought in the spatial ring this time round, saying, "I have brought these weapons for all of you. Don't worry, I'll help you in repelling the dark elves together." "Many thanks, Lord Envoy." The leader of the lizardmen gratefully kowtowed in thanks. Nodding his head, Han Shuo didn't have much to say. Looking on as the lizardman leader arranging manpower to rapidly distribute the weapons, he then released all 12 of the newly refined mystical zombies. 10 of the mystical zombies flooded the whole complex cave, while the other 2 flew out of the reddish-brown colored mountain, hanging over the sky and spying on the dark elves' movements from a distance. At the dark elves' campsite, a handsome youth asked, "Matriarch, it's been 5 days. The lizardmen are completely unable to resist. Should we start our main attack?" "Let's wait a while more. I felt a weird aura just now. It actually tried to spy on me. When I wanted to search for the source, the aura vanished. This is quite strange." A lazy yet bone-chilling female voice wafted from the tent. When the few hundreds of young dark elves beside the tent heard this voice, they all went a little dry in the mouth. A wave of trepidation arose from their hearts. "Matriarch, what kind of existence is that large lizard? Hasn't he already left? If not, he would have already come out and attacked us." A handsome dark elf gulped before respectfully speaking up. "You ask me, but who should I ask? Same as you, I just escaped from that dreaded place. Do you think I'm omniscient? However, I already heard legends about him when I was alive. All of you are still a little young. I guess your ancestors hadn't mentioned it to any of you. In any case, you all just need to remember, he is a extremely strong lizard." The female voice within the purple veil tent seemed to hold a hint of blame, but it still sounded comfortable and tantalizing to the ears. "Matriarch, I really can't figure it out, why did he not assist the lizardmen to clear the underground world when he broke out from under the gourd mountain? With such a strong figure around, the lizardmen could have eradicated us dark elves without much effort. The few of us were even imprisoned by those undying black dragons in the layer below at that time. He shouldn't have any difficulty in conquering this entire layer, so why would he delay till now?" Another handsome youth was puzzled as he spoke up too. "Idiot, have you been imprisoned for too long? Didn't you listen to the children's descriptions? I'm afraid even the dark dragon race from the layer below wouldn't be able to deal with this giant lizard. Do you think we can obstruct him with just the few of us?" The voice from inside the tent came out laced with anger. Then, as if the anger was never present, a seductive laugh accompanied her next words. "As for why that large lizard hasn't retaliated against us, it definitely isn't because it's afraid of us. With just the few of us, we are definitely not a match for a strong existence like him. Then, who is he afraid of?" The dark elf that had previously asked the question followed up. All of you are idiots. It is because your faith in the goddess is not sincere enough, that even after living for so long, you still can't feel her presence deep within your soul. The goddess within the tent scolded. The antiquated elves standing around were all extremely submissive, every one of them agreeing profusely. However, after being reprimanded by Adele, these old farts faintly understood the meaning of her answer. It seemed like the powerful lizards' hesitation should be due to their goddess, and not because of them. All right, let's wait a while more. Previously, the captured lizardmen said that their true god had already left and would not return to this place. That is why we are here. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't dare bring the few of you idiots here to throw away your lives. I suspect that large lizard has truly left. If not, it would have long since charged out to kill us. Adele patiently explained to the few old fellows. At this moment, a dark elf holding a bow suddenly rushed out from within a cave. He reached the front of the purple tent, looking surprised as he reported, "Matriarch, those lizardmen have suddenly gotten hold of some sharp weapons. These weapons looked like they were tailor-made for the lizardmen. They hold the weapons with ease and can easily slash through our bodies. Furthermore, for an unknown reason, there is suddenly an influx of undead creatures within the caves. These undead creatures have blocked the passageways, helping the lizardmen resist our attack." Adele's cry in surprise traveled from the tent, making the elves around her shudder in silent pleasure. After, there was a period of silence before Adele replied, "It should be that necromancer named Brian, it can't be wrong then. Looks like he was the one who had just tried to spy on my existence. Sikong, make a trip. See if you can find that necromancer and bring him to me." The dark elf who had continuously asked questions listened respectfully and nodded. Without any further ado, he leapt forward like a feather and entered the cave. Sikong took out a blue crystal ball the size of a human head and held it with both hands. As he traveled within the caves, the crystal ball gradually absorbed the black silk-like thread that escaped from his palm. These threads slowly floated within the blue crystal ball, forming a line after another that depicted the passageways of the cave. A plume of faint blue gentle light twirled out of the crystal ball like a fish, looking like it was sensing the complex passageways within the cave. A map for a large portion of the cave was gradually depicted within the blue crystal ball. Han Chuo was still at the central lizardman cave. Through the 12 illusory mystical demons, Han Chuo overheard the dark elf matriarch Adele rebuking the other dark elves and roughly understood that they had escaped from the prison of the dark dragon clan on the layer beneath him. As for how they escaped, Han Chuo wasn't too sure, but from listening to Adele's conversation, these few dark elves that had suddenly appeared should have lived for a very long time. Once the dark elf Sikong entered the cave, a mystical demon had already detected him and clearly saw the activity within the crystal ball that he held. Han Chuo, who was in the midst of arranging the lizardman's formation for resisting the dark elves, suddenly shouted to the lizardman leader, "Help me look after these guys for a while, I'm making a trip." Finishing his sentence, Han Chuo flew out of the area. The mystical demons had been floating around in the complex passageways for quite a long time. Thus, Han Chuo had long since familiarized himself with the terrain, finding the dark elf that had entered the cave system in a very short period of time. "Are you looking for me?" Han Chuo suddenly appeared from within a far-off cave, facing the dark elf Sikong who still held the crystal ball in his hand. I never would have thought you would appear on your own accord. Necromancer, when previously you had foiled our plans, I did not expect that you still dared to appear this time around." Seeing Han Chuo voluntarily appear, Sikong gladly laughed, shining the blue crystal ball in his hand towards the sky. Out of a sudden, all the absorbed lines within the crystal ball bursted out from the crystal ball. The blue lines started crisscrossing, quickly forming a giant net which rapidly enclosed the entire cave, with 10 of lines entangled around Han Chuo. "Haha, a mere necromancer actually dares to foil our noble dark elves' plans. You must be looking to die," Sikong confidently proclaimed toward Han Chuo who was caught in the blue spider web. Completing the chant for a spell, the crystal ball that had released countless blue lines slowly floated and followed him in flying out of the cave. Being trapped in the blue spider web, apart from feeling the binding force, Han Chuo also felt a weak force leaking out which continuously weakened his mental strength. Although this dark elf Sikong appeared handsome and young, he must have already lived for countless years. The dark elves' lifespan was much longer than humans. As long as they weren't killed by others, it wasn't difficult for them to live for hundreds of years. Although a dark elf's strength wasn't completely measured based on their age, a majority of the older dark elves were much harder to deal with compared to younger dark elves. The dark elves also had the advantage of practicing a few sinister spells. Dark elves that had lived for hundreds of years were often all dark mages that were exceedingly hard to deal with. Furthermore, as the dark elves worshipped the evil goddess Rose, they could also possess a special kind of strength, and hence were usually hard to fight against. Looking at this confident old dark elf, Han Chuo wasn't worried in the slightest, even entangled in the blue spider web. After Sikong had said his piece and planned to drag Han Chuo out of the cave, Han Chuo grinned toward Sikong, revealing a weird smile. He then whistled, and a blood mist shot out of him. The demon slayer edge was like a soaring dragon with a blood-red light trail, completely slashing apart the blue spider web that was entangling Han Chuo. When the old dark elf Sikong saw Han Chuo's sudden outburst of violent aura that sliced through his blue spider web in an instant, he started panicking. When Han Chuo stared at him while chuckling weirdly, Sikong rapidly calculated, suddenly realizing that he had no certainty of beating Han Chuo. The aura from Han Chuo's body made him tremble, and he ran away without saying another word. Chapter 366 366 How do you want to play? Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Since you've already come all this way. Don't even think about leaving. Han Chuo's face split into an evil grin as he executed the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts with his demon slayer edge, letting the sky be segmented by a bloody red light. The demon slayer edge produced sharp, bloody lights one after the other. Together, they became a mass of bloody red light that swept towards the seemingly young dark elf, Sikong. As Sikong saw this whirling mass of bloody light releasing a deadly, terrifyingly baleful aura that seemed sharper than a honed blade, he began retreating even faster. The bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts closely and relentlessly pursued Sikong like a parasitic apparition. Along the way, it came to the not-so-spaciously drilled underground passageway from which Sikong had entered. An enormous hail-like downfall of broken rocks fell as the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts tore through the tunnel, forcefully broadening the underground passageway by a fold. As the couple of dark elves entered, they saw a mass of red blade-like lights closely pursuing Sikong. One of them yelled, "Protect the elder!" A few truly young dark elves bravely stood in front of Sikong without thinking about their own safety. Torn and crushed by the bloody light, their remaining pieces of their minced bodies were scattered among the rocks below. After experiencing the bloody light's powers, Sikong was truly frightened out of his wits as he began to run at a breakneck pace. The crystal ball that had been grasped in his hands all along began glowing a misty blue, using a bit of the evil goddess's power bestowed within. The light from the crystal ball began rapidly weaving a protective screen as thin as a cicada's wing as it wove through the air like a snake. The bloody light bombarded the top of the protective screen. The intricate linking of thousands of strands of light gave the faintly radiating blue a powerful defense and began rapidly shredding the multiple bloody red lights. As the protective screen that was as thin as a cicada's wing shattered with a loud bang, Sikong had long since seized the chance to tumble out of the cave, albeit frightened and his back damp from cold sweat long ago. Sikong had obviously realized that although he had already lived for a couple hundreds of years, he really wasn't a match for the Han Chuo inside. As one's age increased, one's fear of death also increased, and Sikong was no exception to that. The moment he experienced Han Chuo's power, he immediately threw away the thought of fighting Han Chuo to the death. Instead, he began retreating even faster than before, directly fleeing until he was in front of a purple veil tent. Matriarch, forgive my incompetence, but there is a young necromancer inside with an incredibly powerful ability. Not only could I not capture him, but I was even forced to retreat back here." Sikong's nerves were frayed as he trembled when reporting to Adele within the purple veil tent. "Idiot, if you can't even take down a young necromancer, then all your years of life has been truly useless." Adele, who had been smiling merrily, suddenly became angry after hearing what was just said. 10 silk-like black grass strands that were as flexible as tentacles extended from within the purple veil tent, firmly binding up the fearful Sikong. The black strands seemed to be even more tenacious than metal, causing the trussed-up Sikong to feel his limbs gradually lose blood. Sikong's breathing gradually became laborious as his body trembled and his veins began to pop from the pressure exerted by the silky strands. The surrounding dark elf elders all began feeling apprehensive as they helplessly looked at Sikong, bound by the silk as his skin began to tear and blood began to cover him from head to toe. Even though Sikong was her favored boy toy, no one dared to plead for mercy. Women were the most vicious indeed. If she even felt the tiniest dissatisfaction, she would immediately begin treating them cruelly, causing blood to lavishly decorate the ground. Sikong felt a bone-piercing-like pain. Yet, because he was bound too tightly, he couldn't even scream. Instead, he could only softly whimper. Nevertheless, he still did not dare to beg for forgiveness, seemingly extremely afraid of Adele. Breaking the unbearable silence, Adele coldly snorted within the purple veil tent, only after seeing Sikong faltering for breath. Afterwards, the black light binding Sikong slithered back into the purple veil tent like a demon snake. Due to his weak and paralyzed body, Sikong collapsed on top of his own pool of blood. Only, he continued to persevere as before, kowtowing and happily saying, "Thank you, Matriarch, many thanks for your mercy, Matriarch." The purple veil tent was suddenly lifted by a light purple-colored arm. An arm that could send the hearts of men into a fluster, it brimmed with a bewitching luster, an alluring, full and boneless arm. After the tent flap was lifted open, a beautiful woman appeared. She was like a bringer of catastrophes, capable of making all living things go crazy for her as she knitted her brows, walking out from inside. The beautiful woman's entire body was covered with an exotic, light purple skin. Yet, she had a head full of long emerald-like green hair and 2 sharp ears, indicating her race as an elf. She nearly possessed all of the characteristics of an absolutely beautiful fairy. With a soul-stirring and attractive charm, she only needed to stand in front of men without moving or speaking at all, to fill men with desire. An unrestrained desire would fill their hearts and loins as men drank in her sight like the finest alcohol. All they would want would be to jump her, fiercely pressing her below them and conquering her. This matriarch of the Dark Elves, Adele, was undoubtedly an extremely pretty, coquettish, and dangerous beauty. Just a glimpse of her smile was seduction of the highest quality, capable of causing people to become unconsciously obsessed, willingly falling into oblivion for eternity. Lightly sighing with deep feeling, Adele walked next to Sikong, attired in a purple dress that hugged her curves. Deep emotions seemed to burst out of her chest as she said helplessly, "How could I bear to kill you? Over the endless years, there were only a couple of you that accompanied me, allowing me to feel a hint of joy while imprisoned within this dark underworld. But, although none of you were talented, handsome youths, you should still amount to more by now. After all, you've lived for such a long time, such an endless number of years, so how could you still not have attained even a wee bit of additional courage, becoming increasingly timid instead?" Sikong only trembled slightly while his body lay immersed within a pool of blood. He seemed to be seriously listening to Adele's lecture without a word. Adele shot a glance at Sikong, lying next to her leg and curled within a pool of blood. She sighed once more, expressing her exasperation with their failures. She suddenly raised her head towards the huge brownish-red mountain in front of her and yelled towards the lizardman's dwelling place, "Hey necromancer, let's both come out and have a chat." This shout seemed to have formed through the convergence of 1,000 sound waves. Unexpectedly, it directly passed through the intricate and sophisticated mountain holes, descending right into the mountain's core. Even if Adele hadn't deliberately used her mental strength to amplify her voice, Han Shuo would still have heard Adele's yell through his two mystical demons constantly watching her. After Adele finished speaking in the common language of the humans, she once again yelled in the language of the elves. The dark elves, originally doing their best to infiltrate the lizardman's cave, suddenly withdrew like a current of water. In an amazingly short period, the dark elves managed to reorganize themselves outside. When Han Shuo saw all the dark elves withdrawing through the mystical demons, he realized that it was definitely due to Adele's command. Knitting his brows, he hesitated for a moment before calmly walking out of the cave. Only, he didn't go too far from the cave. After Han Shuo left the cave, several lizardmen that were currently tracking Han Shuo quickly reported his movements to the leader of the lizardmen. After the leader learned of this news, he told the lizardmen to follow him outside. When Han Shuo was standing not too far from Adele, the lizardman leader arrived behind Han Shuo with his people. When Han Shuo walked out from within the cave, he only caught a glimpse at the dark elf matriarch, Adele, before being immediately taken aback. However, Adele's beautiful face that could make all living things go crazy, only made Han Shuo astonished for a moment. Han Shuo's willpower had been tempered too often for this sort of trick to work. His expression remained natural as he spoke, "Well, I've come, so what do you want to chat with me about?" "Hehe, that big lizard. It left already, right?" Adele smiled sweetly as the surrounding young dark elves obviously swallowed their saliva. Unexpectedly Han Shuo nodded with a smile, not hiding the truth, "Correct, he has indeed already left this place. I can't say when he'll be back, but even if he doesn't come back anytime soon, I will still help these lizardmen people. If you have any intentions of enslaving the lizardmen people, then we can continue to play." Adele had likely decided to cause a commotion today after constant probes up until now. They'd even discovered that Degassi had left. Thus, Adele was most likely feeling confident attacking today. However, since Han Shuo has entered the underground world, he would naturally try his utmost to help the lizardmen people deal with the dark elves' encroachment. He would also not need to rely on a vague lie to preserve the lizardmen's safety at all. Adele started unceasingly laughing, causing Han Shuo's heart to undulate. She amusingly sized up Han Shuo, saying, "Continue to play? Now that the big lizard has left, are you capable of stopping me, all alone?" "Who knows?" Han Shuo calmly said while the corner of his mouth evoked a pondering smile as he looked at Adele and said, "Do you want to test me? It's only natural that I would want to test you. After all, you were able to force Sikong to withdraw. This clearly indicates that you are definitely out of the ordinary. Only, young man, how young are you? I believe, considering your human age, no matter how strong you still must have a limit. I also don't believe you can obstruct our march to conquer the underground world." Adele tactfully smiled, brimming with confidence. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said, "Then we have nothing to chat about. How do you want to play? No matter what kind of method you want to use, I'm willing to accompany you. If it's body-on-body combat, I would welcome it even more, haha." Even if the lizardman leader's people as well as countless undead creatures were behind him, Han Shuo was not completely assured of victory facing this Adele. After all, just Adele's personal strength was enough to keep him busy, and the couple of pretty, handsome, and obedient dark elves who had lived for so long also had strength that couldn't be belittled. Additionally, they had even brought approximately 10,000 dark elf experts. However, Han Shuo did not believe that Adele would fight him to the death to defeat the lizardmen people. Thus, he had no fear as he threatened Adele, even going as far as leering at her. Chapter 367 367, Burying the Hatchet in Each Other's Flesh. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Body-on-body combat in bed, Adele suddenly smiled enchantingly, her delicate beautiful body trembling as she gazed at Han Shuo with limpid eyes. Her eyes were like a pool of spring water, as if wanting to draw Han Shuo deep into its depths with its beautiful scenery. The dark elves were a race that were naturally lascivious in nature, just like the dark dragons. This was especially the case for female dark elves, where 7 out of 10 of them were harlots. Adele, flirtatious and charming to no end, was evidently a well-known figure. The few dark elf elders by her side ought to have also taken their turn as her bed warmer. She was unabashed whilst speaking of such matters in front of so many subordinates. Instead, she was actively engaged, seemingly willing to put aside the dignity of her position to immediately engage Han Shuo in carefree, uninhibited grinding. The madam's outstanding beauty enchants everyone. If you are truly interested in this aspect, I will definitely do my utmost to accompany you. Han Shuo also felt his heart itch when he saw Adele's enchanting smile. Adele was obviously a ravenous, wanton woman, seemingly born seductive. On the other hand, Han Shuo had never been a sanctimonious knight, barely concealing the desire that existed in his heart. Adele couldn't help but give Han Shuo another once-over after his response. The tall and imposing Han Shuo was like a javelin as he stood there, giving off an overbearing might. His handsome yet dispassionate looks, his imposing height and a body covered in violent and explosive muscles weren't things the beautiful but thin dark elves by her side could compare to. The more Adele looked at Han Shuo, the faster her heart beat. Her rosy small tongue subconsciously licked her brilliant red lips, her delicate peach-colored face flushing red as if she were intoxicated, flirtingly enticing. There were gulping sounds from the dark elves who watched Adele from the side, including a few female dark elves who had special urges. They really would have directly rushed to embrace Adele, if not for the misgivings that rose from her strength and prestige. Little fellow, you are truly an interesting human. Although the humans I've seen all contained naked lust in their hearts, all of them acted as decently as they could on the surface, but transformed into savage beasts once they got into bed. You are different from them. Even in front of so many people, you actually don't bother concealing your desire at all. This is truly unexpected. Adele softly and slowly mused out loud as she smiled and gazed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo bowed courteously in response to Adele's praise before looking at her with a smile. Although he didn't reply, an imposing manner that didn't fear any threats naturally radiated outward. If you have it in you to make me acknowledge your strength, I'll certainly accompany you in a battle in bed. Adele slowly walked toward Han Shuo as she finished her sentence, smiling seductively as she said, "It is now time for you to prove your strength." Han Shuo remained silent, before retrieving the skeleton staff from his space ring. He then said to Adele, "I hope I can satisfy you." Honestly speaking, I'm certainly very interested in you. Adele was just about to answer when she noticed the skeleton staff in Han Shuo's hands. Her expression changed as she carefully looked at Han Shuo's staff a few more times. Only then did she ask, a hint of horror in her voice, "The skeleton staff? You're from the Calamity Church?" Han Shuo was shocked as he looked at the skeleton staff that was tightly grasped in his hand. He thought quickly, why do all the older fellows in this world seem to recognize the skeleton staff? Since Adele immediately thought of Calamity Church when she saw the skeleton staff, it seemed that she had not lived for that long, at least not as long as ancient lizard king Degassi. When did the Calamity Church's influence reach the underground world? What is your relationship with the lizardmen? Could it be that you want to protect these stupid lizardmen? Adele chattered on without waiting for Han Shuo to reply. Seeing Han Shuo remain silent, Adele furiously continued, "Forget it. If you insist on protecting these lizardmen, I will show you some face. However, the underground world is our territory. If you're thinking of conquering the underground world, the dark elves will definitely resist to our deaths." Hearing Adele's impassioned speech, Han Shuo, who'd originally ready to fight around with Adele, suddenly froze. Han Shuo understood from Adele's tone that she did not fear him, but clearly feared the Calamity Church. She did not dare to make a move against the lizardmen due to Han Shuo being someone from the Calamity Church. The Calamity Church was a sinister existence throughout the whole profound continent that incited terror just by their name. The Dark Elves, who were similarly considered evil, naturally knew of Calamity Church's formidable prowess. Among the sinister powers and evil races in the profound continent, the Calamity Church was without question the number one most evil power. Even for someone like Adele, once she saw Han Shuo holding the skeleton staff, she immediately admitted defeat and renounced enslaving the lizardmen without Han Shuo even saying a word. There was a period of time in which the skeleton staff was synonymous with the Calamity Church. The one who wielded the skeleton staff was absolutely one of the top figures in the Calamity Church. When Adele saw the skeleton staff appear in Han Shuo's hand, she did not have any doubts, treating Han Shuo as a high-ranking figure of the Calamity Church. She immediately extinguished any intention of becoming enemies with Han Shuo. An evil power like the Dark Elves did not fear any country in the continent. These countries normally would not set foot in the underground world. In addition, a country's strength was limited. Hence, Adele did not fear them even if they really set foot in the underground world. However, the infamous Calamity Church's viciousness and persistence toward their enemies would cause any party to be terrified. Even if someone was in the underground world when they provoked the Calamity Church, they would also be faced with a never-ending, fearsome retaliation. Adele had just returned from the layer below. She definitely did not want to immediately offend the number one most evil power in the world. Hence, she voluntarily conceded in front Han Shuo. A flurry of ideas passed through Han Shuo's mind. The Calamity Church's identity was indeed worth of being the profound continent's most feared evil power, if just mentioning its name unexpectedly led to experts like Adele admitting defeat. He reacted quickly to Adele's words. Since you recognize the skeleton staff, you obviously know my identity. Heh. The lizardman's true god Degasi has close ties with the Calamity Church. Perhaps you do not know that Degasi has already left this place and would not threaten the Dark Elves. However, Degasi had requested that the Calamity Church would take care of the lizardman when he left. Therefore, we will not let the lizardman be enslaved by the Dark Elves. The Calamity Church does not have unfriendly intentions toward the underground world's Dark Elves. In fact, we have all been invaded by the light side, and should not be fighting internally. If you could give the Calamity Church face and not cause trouble for the lizardman, I believe this will end as a very pleasant encounter. Han Shuo portrayed the image of a high-ranking figure in the Calamity Church, speaking proudly yet respectfully to the Dark Elves' ancestor Adele. Of course, since the lizardmen are under your protection, the Dark Elves will not attack them from now on. Adele didn't hesitate, giggling as she replied, "Distinguished friend, since you have come to the underground world, you definitely must come be our guest in our Dark Elf territory." As expected, Adele immediately agreed to Han Shuo's request. She then giggled as she sincerely proposed an invitation. Adele even cast a soul-wrenching coquettish glance Han Shuo's way as she made the proposal. Han Shuo felt an unbearable itch from the blatant seduction. End of part 1 of the chapter. Even war was avoided at this point. Simply due to the skeleton staff in his hand, Han Shuo had extinguished Adele's ideas for enslaving the lizardmen, and even had her sincerely invite Han Shuo in an attempt to build a favorable relationship. Han Shuo did not expect this, and the outcome was obviously more ideal than he could have imagined. Han Shuo turned around to look at the lizardmen's leader, grinning as he said, "I'll be making a trip. I believe the Dark Elves will leave you alone in the future." Within the underground world, the slow-witted lizardmen were not as well informed as the Dark Elves. The lizardman leader had never heard of the existence of the Calamity Church. However, he understood from Adele's words that Han Shuo hailed from an outstanding power, and this power was dreaded by even the Dark Elves, touted as the strongest in this layer. The Dark Elves were already this layer's strongest race to begin with. Now that they had renounced their internal conflicts and gathered together, this strength had reached extraordinary levels. In addition, they now even had a mysterious group of experts. The lizardmen's leader understood that if they were to fight to the end against the Dark Elves, it would only lead to their deaths. Now that he saw Adele had taken the initiative to let them go, the lizardman leader naturally did not foolishly say anything and only bowed respectfully toward Han Chuo, saying, "Thank you, Sir Envoy." Han Chuo nodded as he left with Adele, who had been smiling enchantingly by the side. They began to make their way to Dark Elf territory. The territory occupied by the Dark Elves was the most vast and fertile in this layer of the underground world. Han Chuo continued to make light conversation with Adele as they traveled. Evidently, Adele was extremely curious about Han Chuo's identity. Along the way, she continuously probed for clues about Han Chuo's true status in the Calamity Church. However, Han Chuo constantly evaded her probing, not revealing the slightest bit of information. Truthfully, Han Chuo was unable to divulge any secrets even if he wanted to, as he wasn't familiar with the Calamity Church or their internal structure. However, Adele had closely examined the skeleton staff once Han Chuo had brought it out, and had felt the bizarre strength it contained. Hence, she didn't suspect Han Chuo's identity at all. The more ambiguously Han Chuo spoke, the more Adele felt that Han Chuo possessed an extremely high-ranking position in the Calamity Church. For Han Chuo to already be wielding the skeleton staff at such a young age, it already sufficiently illustrated that he wasn't a simple character. The merrily beaming Adele didn't forget to try and seduce Han Chuo on the way back. She didn't sit in the purple light veil tent, but instead walked alongside Han Chuo, swaying her hips and sashaying her butt enticingly with every step. From time to time, Adele would inadvertently brush up against Han Chuo, the sides of her beautiful legs coming into contact with him again and again. This caused Han Chuo to be unceasingly aroused throughout the whole journey, his lust rising rapidly. Adele was clearly very apprehensive of the Calamity Church and was full of reverence toward Han Chuo. When she discovered that Han Chuo wasn't willing to reveal his identity, Adele didn't continue to probe further, and instead introduced the scenery along the way to him. The underground world wasn't as dank and wet as rumored. Although it was truly an eternal night, the ceiling thousands of meters above the underground world sparkled with strange light. Furthermore, plants that glistened grew everywhere, causing many places in the underground world to be as fully light as a brightly lit day outside. Similar to the world above, the underground world had its own mountains and streams, so much so that the beautiful scenery in those places was even more magnificent than those above ground. The coquettish Adele was someone who also indulged in beautiful landscapes. She wasn't at all in a hurry to return and had simply ordered a portion of the group to return first. She then personally led a few hundreds experts on a detour with Han Chuo, showing him various exotic landscapes. The Dark Elves were the overlords of this layer of the underground world. Adele had absolute confidence in her own strength, and believed that there weren't many living creatures that could threaten her in this layer. The Batman and Earth Goblins they ran into along the way all went into hiding when they saw Adele's group, as though hiding from a demon. They seemed extremely afraid of Adele. Adele finally brought Han Chuo to her Dark Elf territory after visiting 12 spectacular scenic locations in the underground world. The Dark Elf territory was a vast patch of forest where all kinds of bizarre plants grew. Dozens of towering trees grew tall, vibrant with life. The abundant, enchanting emerald presence of life nourished a forest that seemed to be brimming with vitality. The way forward was filled with all kinds of verdant and thick plants, with just a hint of evil in their presence. There were many beautiful demonic spider webs that stretched across the trees that seemed to reach for the sky. Within these spider webs were crystals of various colors that seemed to be using the network of webs to absorb the forest's energy. There were also many small red, purple and black spiders that actively moved about the forest. They had friendly dealings with the Dark Elves, and served as their defensive scouts. When the spiders saw Adele appear, they danced elegantly on top of the ancient trees, appearing to be narrating something to Adele. The evil goddess Rose worshipped by the Dark Elves was rumored to have the head of a human but the body of a spider. Han Chuo did not know the truth of this matter, but based on the situation he saw, there may be some truth to the rumors. Adele could obviously communicate with the small spiders, ordering them to work for her. The further in they went, the more lush and tall the various ancient trees were. There were many wooden houses located in the center of the forest brimming with natural energy. Some of the houses were formed from woven branches while many tall houses were previously ancient trees that reached the skies, but had since died and withered. These ancient trees formed a simple yet gorgeous palace when they were hollowed out, appearing extremely exotic. The dark elves had an innate fondness toward fine objects. Their palace buildings boasted delicate patterns carefully carved into the outside trunk. These patterns served no other purpose and were purely for aesthetics. Many dark elves were very accomplished in the arts, and every magic weapon they made were incomparably refined. Although the dark elves' magic weapons might not be the best in the continent, they were definitely the most beautiful and refined. Along the way, Han Shuo recognized the dark elves' pursuit of artistic excellence above everything else. From the buildings, armor, clothes to even food and religious offerings, every object or activity had to be artistically beautiful. This is the dark elves' most important territory in the underground world. As the matriarch of the dark elves, I am honored to have brought you here. Adele smiled sweetly as she directly brought Han Shuo toward the interior. All the dark elves in the area respectfully bowed in greeting when they saw Adele approach. Adele possessed an extremely prestigious position among the dark elves. As she was able to communicate with the evil goddess Rose, her status was similar to Han Shuo's position among the lizardmen, both appearing as their respective god's messenger. However, as Adele was also a dark elf, her position among the dark elves was even higher. That the constantly warring dark elves could unite together after her appearance was testament to her vaunted position. Madam is too kind. I instead should be honored to be able to be here. Han Shuo grinned as he answered. Adele led Han Shuo to a wooden palace that had previously been an enormous ancient tree. After entering, Han Shuo discovered that the floor was covered with carpets embroidered with complicated patterns, and the surrounding wooden walls had the strange image of the evil goddess Rose portrayed as a half-human, half-spider. Many suspended crystal chandeliers glittered with bright, gorgeous radiance, imparting the place with a natural splendor. At this moment, Adele clapped her hands and 5 alluring female dark elves, all with different skin colors but equally beautiful, suddenly walked out. These 5 dark elves wore thin yarn skirts, their expressions were either shy, provocative, or pure, with all their gazes focused on Han Shuo by Adele's side. Properly attend to our distinguished guest. Adele smiled faintly, giving her orders to the 5 beautiful and seductive dark elves. The 5 young female dark elves walked together towards Han Shuo, all of them carrying fruit plates and wine glasses, lightly smiling with unique expressions as they headed over. Chapter 368 368, Going on a Punitive Expedition. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This banquet was no different than the ones at home. Served by the 5 young, pretty dark elves, Han Shuo drank fine wine and ate tender meat in extreme comfort. As per Adele's command, the 5 young dark elves wore revealing clothing and smiled sweetly as they plied Han Shuo with more wine. Intentionally or not, the elves lightly brushed their bodies with Han Shuo, setting his lust aflame. As Han Shuo seemed to be fall into an intoxicated haze, Adele meaningfully glanced at the couple of dark elf elders who had been smiling obsequiously since the start. Adele's lovers withdrew themselves from the room with smiles on their face. After the elders left, Adele gave another meaningful look towards the 5 dark elves that served Han Shuo. All 5 of the dark elves were equally beautiful, and began to undress in front of Han Shuo. They then slid into his arms as they smiled charmingly at him. Haha, honorable guest, enjoy these beauties. If you feel like these 5 girls are still unable to satisfy you, then I will willingly serve you. Adele smiled enchantingly towards Han Shuo as she took the initiative to depart. How about all of you simply come at me together then? Han Shuo let his hands rove unabashedly over the dark elves who had just jumped into his arms, while inviting Adele with a smile. Adele rebuked him with a light laugh. How will that do? I am the matriarch of the dark elves, and I definitely can't serve you alongside them. Hehe, I am actually better than all 5 of them alone, so only if you can satisfy all 5 of them can you possibly let me feel satisfied. However, you need to show me some proof first. After saying these words, Adele did not remain any longer. As she looked at Han Shuo start making moves on the 5 young dark elves without restraint, she endured the restlessness in her heart and left, gently chuckling. The instant Adele left, Han Shuo unrestrainedly pinned down a mostly naked and delicate dark elf who'd been in his arms. A long and hearty laugh sounded as he began a punitive expedition to conquer their bodies. The 12 mystical demons silently left Han Shuo's body, spreading out to cover the dark elf's territory. 2 of the 12 mystical demons were ordered to follow Adele and determine the purpose of her departure. As the full-bodied girl under his body tactfully begged for forgiveness in a sweet and soft voice, Han Shuo reached out a hand to pull over another girl. This dark elf possessed a purple skin-toned body and long, dark purple hair. He couldn't help but grope her own well-rounded breasts as she gazed at him blushingly. She was just like a blooming purple rose. Failing to repress her innermost desires, the dark elf under Han Shuo's body instantly started shouting in a joyous and high-spirited manner. The trembling and unrepressed shout was akin to a melodious and enchanting song that could dissolve a person's heart. As the other 3 dark elves flushed with excitement, they began to tangle together with a wordless croon. The dark elves were known for their lasciviousness, the female dark elves especially so. As the 3 dark elves started to walk towards Han Shuo, 2 of them had a bashful expression. The other appeared somewhat aloof, emitting a different kind of charm. However, when they truly started battling with their bodies, the originally shy and blushing dark elves actually started gradually becoming wild and uninhibited. Before Han Shuo had even truly overwhelmed them with ecstasy, they had actually already became wild themselves. As Han Shuo continued his punitive expedition on the dark elf under his body, he saw Adele, through the mystical demon's gaze, arriving within a luxurious room 2 floors below. Sikong and those few male dark elves were waiting there. Besides them was also a young male elf. The joyous and extremely spirited clamor from Han Shuo's room constantly entered this meeting room. Adele's face was a stunning crimson as she looked like a worm was writhing in her heart. Her visage expressed her great desire to immediately replace the woman under Han Shuo's body. Subconsciously licking her red lips lightly once more, Adele forcefully repressed the restlessness in her heart before asking Sikong, "Tell me what occurred in the battle between the 2 of you again." Sikong was still deeply wounded, blood marring his arms and face. With a deep breath, he quickly summarized the confrontation between him and Han Shuo in a soft voice. After he was done, he also added, "Besides the intense smell of a necromancer on his body, he also cultivates an incredible fighting aura." "Oh, that's not right, it doesn't seem very much like a fighting aura, since it's so suffused with evil. It's highly likely that he's a high-ranking member of the Calamity Church." "Of course you imbecile, as if I needed your warning. Being able to hold a magical stuff with human skulls already clearly shows his identity. The only thing I don't understand is that big lizard's actions. Why would it make such a shady transaction with the Calamity Church? This is truly odd." The devastatingly beautiful Adele's eyebrows creased as she voiced her doubts. "Matriarch, do we still need to deal with the lizardman? This person's age is still young, so he's definitely not a match for you. Now that he's entered our domain, should we take advantage of the situation and be rid of him?" A different dark elf elder piped up. "You fool! Since he'd dared to enter our domain, he's definitely confident in his ability to leave. Let alone leave, he surely has a way to send out information. You fools, can't you use your brains?" Adele snapped. Adele shot a glance at the only young dark elf here after scolding them. Her voice tinkled with a laugh as she tenderly said, "Young child, I heard you met this human before when following Dana.